Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
There was a discrepancy between memory and the image before her eyes. Xiao Hong'ai remembered clearly. After she brought Jiang Chen here, although the two of them also shared laughter and joy, Jiang Chen had never asked her the questions, "Do you believe in fate?" or "What if one day someone wants to kill me?" Nonetheless, she was still happy. After all, despite the discrepancies, she still enjoyed this master-disciple time and even wished it could continue indefinitely. After I wake up, I should practice peeling the spirit fruits. I wonder if using a spirit sword would make it look nicer, she thought to herself. In her thoughts, the scene changed, and it was several years later. Juyin sect. The ninth peak had only been established for a few years, talents were dwindling, and there were many affairs to manage. The Xiao Hong'ai in the image toiled daily, often going out, and was exhausted mentally and physically. She had become more serious than usual, no longer laughing, and her somewhat indifferent gaze gave off a sense of numbness. By this time, Lin Mubai and Qingning had joined the sect. Lin Mubai was immersed in his books, oblivious to the world outside, while the young Qingning followed Jiang Chen every day like a shadow. One day, "Qingning, eldest senior brother wants you to help me with something," Jiang Chen said while patting Qingning's head. "Okay," the young Qingning agreed cheerfully. Jiang Chen crouched down and started speaking seriously. "Don't agree so quickly because this task is somewhat dangerous. You can refuse if you don't want to." The young Qingning nodded. "I need you to go to the red flame sea of fire. In the center of that sea of fire is a pitch-black charcoal tree, visible only to those with great destiny. Senior brother hopes you can scrape some of the charcoal ash and bring it back." Jiang Chen revealed his purpose. "Senior brother, are you going with me?" the young Qingning asked expectantly. Jiang Chen shook his head. "I can't go. If I do, the tree will hide itself. You can't tell anyone about this. You must go alone." "Oh," the young Qingning nodded. Before long, Qingning left the sect alone and headed for the red flame sea of fire. She was only 10 years old at the time and had a cultivation level of the lower 4 realms. And the red flame sea of fire, if its flames erupted, even cultivators of the upper 4th realm would be instantly devoured. Xiao Hong'ai frowned slightly as this scene unfolded before her eyes. The following scene was exactly as she remembered. The young Qingning left the sect and had not returned for a long time. After checking the blood slip, Xiao Hong'ai learned that Qingning had gone to the red flame sea of fire. Then, after realizing the danger, she took Jiang Chen and several elders of the ninth peak to search for Qingning in the red flame sea of fire. When they found Qingning, she was barely alive, collapsed at the edge of the sea of fire, her small body burned in many places, her originally fair and tender skin now covered with a layer of black ash. Even so, Qingning was still clutching something tightly. Xiao Hong'ai quickly rescued Qingning. However, upon waking up, Qingning's first action was to struggle to her feet and run towards Jiang Chen. "Eldest senior brother, I've brought back what you wanted," Qingning said with her voice full of excitement despite the difficulty she had even standing. Hearing this, everyone was in disbelief, and Xiao Hong'ai nearly fainted from anger. There had been rumors that Jiang Chen treated Qingning as a tool, using her destiny to obtain various treasures. Still, Xiao Hong'ai didn't believe it. Firstly, there was no solid evidence, and secondly, she was unwilling to believe that Jiang Chen, who had not made any major mistakes recently, would be so shameless. But it was Qingning's words that confirmed Jiang Chen's guilt. What did you send Qingning to fetch?" Xiao Hong'ai still asked. Despite everything, Jiang Chen did not respond. Instead, he crouched down, touched Qingning's head with a look of distress, and simply said, "Thank you." The young Qingning smiled. But Xiao Hong'ai and the other elders of the ninth peak could hardly suppress the anger in their hearts. After returning to the sect, Jiang Chen was punished to face the wall for 100 days. Given his misdeeds, even being thrown into the sect's prison would not have been too harsh, but the young Qingning clung to Jiang Chen, insisting on sharing his punishment. With no other choice, Xiao Hong'ai had to administer a light punishment with a stern warning. That night, as an observer, Xiao Hong'ai in the void watched the two figures, one large and one small, huddled together in front of the wall of reflection, and she sighed softly. She remembered clearly. After that, Jiang Chen returned to his old ways, making big and small mistakes until she destroyed his core formation, yet he still did not change. Xiao Hong'ai stepped forward and sat down beside Jiang Chen, hugging her knees. Knowing that Jiang Chen couldn't hear her, she still said, "Your sins are my sins. In reality, I only scolded you harshly. Now that I think about it, I, as your master, also need to reflect upon my actions. In fact, I've always been confused. You are the only son of the Jiang family. What could you possibly lack? Why did you need to send the young Qingning on such a risky task? Although you are bad, you have never harmed Qingning before. What item could make you so cold-blooded?" she murmured. Jiang Chen couldn't hear her, so of course, he didn't respond. The young Qingning woke up from her sleep and curiously asked, "Eldest senior brother, what exactly is that charcoal tree? Even though it's turned to charcoal, it's really hot." Did you give the charcoal ash to master? Jiang Chen asked in return. Charcoal ash? What charcoal ash? Xiao Hong'ai was confused. This was the second time she sensed something was amiss. Yeah, I put it in master's tea. That charcoal ash is amazing. It's like master couldn't see it and just drank it. The young Qingning nodded. After a long silence, she added, eldest senior brother, when I left, I heard master crying. I've never seen master cry before. Did we do something wrong? Jiang Chen didn't answer directly but told the young Qingning to go back and wanted to be alone. Although Qingning was reluctant, she still left while looking back at Jiang Chen every 3 steps. Afterward, Jiang Chen smiled, it's good that master is fine. But this time, I indeed put Qingning in danger and feel guilty about it. Hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai's eyes widened in shock as if thunder had exploded in her mind. Master is fine. What does that mean? The smile on Jiang Chen's face made her even more panicked. Because that smile was not one of a successful scheme, but one of relief or contentment? Xiao Hong'ai indeed remembered. After punishing Jiang Chen, Qingning had come to find her. She also remembered that when Qingning brought her tea, she indeed drank it all in one gulp. But she was a cultivator of the upper 4 realm. She couldn't have failed to notice if there was so-called charcoal ash in the tea, and she wouldn't have just drunk it, unless. Suddenly, Xiao Hong'ai recalled a rumor. Before the formation of the Sea of Red Flames, it was said that a phoenix once rested there. The divine bird phoenix perches only on the parasol tree, and the parasol tree can only be seen by those with great destiny. That's not just any charred tree, but a scorched parasol tree. The so-called charcoal ash is actually the burnt bark of the parasol tree, she exclaimed in surprise. Staring intently at Jiang Chen, she continued her analysis. Did you know then that I was a postnatal phoenix body? Did you realize that during that time, the phoenix blood had begun to devour my heart due to my overexertion? And that the parasol tree is the best spiritual treasure to suppress the phoenix blood? That was the only possibility. Although she didn't know how Jiang Chen came to know these things, this conclusion was the only one that could explain everything. She had never considered this before because she had not yet informed Jiang Chen and the other disciples that she was a postnatal phoenix body at that time. During that period, she was indeed afflicted by the devouring phoenix blood, and when she recovered, she thought it was due to her own cultivation suppressing it. She never imagined the truth would be like this. So, did Jiang Chen have Qingning take risks not for himself but for her? As a master, she not only lacked gratitude but also harshly scolded and punished Jiang Chen. At this moment, Xiao Hong'ai was completely panicked. Despite constantly reminding herself that this was not reality, she felt everything was terrifyingly real. And the truth, like a giant hand, instantly tore through her heart. She finally understood. Jiang Chen must have kept silent about the truth because he knew she would not agree to let Qingning take risks. Even if he told her afterward, it would only lead her into deep guilt. This disciple, whom she thought was incorrigible, had done a big thing for her. Feelings of self-reproach and guilt surged in her heart. Xiao Hong'ai wanted to hold back, but in the end, she cried out loud. She turned her back to Jiang Chen and crouched down to cover her face. Even though she knew Jiang Chen couldn't see her, she still pretended to be strong. She wanted to apologize to Jiang Chen but was too choked up to speak. As she cried, she also smiled, feeling happier than ever before. At this moment, aside from self-reproach, she wanted to tell everyone. At least in this matter, Jiang Chen was not wrong. The fault was hers. Her disciple was not as bad as everyone had said. Fine then, you sly heavens. You won without lifting a finger this time. Jiang Chen's voice rang out again. These words made Xiao Hong'ai freeze in confusion. What does he mean by saying that heaven has won? Xiao Hong'ai was utterly perplexed. She didn't understand the meaning of these words, but she etched them firmly in her mind. She thought that perhaps only by returning to reality and asking Jiang Chen could she unravel the mystery. But soon, she understood. After this incident, Jiang Chen's misdeeds began to appear frequently, all with conclusive evidence. But without exception, they were all coincidences. The personal clothing of a female disciple from the 9th peak was lost, and Jiang Chen happened to pick it up, only to be caught by the owner just as he did so. The young Qingning was extremely dependent on Jiang Chen and entered dangerous situations many times to make him happy. Yet there would be witnesses every time she returned and gave the items to Jiang Chen. Lin Mubai couldn't stand it and verbally reprimanded Jiang Chen many times. Every time, Jiang Chen wanted to patiently explain, but before he could speak, some younger disciples would attack Lin Mubai with punches and kicks to get his favor. Even if Jiang Chen scolded them harshly afterward, these disciples would still act recklessly the next time. They would later say they were too angry to control themselves. Undoubtedly, these misdeeds were all attributed to Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Xiao Hong'ai felt a pang of heartache. She finally understood. It seemed that heaven was targeting her disciple. She began to cry. She cried for Jiang Chen's experiences and for her own mistrust. She had clearly said that as long as Jiang Chen walked the righteous path, she would always believe in him. She had clearly said that as long as Jiang Chen was kind-hearted, the master and disciple would be united as one, never to part. But what was the result? She, as a master, had repeatedly broken her word. In the face of numerous conclusive evidence, she, like others, had repeatedly misunderstood Jiang Chen and continuously punished him. This situation lasted for years. During this time, Mu Kui and Jiang Lianyue became disciples in succession. Juyin sect, Elixir Peak. Jiang Chen rarely visited because the elders and disciples of Elixir Peak despised him. But this time, he came. Despite the cold treatment, he still used his few merits to exchange for the opportunity to personally refine pills in the pill room. In the narrow and hot pill room, Jiang Chen was studying the pill formula. Xiao Hong'ai didn't know why he had come here. She just stood quietly by Jiang Chen's side. Her beautiful eyes were swollen from crying and her face was full of heartache. Though she was mired in self-reproach, she was even more bewildered. Her memory discrepancies were growing. She kept noticing that something was off, and there were many things she had no memory of at all. She also noticed that this eldest disciple in front of her was completely different from the Jiang Chen in reality. Although they looked the same, the difference was like day and night, making it hard to associate them together. All of this felt unreal to her. But every time she resisted and didn't want to believe, she could clearly feel Jiang Chen's emotional changes. She could feel Jiang Chen's disappointment, his gloom, and the indescribable pain when he was punished by the version of herself in the vision. Everything felt terrifyingly real as if it had truly happened. Xiao Hong'ai looked up. Although she was inside the pill room, her gaze seemed to penetrate the stone walls of the pill room, through the mountains of Elixir Peak, and directly into the sky. First life. The golden characters hung in the clouds, even more dazzling than before. The sword-like golden radiance they emitted seemed capable of piercing through all things in the world, piercing through people's hearts. When Xiao Hong'ai first saw these golden characters, she was extremely bewildered. But now, her beautiful eyes snapped open. Despite finding it unbelievable, shocking, and feeling that only a fool would make such an association, she still burst into tears. With tears that seemed to choke her, she took a long time before she finally managed to sob out. Disciple, how many lifetimes have you been through? Jiang Chen couldn't hear these words. Though he couldn't hear, he was sighing. This fire impurity pill can only be refined by a 5th grade pill refiner, which is a bit troublesome. But with my talent, it shouldn't be a big problem. Fire impurity pill? Hearing this name, Xiao Hong'ai was taken aback again. She knew that the fire impurity pill was being refined for Jiang Lianyue, but she never knew that her eldest disciple could refine pills. Afterward, Jiang Chen began to immerse himself in studying the pill scriptures, neglecting sleep and food. He had fainted from severe mental exhaustion and had been burned when he went to the depths of Elixir Peak to gather pill fire. During this time, Xiao Hong'ai remained silent. She had no memory of this and didn't know what would happen. But she guessed that this matter might not end well, as it had always been the case in the past. Yet, she did not stop him. Apart from knowing that stopping him was futile, a more important reason was, as his master, she couldn't hinder Jiang Chen from walking the right path. She couldn't stop Jiang Chen from caring for his junior brothers and sisters. Even though she knew that under constant misunderstandings, Jiang Chen was already exhausted in body and mind. Even though her heart ached as if it were being cut by knives, she still couldn't utter the word give up. Because, wasn't that her only demand of Jiang Chen? Time unknowingly passed. Haha, I've succeeded. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. He collected the freshly refined pills and quickly left the pill room, leaving Elixir Peak. Xiao Hong'ai followed him. But just as they were about to leave, she overheard whispers behind her. Elder Ma, this Jiang Chen has quite the talent for pill refining. Humph, what does it matter if he's talented? In the end, he's just a disgrace to the sect. Indeed, but there was no need for you to tamper with that pill fire, causing it to dissipate on its own. Such a disgrace doesn't deserve to refine pills. I did it for the sake of the sect. If he really got the pill fire, wouldn't he use it to refine poison pills every day? I see. Elder Ma is taking precautions, admirable indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai stiffened. She knew that Ma Wu had a big problem with Jiang Chen, but she never expected it to go this far. This means that if another misunderstanding occurs and Jiang Chen's pill fire dissipates, it will be difficult for him to prove his innocence. After all, what kind of pill refiner would he be without pill fire? Her guess was soon confirmed. Inside the 9th peak cloud soaring hall, Jiang Chen was caught red-handed peeping at Jiang Lianyue bathing. Seeing him being accused by everyone, Xiao Hong'ai felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her memories overlapped with the scene before her, yet there were differences. She clearly remembered that Jiang Chen had readily admitted his guilt in the past. But the Jiang Chen in white before her kept explaining that it was a misunderstanding. But what was the use of explanations? Without pill fire, he could not be a pill refiner. Without the fire impurity pill, he couldn't prove his innocence. This was another ironclad evidence. And this time, the one who imposed the greatest punishment on Jiang Chen because of this ironclad evidence was herself. She had personally destroyed Jiang Chen's core formation. She had misunderstood Jiang Chen, yet she acted with a broken heart like a victim. Jiang Chen fell to the ground unconscious, with no one to care for him. She, the master who had gone back on her word again, was comforted by many elders and disciples. All of this made Xiao Hong'ai feel for the first time. Sin. Heaven was targeting her disciple. Ma Wu, Li Faju, and other righteous people were also targeting her disciple. As his master, she not only failed to protect Jiang Chen from the storm and failed to choose to believe in him, but she also personally took action, plunging a deep knife into his already battered heart. Such sin is even heavier than that of others. Outside the hall, the rain poured down, and thunder rumbled frequently among the clouds. Xiao Hong'ai in the void gave a pale smile. She was always insecure, always asking others whether she had failed as a master whenever her disciple made a mistake. Now, she finally got the answer. She was more than negligent, she was burdened with sin. She didn't even deserve to hear Jiang Chen call her master. If one has a heart towards goodness and follows the right path, and all it brings is injustice in the world, then why should one humble oneself? Disciple, give up. After a smile of despair, Xiao Hong'ai whispered softly, Master is unworthy, and this world is also unworthy of having you leaning towards goodness. Xiao Hong'ai hoped that Jiang Chen would give up. If one has a heart towards goodness and follows the right path, and all it brings is injustice in the world, then why should one humble oneself? But Jiang Chen did not give up. He was still trying, still striving for the recognition of others. Yet, nothing changed. Gradually, the conflict between Jiang Chen and Lin Mubai became irreconcilable. Qing Ning, who had always been close to him, was completely disappointed. Even the simple and honest Mu Kui was influenced by many coincidences, harboring resentment towards his eldest senior brother, Jiang Chen. Xiao Hong'ai saw all this. Knowing that Jiang Chen couldn't hear her, she still kept advising him. A bunch of fools, played round and round by the heavens. One day, Jiang Chen lay on a smooth boulder, muttering to himself with a spiritual herb in his mouth. His white garments fluttered with the wind. The gleam in his eyes still shone brightly. He still wished to use his own strength to tear through the darkness that enveloped this world. He didn't even harbor resentment towards others but instead blamed everything on fate. With a heartache, Xiao Hong'ai cried out again. She felt proud of this disciple, yet the guilt for her own distrust weighed even heavier on her. Self-blame, shame, and sin nearly crushed her. But she persisted because her disciple was still trying. She, as his master, did not deserve to fall apart. Afterward, Jiang Chen became isolated, and people avoided him wherever he went. Xiao Hong'ai felt her heart bleeding, especially when she heard herself in the image repeatedly emphasizing, Jiang Chen, do not disappoint master. She found it not only grating but even wanted to strangle and tear apart that version of herself in the image. Disappoint? From the beginning to the end, wasn't she, as his master, the real disappointment? She began to hate herself, curse herself, and even berate everyone. Because it was their ignorance and overconfidence that led to Jiang Chen's current state of being shunned by everyone. Then, Lin Feng became a disciple. Xiao Hong'ai harbored hope for this son of destiny. She thought that since Lin Feng was the son of destiny, perhaps he wouldn't be influenced by fate, right? Maybe Lin Feng could see Jiang Chen's true nature and help explain it to others. But reality slapped her in the face again. If Jiang Chen had been shunned before, what would have awaited him next was a bottomless abyss. And Lin Feng was the force trying with all his might to drag Jiang Chen into that abyss. After Lin Feng became a new disciple, Jiang Chen's misdeeds and their exaggerated spread no longer needed punishment from his master. Because every time Jiang Chen committed a misdeed, Lin Feng would appear immediately. He would deliver various punishments from a righteous standpoint. And after each punishment, the people's opinion of Lin Feng would rise a notch. Over time, not just the ninth peak but the entire Juyan sect began to see Jiang Chen as a rat crossing the street, while Lin Feng became the embodiment of justice. These images made Xiao Hong'ai tremble with rage. She finally understood that Lin Feng, this son of destiny, was the world's protagonist favored by the heavens and earth, and Jiang Chen was nothing but a stepping stone prepared by fate for him. Because he was a stepping stone, fate did not allow Jiang Chen to turn the tables. Because he was a stepping stone, it was easy for her and others to feel disgust. Jiang Chen was right. Everyone was a fool, played round and round by the heavens. She didn't think that such an excuse could lessen her own sins and guilt in the slightest. But for the first time, she understood the truth of this world. Time continued to pass. Lin Feng's arrival brought laughter and joy back to the ninth peak. However, no one noticed the increasingly somber expression on Jiang Chen's face beneath that laughter and joy. Even so, Jiang Chen still didn't give up. He knew he was disliked, but he still accompanied Lin Mubai in revelry for 1,000 days and still strived to rebuild his relationship with Qing Ning. He also took good care of the simple and honest Mu Kui and wanting to help Jiang Lianyue eliminate the cold poison in her body caused by her cultivation technique. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Jiang Chen's reputation gradually improved, and his relationships with his junior brothers and sisters were thawing. Even Xiao Hong'ai in the image seemed to be smiling every day. But to make someone completely lose hope and despair, you must first give them hope. It seems that the heavens were very skilled at manipulating hearts. Jiang Chen, you beast. It was Lin Mubai's roar that shattered her hopes. Xiao Hong'ai in the void watched the image of Jiang Chen holding the still dripping innate Dao bone, Lin Mubai's face in shock, and herself timely arriving at the scene. Xiao Hong'ai felt a sharp pain in her heart again. She witnessed herself, as his master, stripping Jiang Chen of his cultivation and expelling him from the sect, then hiding away to cry. For the first time, she felt that she was truly hypocritical. Seeing Jiang Chen being taken away by Chen Sheng, she broke through the barriers to follow Jiang Chen too. But despite being a cultivator of the upper four realms, she couldn't cross the chasm before her. She didn't wait beside the chasm but returned to the perilous peak in front of the Red Jade Pavilion. Because this place was home. Her and Jiang Chen's home. Even though Jiang Chen had only been here once, she could still smell his scent and feel his warmth. As she sits front of the Red Jade Pavilion, her tears flowed uncontrollably, and through the blur, she seemed to see that boy again fishing by the pond. Master, will you always believe in me? The boy turned to ask. I won't, Xiao Hong'ai replied. Why? Because I'm not worthy to. Xiao Hong'ai didn't know how long she had been sitting there. As if to punish her, the image before her no longer changed, and she could clearly feel the passage of time. During this period, she saw herself again. Every so often, the version of herself from this world would come here, leave some spiritual fruits in the red jade pavilion, then stand by the spiritual pond in a daze until leaving the next day. Clearly, even the version of herself from this world still remembers this as her and Jiang Chen's home. However, such actions only made Xiao Hong'ai's heart ache more, because it was she herself who had created the current situation. And clearly, both she and the version of herself in the vision were waiting for Jiang Chen to appear here. After a while, the image of herself on the screen came once again, and with an extremely mournful voice, she muttered to herself, "The Jiang family has been annihilated." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai in the void abruptly raised her head. She had been waiting for Jiang Chen to come home, but instead, she received the news that Jiang Chen's real home had been destroyed. Guilt spread once again. She knew that the imperial dynasty would not act rashly as long as the old ancestor of the Jiang family did not fall. The Jiang family had sent Jiang Chen to the Juyan sect to protect him, which means that Jiang Chen could be endangered. And she, as his master, had personally driven Jiang Chen back, letting him witness the destruction of the Jiang family and putting his life in grave danger. Xiao Hong'ai could wait no longer. She left the place and began to search aimlessly in the central domain. She knew that if Jiang Chen had luckily survived, he would have to flee the upper domain and head to the central domain or the lower domain to escape the Empress's watchful eyes and seek a chance to live. As she had thought. Although she did not find Jiang Chen, she learned from other cultivators that there were rumors of Jiang Chen committing evil in the Hengduan mountain range. She breathed a sigh of relief and headed to the Hengduan mountain range. But by the time she arrived, Jiang Chen had already left. She inquired around and learned that Jiang Chen had appeared in the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. But by the time she arrived, Jiang Chen had left again. Not only that, every time Jiang Chen appeared somewhere, she would arrive only to find that he had already gone. Why won't you let me see him? Are you trying to punish me? At least let me accompany him through this life. I know I don't deserve it, but please. Xiao Hong'ai cried out to the sky. She cried heart-wrenchingly with a hoarse voice. But to no avail, there was no change. She could only gather bits of news from the discussions of other cultivators. Jiang Chen had met an enchantress from the myriad Dao demon sect, who fell for him at first sight and began an almost pathological pursuit. The enchantress claimed that she and Jiang Chen were made for each other, and no one could separate them. She didn't just talk, she acted. She doesn't care whether Jiang Chen is good or bad. She only wants to kill all of Jiang Chen's enemies, even if it means killing her own master. After learning about Jiang Chen's experiences, she even went to the Juyan sect, wanting to kill those who had bullied Jiang Chen. Of course, this included herself in the image. Xiao Hong'ai had always detested such demonic behavior. But after learning all this, she finally smiled. She was happy because in this world, there really was someone who, regardless of Jiang Chen's good or bad, would stay with him through thick and thin. Unlike her, who repeatedly broke her promises without realizing it. But her happiness did not last long. The enchantress's actions had harmed Jiang Chen. Her behavior was also deemed to be instigated by Jiang Chen. This caused anger among various forces. Not only did Xiao Hong'ai, as his master, say she would clean the sect, but other forces also directed all their anger at Jiang Chen, launching a frenzied manhunt. Later, Jiang Chen was defeated by Lin Feng and the others, forcing him to detonate his life-bound spirit sword to escape. To protect Jiang Chen, the enchantress voluntarily appeared at the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion. She destroyed all her cultivation, surrendered herself, and admitted to all of her crimes. Then, she died under the endless rain of swords. I wanted to help him, but I ended up harming him. If this is his wish, then I want to be a good person in the next life, the enchantress said before her death. She was still smiling before she died. It was said that she smiled very happily. When Xiao Hong'ai in the void learned that Jiang Chen was once again alone, her heart ached even more, and her mind became hazy. She frequently had hallucinations, sometimes laughing and sometimes crying. No one noticed that in the vast central domain, a figure in red was ceaselessly searching. Her eyes had lost all their luster like a walking corpse while only repeating one sentence. Jiang Chen, where are you? In the end, Xiao Hong'ai returned to the front of the Red Jade Pavilion. She had nearly searched the entire central domain but had not found Jiang Chen. Instinctively, she returned to the home she had shared with Jiang Chen. Only here could she regain some clarity of mind. Still sitting dazedly by the spirit pond, she once again saw a boy fishing by the pond in her trance. The boy put down his fishing rod and turned to look at her. His black eyes were full of resentment, and that cold gaze made her shrink into a ball. I'm sorry, Xiao Hong'ai apologized. As she spoke, she wanted to blink, to hold back the tears that were about to fall, but she was afraid that by doing so, the young Jiang Chen before her eyes would disappear again. She knew that her current state was not right. Constant emotional distress had made it impossible to suppress the phoenix blood devouring her heart, causing frequent hallucinations. But even if it was just a hallucination, she still wanted to stay by Jiang Chen's side. Tears rolled down, unstoppable. The boy before her still looked at her, still with that hatred and coldness. Suddenly, the boy narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, Master, you can't go back on your word. If one day your disciple has nowhere to go, I might just have to come and cling to this place. Xiao Hong'ai was silent. Master, why don't you speak? Didn't you say you would wash my clothes and cook for me? The boy wondered. This sentence made Xiao Hong'ai no longer able to contain the sorrow in her heart. She sobbed uncontrollably while trembling. At this moment, she let down all her defenses and abandoned all reason. She no longer pretended to be strong and no longer feigned seriousness. She seemed to return to her childhood. And like a child, she cried unreasonably and willfully. Liar, you liar! I'm willing to wash your clothes and cook for you for a lifetime, but you have to come. The sound fell, and then a sudden breeze arose. The boy before her vanished in an instant, leaving only his fishing rod by the empty spirit pond. The crying stopped abruptly. Don't go. You're not the liar, I am. I'm the biggest liar. Xiao Hong'ai panicked. She stood up and began searching frantically, stumbling along the way. She didn't even know what she was looking for. She was well aware that the boy, Jiang Chen, was nothing but a hallucination caused by the phoenix blood consuming her heart. But she still refused to give up. In an instant, the pain in her chest intensified, her sanity began to crumble again, and her facial features numbed and became indifferent. She continued her search while enduring the pain that seeped into her soul. And just as she was about to enter the red pavilion, creak, the pavilion door suddenly opened. A man in a disheveled white robe, with slightly pale skin but still wearing a smile, appeared. Xiao Hong'ai was stunned. The familiar features captivated her gaze. Though her face was expressionless, tears once again welled up and spilled over. Master, you've come, Jiang Chen said with a smile. A simple sentence snapped Xiao Hong'ai back to reality. Though startled, she still asked, can you see me? Ah, master. You don't look good when you cry, Jiang Chen said again. Hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai quickly wiped away her tears. With her head bowed, her heart was filled with 1,000 words, yet she didn't know how to begin. Master, do you remember? I said that if one day I had nowhere to go, I would come here and cling to this place. Jiang Chen's voice rang out again. Xiao Hong'ai nodded. The next second, she and Jiang Chen said in unison, because this is our home. Master, you also said you would wash my clothes and cook for me, Jiang Chen said with a smile. The pain in her chest was gone. Xiao Hong'ai smiled. Though her eyes were still teary, she smiled radiantly. She raised her hand to touch Jiang Chen's cheek. Although she was unable to feel any warmth, and though she feared the Jiang Chen before her was still an illusion, she still smiled happily and said, then wouldn't I become your wife? Master, did you come to wash my clothes and cook for me, or to kill me? Jiang Chen suddenly dropped his smile. Kill? How could I possibly kill? Xiao Hong'ai in the void quickly denied. But before she could finish, she felt as if struck by lightning. She guessed something. She stiffly turned her head. Then, her pupils shrank. What she saw was a woman in striking red clothes holding a red whip. Her face was streaked with tears, and she had a look of profound disappointment in her eyes. Master, Jiang Chen spoke again. Don't call me master, the woman in red interrupted. I have expelled you from the sect. You are no longer my disciple. At these words, a look of pain flashed across Jiang Chen's face. But it was only for a moment, and he soon sighed. If that's the case, then why didn't you destroy my blood slip? Don't deny it because you clearly came prepared. If you hadn't used the blood slip to check, how could you have known my exact whereabouts? The woman was silent. Moreover, if you came to clean the sect, why are you crying? Master, you shouldn't have come. Why, are you afraid of dying? The woman frowned and finally responded. The situation has developed to this point. It's hard for me to escape a deadly fate. I was mentally prepared, but seeing you cry so pitifully, I suddenly don't want to die anymore, Jiang Chen said with a pale smile. The woman clearly didn't understand these words. Though she didn't understand, she still put away the red whip. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. Looking directly at Jiang Chen, it took her a long time before she finally said softly, Jiang Chen, don't go anywhere, and I won't return to the Juyan sect either. Let's stay in front of this red jade pavilion and accompany each other until we grow old, alright? Master, are you worried that I will continue to do evil if I leave here? Jiang Chen said somewhat helplessly. The woman fell silent again. Suddenly, Jiang Chen pulled the woman into his embrace and held her tightly. The woman initially wanted to struggle, but as if realizing something, she bit her lip and quieted down. Leaning close to her ear, Jiang Chen whispered, Master, are you thinking that if you can stop me from doing evil with your beauty, it might be worth a try? As long as you're willing to turn back, I am willing to do anything, the woman did not deny. But I am not willing. Letting go of the woman in his arms, Jiang Chen walked to the edge of the cliff. Master, take care. With that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his body soaring into the air, drifting towards the direction of the upper domain. The woman was shocked. After the shock, she rushed to the edge of the cliff and shouted loudly, Jiang Chen, come back to me? As long as you come back, I will wash your clothes and cook for you. As long as you come back, this will always be your home. You can stay here for a lifetime, and I will accompany you. Her hysterical voice startled the white cranes in the cliff, and with the enhancement of her spiritual power, it echoed for several li. But the answer she received was, Master, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of your death. The woman didn't understand these words. Though she didn't understand, she still crouched down and covered her face while weeping bitterly. After crying, why are you so hopeless? As if driven mad, the woman screamed furiously at the sky. With grief and anger in her heart, she wielded a red whip and lashed out with all her might. With one lash, the red pavilion collapsed. With the second, the spiritual fields cracked open. With the third, the spiritual pond shattered, its waters splashing in all directions. When everything finally quieted down, the once beautiful home was left with cracked ground and crevices everywhere, only broken eaves and walls remained. The woman in red did not leave but instead gazed in the direction Jiang Chen had gone, standing there motionless. She stood like that for more than 10 days without moving an inch. It was only when torrential rain poured down, with thunderbolts striking down like divine might and dark clouds pressing overhead, that she spoke again, murmuring softly, Why can't I be ruthless either? Boom! Lightning struck like a dragon descending from the heavens, suddenly hitting close to the woman. With a flash of lightning, the ground broke apart. Stones flew and scattered, piercing through the woman's defenses and leaving bloody marks on her fair cheeks. It was as if she had spoken something blasphemous against heaven and earth and was being punished for it. This made Xiao Hong'ai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, shudder. For the first time, she felt pity for herself. Several days later, only Xiao Hong'ai and the wreckage remained at the peak of the dangerous mountain. She felt an unprecedented sharp pain in her chest as she looked around. This place had once been her and Jiang Chen's home, but she had destroyed it with her own hands. Her expression became numb again, and even though her heart ached unbearably, her features remained indifferent, except for the tears that would flow from her eyes, creating a bizarre sight. She floated down from the dangerous peak to the edge of the chasm. She wanted to go to the upper domain, but no matter how hard she tried, she was always blown back by the cold winds within the chasm. She didn't give up and kept trying. Gradually, perhaps due to the influence of the cold winds or perhaps because the phoenix blood was consuming her heart more severely, she seemed to have lost the ability to speak. She wanted to scream to the heavens, plead with the force that had brought her here to let her find Jiang Chen. But in the end, no matter how hard she tried, she could only make strange noises like oh. The only thing she can say is, Jiang Chen. She would show a stiff, strange smile whenever she called that name. Day and night passed, seasons changed. She had drifted in heavy rain, and her red clothes had been covered by white snow. Through the changing seasons, no matter how scorching the sun, she could only feel bone-chilling cold. She still retained a sliver of sanity. She vaguely sensed that some unknown force was punishing her because she in the image had personally expelled Jiang Chen from the sect. No matter how hard she tried, she could not find his whereabouts. She had also lost the right to witness the trajectory of Jiang Chen's life. When everyone misunderstood Jiang Chen, she told herself to be strong and not to collapse because her disciple was still persevering. When she in the image had destroyed Jiang Chen's core formation and expelled him from the sect, she knew she was deeply sinful, yet still wanted to be strong, for the same reason that Jiang Chen was still persevering. But in the end, she kept breaking down on the road to finding Jiang Chen, because only in searching did she truly understand the taste of loss. This punishment was extremely cruel, causing her to suffer torment while her hallucinations became more frequent. That last bit of sanity was gradually being eroded. At some point, two boys with identical appearances appeared beside her. One boy wore white and had a warm smile like the morning dawn. One boy wore black and although he was also smiling, his smile was filled with a sense of weariness and helplessness. Master, do you believe in fate? The boy in white asked. Master, do you accept your fate? The boy in black asked. She wanted to smile at the boy in white, but she could only show an ugly smile. She wanted to hug the boy in black, but her raised hands could only pass through his body. No one noticed that at the edge of the chasm leading to the upper domain, there was a woman who had gone mad. One day, a familiar figure drifted from the direction of the upper domain. Though she couldn't see the face clearly, though her vision was blurred by tears, Xiao Hong'ai recognized him at a glance. That person was the one she had waited for many years. The appearance of Jiang Chen brought her back to her senses. She could smile again and regained the ability to speak. Although the smile was still somewhat ugly, she kept trying. Because she couldn't cry. Because Jiang Chen had said that she didn't look good when she cried. As his master, she had always disappointed Jiang Chen. She couldn't change anything in this world, but she didn't want to disappoint Jiang Chen anymore. Jiang Chen couldn't see her. He walked ahead, absorbed in his own world. She tried hard to follow him, her red robe swaying and stumbling along, looking as if each step was a great effort. Although both were cultivators, they walked slowly like mortals. They crossed the land, climbed mountains, and crossed countless rivers. Although Jiang Chen had not spoken a word since he reappeared, Xiao Hong'ai didn't care. She just talked about interesting stories from the past, then cried and laughed by herself. She didn't know where Jiang Chen was going, but it didn't matter. This time, she truly waited for him. No matter where the destination was, even if it was hell, she was willing to follow him. The two walked side by side, and this journey lasted for years. Suddenly, Jiang Chen stopped. Confused, Xiao Hong'ai gazed into the distance, her pupils contracting involuntarily. Not far away stood a perilous peak that reached the clouds. She never thought that they would end up back here. The summit of that perilous peak had once been her and Jiang Chen's home, but now, it lay in ruins. A sudden sharp pain struck her heart. Those two boys, who had long disappeared and looked identical, appeared again by her side. Master, are we going home? The boy in white asked. Master, was there still a home? The boy in black asked. Guilt, self-reproach, and sins weighed so heavily on Xiao Hong'ai that she struggled to breathe. She had clearly told him that place was Jiang Chen's home. She had clearly promised that if Jiang Chen had nowhere to go, he could cling to that place for a lifetime. But, was there still a home? The red jade pavilion had long been reduced to broken walls, the spiritual pond had collapsed, and the spiritual fields were in disarray. Seeing Jiang Chen continue to move forward as if heading to the top of that perilous peak, Xiao Hong'ai panicked. She couldn't imagine. After so many years, Jiang Chen had returned. What kind of pain would he feel in his heart upon seeing that home now in ruins? If Jiang Chen left again and headed to the upper domain, wouldn't she be separated from him once more? Xiao Hong'ai didn't want to disappoint Jiang Chen, especially not this time, no matter what. She quickly stepped forward, arms outstretched to block Jiang Chen's path. Just as she was about to say something, Jiang Chen passed through her body. Jiang Chen, let's not go there, okay. She caught up again, then she tried to smile with a voice that almost seemed like a pleading. Let's leave this place. Wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you. You don't have to speak, you don't have to pay attention to me, just stay by my side. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. Terribly wrong, unforgivably wrong. You can punish me however you want, just please don't go there. I'm begging you, don't go. As Jiang Chen drifted toward the top of the perilous peak, her voice grew fainter, and her sobs heavier. Jiang Chen was getting further and further away. Xiao Hong'ai laughed in despair while shouting at his retreating figure, Jiang Chen, that place is not home. It never was. I lied to you, I just wanted to reform you. I never considered it home myself. Actually, it doesn't matter where our home is. What matters is where you are, she murmured to herself. Her cries were ineffective, and Jiang Chen's figure was about to disappear from her sight. She hurriedly chased after him with all her might. One after the other, they reached the summit of the perilous peak. She looked up, then she was shocked as if she had been struck by lightning. The red pavilion was intact, the spiritual pond's water still shimmered with spiritual light, and the spiritual fields were still teeming with playful beast. Everything was restored to its original state, yet something was a little different. There was a new jade table beside the spiritual pond. On the table lay a brand new fishing rod and several spiritual fruits. Next to the table, a woman in red sat on a stool holding a small spiritual sword, ruthlessly peeling the spiritual fruit in her hand. She occasionally looked in the direction of the upper domain with a long, melancholic sigh. Xiao Hong'ai rubbed her eyes, then sat down on the ground like a child and burst into tears. This time, her tears were from happiness. As a master, at least this time, she hadn't let Jiang Chen down. At least this time, although she had personally destroyed the home she shared with Jiang Chen, she had rebuilt it. At least this time, she remembered her promise and kept the place where Jiang Chen could cling to. As a master, she finally didn't break her word for once. Xiao Hong'ai didn't know how long she had cried. Maybe it was a few hours, or maybe it was several days. As her crying subsided, she turned to her side with a heavy nasal voice and said, Jiang Chen. Her voice abruptly stopped. She was stunned. She had clearly come here with Jiang Chen, clearly stood by his side, and just a second ago, she could still feel Jiang Chen's breath and warmth. But now, there was nothing. It's an empty space beside her. She thought she had finally waited for Jiang Chen, thought she had traveled over mountains and rivers with him, thought it was the happiest moment. But the truth was, the Jiang Chen who had always been by her side was also a hallucination. Indeed, that unknown force would not allow her to actively find Jiang Chen, even if it drove her to madness. In a daze, the boy in white reappeared, sitting by the pond and fishing with his rod. Splash! The boy in white laughed as a large spiritual fish was hooked. Haha, spiritual fish, oh spiritual fish, you fell into Jiang Chen's hands. You will be master's dinner tonight. Xiao Hong'ai's tears burst forth again. She quickly stepped forward and hugged the boy in white from behind, apologizing non-stop, full of regret. Master, why are you crying? The boy in white turned and asked. Yes, why am I crying again? Xiao Hong'ai took a deep breath, trying to hold back her tears because Jiang Chen didn't like it. But she couldn't do it. She couldn't stop crying, and she could no longer maintain her strong demeanor. She had resolved to be strong because Jiang Chen was still holding on, so she, as his master, couldn't fall apart. But in reality, she had collapsed countless times. During these collapses, she would always find herself back in front of the red jade pavilion, instinctively searching for Jiang Chen. Suddenly, she finally understood. She knew that the boy in white in her arms was an illusion, yet she still caressed his cheek and spoke softly. Jiang Chen, I now realize. The reason I took you as my disciple was because I felt lonely. I devoted myself to teaching you because I didn't want to disappoint you as your master. My strength comes from wanting to avoid my disciples' disdain, not wanting you to know how weak I actually am. I wanted you to be kind, to take care of your junior brother and sister. In reality, I want you to cherish everything you have. And all of this, I never had it before joining the Juyan sect. Now I realize that the phoenix blood doesn't cause hallucinations. The you before me is just the pillar of my weakness, like a life-saving straw that I cling to desperately. Hey, Jiang Chen, do you know? The truth is, as a master, I'm really not strong at all. Apart from crying, I can't do anything. I know, the boy in white replied with a smile. As his voice faded, the figure of the boy in white gradually became illusory, turning into starlight and disappearing. It was as if he had ever appeared here. But the last words of the boy in white left Xiao Hong'ai in a daze. She suddenly remembered the spiritual boat that had returned from the Hengduan mountain range and Jiang Chen's meaningful words on it. Master, haven't you realized that you don't even understand yourself? I see. It turns out her eldest disciple had seen through her weakness. Even though he had seen through it, he still played along with her. That's why he would act so pitifully every time he was punished, and when she was downhearted, he would act serious and try his best to comfort her. All of this was just to help her, the master, hide her inner weakness. Thinking of this, she cried again. She cried unrestrainedly, without any control. At this moment, she accepted her weakness and let go of that last straw. But with this acceptance came feelings of guilt and self-blame, which completely overwhelmed her. And afterward, although the pain in her heart became more pronounced, she never experienced hallucinations again. Sigh. The woman in red beside her put down the spiritual fruit in her hand and sighed deeply. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. At the peak's red pavilion, by the spiritual pond, two figures in red still remained here. One continuously peeled spiritual fruits, her skill becoming ever more refined. The other squatted by the spiritual pond, talking to herself, sometimes crying and sometimes laughing. Boom! Suddenly, a burly figure fell from the sky. His body was like a tower, and the immense force of his descent instantly crushed the ground. The burly man scratched his head and said, I didn't control my strength well. Seeing this, the woman in red peeling fruits frowned and said immediately, fix it. The burly man didn't dare to argue and immediately jumped down from the peak. When he returned, he carried a huge emerald boulder like a small mountain on his shoulder, and placed it on the ground he had crushed. Afterward, a fake mountain was added to the peak. Master, I'm leaving, the burly man said after everything was done. Where to? The woman in red asked without looking up. Lately, I keep having memories that aren't mine. I want to go to the place in those memories. I feel it's important. Go and come back soon. I might not be able to return because it seems that place isn't in this world. I said, go and come back soon. The burly man fell silent, then nodded seriously, okay, I'll listen to master. The woman in red also nodded and said no more. The burly man didn't leave but stepped forward, trying to take one of the freshly peeled spiritual fruits. Slap. The woman slapped his hand away. After an embarrassed smile, the burly man said, Master, the Juyan sect has been an upper domain sect for many years. It's about time you left here. The woman in red remained silent. Master, if you really want to see eldest senior brother, why not go to the upper domain? Before coming here, I happened to meet eldest senior brother. He seems to have changed, the burly man continued. At these words, the woman's body trembled. She seemed to want to ask more, but the words never left her mouth. The burly man, oblivious, went on, when I saw eldest senior brother, he was still doing evil, but I always felt that he didn't seem as hateful as before. More importantly, even though he was doing evil, I always had a sense of disharmony, and I don't know why. He added, it could also be an illusion. I've been a bit off since those memories that aren't mine appeared. Seeing that the woman still didn't speak, the burly man turned to leave. Just as he was about to jump down from the peak again, he turned back and said, Master, eldest senior brother has issued a life and death duel challenge to 6th junior brother. I'm not in the right state of mind to watch, but you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't go. The woman's body trembled again, and she finally asked, Mu Kuei, do you think he wants me to go? I don't know. Mu Kuei shook his head but then added, I'm not smart and not good at thinking. But if it were me, I would want you to go. The woman fell silent again. After Mu Kuei left, the woman sat next to the jade table for a long time, then seemed to make a decision and also left the place. After many years, Xiao Hong'ai was once again alone. She came to her senses while staring blankly. She hadn't heard most of the conversation just now, but the news about Jiang Chen was crystal clear to her. A life and death duel challenge? Jiang Chen has issued a challenge to Lin Feng, and it's a fight to the death? As the thought settles, suddenly, the long silent images begin to shift once more. Just a second ago, Xiao Hong'ai was at the perilous peak of a mountain, but in the next moment, she found herself in an unfamiliar open space. Above the open space, two figures clash, their weapons creating a storm of light. Around the clearing, a crowd of righteous folks has gathered, cheering and shouting. Among these people, Xiao Hong'ai sees her disciples, and she sees herself. She doesn't pay them much attention. Instead, her gaze is firmly fixed on the two figures battling in the sky. Their speed is too fast, and even with all her effort, she can't make out the details. Suddenly, one figure is struck from the sky and crashes into the ground, creating a deep crater. Xiao Hong'ai looks closely. The familiar features that met her eyes made her unable to control her emotions. After so many years, Jiang Chen now sports a beard, and his black hair has visibly grown longer. He's still dressed in white, but his eyes now carry a hint of bitterness and helplessness. Before Xiao Hong'ai can approach, a black blade speeds towards him, warping the very space as it passes, shattering the earth, and aiming straight for Jiang Chen's chest. Time seems to freeze at this moment, and a conversation echoes in Xiao Hong'ai's mind. Master, what should I do if someone tries to kill me one day? If you are innocent, I will protect you with my life. After the conversation fades, she finds herself standing in front of Jiang Chen with her arms outstretched. She wants to keep her promise to protect him with her life. But the black blade pierces through her body and still penetrates Jiang Chen's chest. In an instant, blood spills everywhere, and the world turns crimson. Xiao Hong'ai turns stiffly. What she sees is the white garment soaked in blood and Jiang Chen, who, despite coughing up blood and his life force rapidly fading, shows a relieved smile. What she sees is the white garment soaked in blood and Jiang Chen coughing up blood as his life force rapidly fades. No! Xiao Hong'ai screams. Her tragic voice would make gods and Buddhas sigh, her look of despair could move the world. Yet no one hears and sees her. After so many years, she finally sees Jiang Chen again, the real Jiang Chen. Although she has 1,000 words in her heart, she hasn't had the chance to properly apologize or truly repent. But what she encounters is such a heartbreaking scene. She kneels on the ground, trying to lift Jiang Chen, but she can't. She reaches out to pull the black blade from his body, but she can't. She tries to wipe the blood from Jiang Chen's body, but she can't. Even wanting to die with Jiang Chen, she can't. After cursing others with the most venomous words until her voice is hoarse, she collapses on Jiang Chen's body, while sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Chen, wake up. I don't want you to be good anymore. I don't want you to follow the righteous path anymore. Can we go home? Back to the home that's just ours, back to the home that's cut off from the rest of the world. Why has it come to this? It's not your fault. The one who should die isn't you. Suddenly, Jiang Chen is lifted by someone. Disciple, it's my fault for not teaching you well. The person cries with a hoarse voice. Then, she was quickly pulled away. Jiang Chen's lips move as if to say something, and Xiao Hong'ai leans in to listen. Spare them. Them? Who are they? At this moment, Xiao Hong'ai thinks she understands the entire truth, but she still hears something incomprehensible. But she doesn't delve deeper because she can feel that her eldest disciple, the one who supported her weakness, who accompanied her for over a decade, is gone. She screams in anger, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. She rushes at Lin Feng, at herself, and at the other disciples. She wants to avenge Jiang Chen, but she can only repeatedly lunge at nothing and fall to the ground. Then flames rise to the sky and envelop Jiang Chen's body. Her delicate body trembles as she staggers forward, crawling into the raging flames. Even though she's in the midst of the fire, she feels no heat, only watching helplessly as Jiang Chen's body is gradually consumed by the flames and slowly fading away. Why? Why are you so cruel? She cries out to the heavens. The only answer is the roar of the flames. Why can't you discern good from bad, right from wrong? Why must my disciple suffer such injustice? She asks again. Still, only the roar of the flames. She gives in to despair and no longer speaks. The pain in her chest is almost numb, a sign that the phoenix blood is devouring her heart. She doesn't care, she doesn't even resist. Because at the moment Jiang Chen's life force completely vanishes, she vanishes too. And at this moment, the excruciating pain in her heart is nothing compared to what Jiang Chen has endured so far. In an instant, the pain disappears. She no longer cries, no longer screams. Her indifferent eyes were more numb than ever before. At this moment, except for the vividly colorful figure of Jiang Chen amidst the flames, everything in the world has turned to black and white in her eyes. Except for the flames consuming Jiang Chen's body that crackles softly, the whole world seems dead silent in her ears. She stands there, dazed, with Jiang Chen's past words echoing in her mind. Master, there's no need to straighten your back. Master, why are you here? Master, do you believe in fate? Master, Master. Only after the flames have died down and leaving nothing but ashes on the ground does she crouch down, extending her hands to try to collect her disciples' remains. Still, she can't. At this moment, the only color in her world also vanishes. She stands up while looking up at the sky like a puppet. Her beauty remains unmatched, but now she's just a shell without a soul, empty inside. Time passes, unknown how long. The image shifts, and she is back at the perilous peak. Now, there appears to be a grave next to the spiritual pond. Beside the tombstone was a woman who kept vigil for 100 years. The scene changes again. She sees herself, Jiang Lianyue and others, all dead under Lin Feng's blade. This scene reminds her of Jiang Chen's figure drifting away in front of the red jade pavilion. Master, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of your death. She remembers being tightly embraced by Jiang Chen in front of the wall of reflection. Master, whether it's 100 years or 1,000 years, no matter what happens in the future, no matter how disappointed you are with me, I just want to say, if one day, I am no longer in this world, if one day, you find yourself all alone, if one day, you wake up from your grief and anger, please remember this saying from your disciple. I won't let you die. Never, even if you end up hating me for it. Then she remembers Jiang Chen's last words before dying. Spare them. At this moment, she understands everything. Jiang Chen had always wanted to save her. Jiang Chen didn't want to stay in the Red Jade Pavilion and grow old with her because he knew Lin Feng would kill the women to prove his Dao, and there was no escape. Her disciple had always considered everyone else but never himself. Crack. The world suddenly closes, enveloped in darkness and nothingness. She remains standing, her beautiful eyes empty without the slightest ripple. Soon, sunlight dispels the darkness, and she is back in the familiar place and seeing the familiar scene. At the perilous peak of the mountain, her disciple fishes with a rod and the master stands behind him. She looks up at the sky. Second life. These words should be golden, but like the world before her eyes, they remain gray and white. Her expression is still numb and indifferent, unable to smile, cry, or even speak. Suddenly, her pupils contract, noticing streaks of color gathering around the boy fishing by the pond. Master, do you believe in fate? The boy in white asks. Like before, the woman still doesn't know how to respond. But this time, the boy just sighs, not uttering any bold statements. He doesn't even ask any other questions, just staring blankly at the empty space beside the spiritual pond. Xiao Hong'ai remembers that at the end of the last life, there was a grave there. Although still unable to feel emotions, she forces herself to move forward and sits down beside the boy. Thump, thump. She watches the boy in a daze and feels her own heartbeat again. She raises her hand to touch the boy's face, and a glint of light flashes through her empty eyes. Then, she suddenly smiles. With that smile, the boy's colors spread around, instantly covering the world. She comes back to life. Disciple, live for yourself in this life. Your master is not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of you dying, she says softly. The boy, of course, does not respond. Please, she says again. Still, the boy remains silent. After a long while, the boy suddenly turns his head and asks the woman in red behind him, Master, what would you do if I died one day? If you are innocent, I won't let you die, but if you are guilty, the woman beside him frowns in thought. What if I am guilty? I haven't really thought about it. Master, although you haven't really thought about it, I know what you would do. Oh, tell me. You would guard my grave for 100 years. Wishful thinking. Xiao Hong'ai quickly realized that although this was his second life, Jiang Chen didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. From the still shining light in Jiang Chen's eyes, she even had the feeling that this second life might not be the last. As she expected, the plot of the second life continued to develop in the same direction. Compared to the first life, Jiang Chen's resistance was more intense and he exerted all his efforts. However, the stronger his resistance, the stronger the suppression he faced. He tried to avoid the various misunderstandings and coincidences from the first life, but many plot points were inevitable. Even if he successfully avoided some minor misunderstandings, new coincidences and misdeeds would emerge. He even wanted to reveal the truth of this world, but as soon as the words reached his lips, it was as if he had violated some taboo and instantly lost the ability to speak. In this life, he was still stripped of his core formation and expelled from the sect. Once again, he recuperated in the Red Jade Pavilion, and ultimately, he died under Lin Feng's blade just the same. Third life, fourth life, fifth life, sixth, eighth life. The same ending was replayed over and over again. In this life, the light in Jiang Chen's eyes had begun to dim, and his smile became extremely forced. At the same time, he became more impatient. He no longer hoped to change the views of those around him in this life but planned to use the power of the Jiang family to kill Lin Feng before he could join the Juyan sect. But the moment Lin Feng was about to die, the imperial dynasty arrived. His goal was not achieved and only hastened the destruction of the Jiang family. It was also from this life that it seemed as if the heavens had lost their composure. Whenever Jiang Chen made a grave mistake and was punished, there would always be a sudden downpour and lightning filling the sky. And at the moment of his death, the spiritual rain against the backdrop of flames was like a rain of blood. It was as if the heavens were roaring, as if they were going mad, as if they were puzzled, questioning. You ant, why do you try to defy your fate? When Jiang Chen met his end, Xiao Hong'ai still stood where Jiang Chen had died, her body just a shell. In these lives, she begged over and over again, begging Jiang Chen to give up, begging him to become a bad person. But even if her heart was riddled with holes, even if she fell into the same abyss in every life, Jiang Chen still did not give up. In these lives, she was still always on the path searching for Jiang Chen but no longer encountered the life-saving hallucinations. It was lonelier and more torturous. She could feel the pain, guilt, self-blame, and the deep longing more clearly. At the end of each life, her heart would be completely devoured by the phoenix blood, and the world would turn black and white. But at the beginning of each life, her world would regain its color as soon as she saw Jiang Chen. Over and over again, with no end in sight. Xiao Hong'ai herself could no longer remember how many times she had collapsed nor how many times her heart had become numb from the pain. But she was very clear. Compared to the pain Jiang Chen suffered, hers was insignificant. This world should be destroyed. At the end of the eighth life, Xiao Hong'ai stood by Jiang Chen's tombstone while murmuring expressionlessly. At this moment, she should have been completely devoured by the phoenix blood and should have lost the ability to speak, but she still spoke without any pause. Ninth life. It was still the same perilous peak in front of the Red Jade Pavilion. Still, her young disciple was fishing with the red-clothed woman standing behind him. That boy in white was still the only color in Xiao Hong'ai's eyes. Instinctively, she came to Jiang Chen's side as if seeking the only warmth in a cold winter. But this time, her world did not regain its color with the appearance of Jiang Chen, because the boy in white in beside her was now silent. That clean smile had almost completely faded, leaving only weariness and helplessness. Jiang Chen, what troubles you? The woman behind the boy asked. The boy remained silent. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to speak up, the woman said again. Master, the boy finally called out. Am I not following the right path and not doing good deeds? I feel like I can't hold on much longer, and I want to resign myself to fate. The boy bowed his head as he said this. His tone was unwilling and bitter. His body trembled and his jaws clenched tightly. His black eyes were filled with tears. The boy tried to control himself, but couldn't. Finally, tears streamed down his face, the grievances, helplessness, and bitterness of several lifetimes all poured out at this moment. Seeing this, Xiao Hong'ai also burst into tears. She wanted to hold Jiang Chen tightly, but she couldn't. She wanted to wipe the tears from Jiang Chen's cheeks, but still, she couldn't. She could only crouch beside Jiang Chen, crying her heart out while repeatedly saying, "Disciple, it's your master's fault. I shouldn't have made you be good. I shouldn't have made you walk the righteous path. You don't have to hold on anymore, you can resign yourself to fate, you can be a bad person. Whether you are good or bad, whether you follow or defy heaven, whether you are righteous or fall into evil, you are still my disciple, Xiao Hongai's disciple. Our hearts as master and disciple are united as one, never to part." Although heartbroken, she was also somewhat happy, because if Jiang Chen truly gave up, then he would no longer suffer so much. If all this was the price of being good, then she would rather her disciple be a bad person forever. But the woman behind stepped forward, hugged the crying Jiang Chen, and said with a pained expression, "Jiang Chen, you must not lose your heart to do good. No one is born a bad person. Just hold on a little longer, your master believes you can definitely reform." Upon hearing this, the boy fell silent again. Xiao Hongai's beautiful eyes widened, fury raging within them. She lunged at her own reflection in the image, her expression ferocious as if she were about to devour someone. She was utterly mad, continuously screaming at herself. "Xiao Hongai, you are unworthy of being his master, unworthy of being human. Why are you so obsessed with righteousness? Just because it's grandfather's teaching, the guidance of the old ancestor. Let grandfather pursue righteousness on his own. If the old ancestor wants to walk the righteous path, let him crawl out of his coffin and walk it himself. Do you not have a brain of your own, not even a single thought of your own? Open your eyes and see what has become of the disciple in your arms. Why are you so foolish? Why am I so foolish?" Her voice grew lower and lower, and after a burst of hoarse shouting, Xiao Hongai collapsed to the ground, burying her head and weeping bitterly. She had grown up on this perilous peak since childhood. Her grandfather often visited, telling her that only by being good could she be loved and not end up alone. The old ancestor frequently communicated with her telepathically, boasting about how he cleared away evil demons and defeated invaders from other worlds to protect the countless beings of this world. Hongai, the Xiao family is a major righteous clan, the Juyan sect is a major righteous sect, and I, your old ancestor, am even a paragon of righteousness. When you grow up, you must not bring shame upon me, your old ancestor. His words were still vivid in her memory. Once, Xiao Hongai had used this phrase to motivate herself. But now, she looked up to the sky and roared while cursing directly, "Old ancestor, why don't you just die? You call yourself a paragon of righteousness? A paragon who hides in a coffin waiting to die." As these words were spoken, the sky seemed to be filled with question marks. Jiang Chen, having heard his master's words, was still persevering in this life. The same was true that he was still misunderstood. The difference was that he no longer bothered to explain his actions. The phoenix blood had repeatedly devoured her heart, and the damage was irreversible. Although Xiao Hongai could still speak and was conscious, she could only cry and smile when it came to matters involving Jiang Chen. But in her eyes, there was only Jiang Chen, as vivid as ever. Her expression was indifferent and numb to everyone else as if she were a soulless shell. The familiar scenario played out once again, and Jiang Chen was expelled from the sect once more. And Xiao Hongai, once again, set out on the road to find Jiang Chen. She no longer visited the Red Jade Pavilion, and since she couldn't go to the upper domain, she could only wander around like a lost soul in places where Jiang Chen might appear. After searching for many lifetimes, she kept learning from her experiences. In previous lives, she would go to places where he might appear early to find Jiang Chen, but even when they were close, they would always miss each other, never able to meet. Xiao Hongai knew that the unknown force was still punishing her. Although she was nearly driven mad with longing and frequently broke down, she never gave up, nor did she want to. Searching for Jiang Chen seemed to have become an instinct for her. Only on the road to find him did she feel alive. Hongduan Mountain Range. After searching him for many lifetimes, she was very familiar with this place. In previous lives, she had learned from other cultivators that Jiang Chen would appear here, causing trouble everywhere with a three-tailed white fox. She passed through dense forests and floated over mountains, her figure checking every corner of the Hongduan Mountain Range. Still, she did not find the person she longed for. Calculating the time, she prepared to head to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. But just as she was about to leave the deepest part of the Hongduan Mountain Range, a conversation drifted from the dense forest ahead. "Juice Huang, you should be ready to advance to a Demon King, right? I don't know why, but I'm a bit scared." "Don't be afraid. I'm used to it." "Used to what?" "Nothing. I should also be leaving soon." "Leaving? Where are you going?" "Once I become a Demon King, I can leave this place and go together." "Juice Huang, this might be the last time. But I still want to remind you, don't take the surname Bai because being a Bai makes you stupid. I already have a name, so why would I take the surname Bai? You'll forget even if I tell you. Anyway, take care. Jiang Chen, come back." With the last shout falling, a man in white emerged from the dense forest ahead, nad passing by Xiao Hongai. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Xiao Hongai was overwhelmed with joy. The ninth life. She had finally found her disciple. Without hesitation, she hurriedly followed him. She followed Jiang Chen out of the Hongduan Mountain Range to another place. During the journey, she revolved around Jiang Chen, occasionally poking his cheek with her finger, then smiling silly like a fool. Though she felt no sense of touch, the Jiang Chen before her eyes felt more real than ever. Together, they traversed every corner of the central domain. Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. Xiao Hong'ai wanted to fight that female ghost, but the ghost couldn't see her at all. Ancient Pill Tower. Jiang Chen sneaked into it, and with nothing better to do, she memorized all the pill-refining secrets of the Ancient Pill Tower. Soon, with Jiang Chen intentionally making enemies, 5 Grandmasters from the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion arrived. During the great battle, she cheered like a little fan from the sidelines. And when Lin Feng and others appeared and defeated Jiang Chen, she began to think about how to kill this son of destiny. Afterward, Jiang Chen self-destructed his life-bound spirit sword to escape. He was so fast that Xiao Hong'ai had to exert all her effort to barely keep up with him. Finally, the two landed on a perilous peak miles away. Before them were still the Red Jade Pavilion, the Spiritual Pond, and the Spiritual Fields. 9 lifetimes of reincarnation. Since Jiang Chen was expelled from the sect, this was the only place where Xiao Hong'ai could see Jiang Chen until the end. Upon arriving here, Jiang Chen was severely injured and extremely weak. But he did not enter the Red Jade Pavilion. Instead, he stood on the edge of the cliff while gazing into the distance. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Hong'ai asked, puzzled as she gazed in the same direction. Soon, she understood. Because that was the direction of the myriad Dao demon sect. In previous lives, Jiang Chen became enemies with the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion because an enchantress from that demonic sect had abducted the Sword Maiden, intending to make her his concubine. But in this life, Jiang Chen was the one initiating enmity, and not only that, he deliberately avoided any place where the enchantress might appear. Xiao Hong'ai thought that Jiang Chen must be trying to make a deal with fate. In his 9 lifetimes, this was the only time he actively pushed the plot forward and committing evil acts. His purpose was to prevent the enchantress from appearing and dying for him. He knew very well that in 9 lifetimes, he owed nothing to anyone except to that enchantress. And if he wanted to save the enchantress, he had to stay away from her. Because the enchantress didn't die because of Lin Feng but because of him. Perhaps even fate grew tired of it, or maybe as long as it didn't involve Lin Feng and didn't change the course of the plot, the life and death of the enchantress didn't really matter. In the 9th life, the enchantress really didn't appear and didn't die tragically. This was the only person Jiang Chen managed to save in his 9 lifetimes. In previous lives, I always hoped she would turn to goodness and avoid her death through this method, but the result was always the same. I should have understood earlier that I am the main culprit behind her death. Jiang Chen sighed bitterly before heading to the upper domain. The 9th life ended with the same conclusion. Witnessing Jiang Chen's death once again, Xiao Hong'ai's heart was still in agony. She broke down, crying uncontrollably, went mad, and again attacked others in a frenzy. Indeed, no matter how many times she went through it, she could never accept Jiang Chen's death. 10th life. Xiao Hong'ai found herself back at the beginning. At the summit of a perilous peak, the boy was still fishing, and the woman stood behind him like before in front of the Red Jade Pavilion. The scene was the same as always, but the boy was now dressed in black. Seeing the boy in black's mind was not on fishing, the woman behind him frowned. She stepped forward and flicked the boy's forehead and showed a stern master's tone. "Jiang Chen, fishing can cultivate your temperament and patience. If your heart is not right, then your path will not be right. Lacking patience, you will prefer shortcuts." Throughout history, those who have fallen into evil did so because they were too impatient and sought shortcuts. You must stop. Dropping the fishing rod, the boy in black propped his hands behind his head and counter-questioned, "Master, do you know how to fish?" "Of course," the woman replied instantly. "Master, you shouldn't lie," the boy interrupted. "All right," the woman said with a slightly embarrassed expression, speaking softly. "When I was young, my grandfather taught me how to fish, but I couldn't catch anything when I tried. Then, Master, have you ever seen the Supreme Great Elder fish?" the boy asked again. I don't think so. Have you ever seen the Old Ancestor fish?" "That, neither. Master, this is quite unreasonable." The boy stood up, shaking his head. "It is said that the Supreme Great Elder was personally taught by the Old Ancestor, and you were taught by the Supreme Great Elder, yet none of you fish. What does this prove? Think about it, think hard. Are you saying," the woman frowned, and after a moment, she spoke, "we've been deceiving each generation? That fishing can cultivate temperament is actually false. True or false, I do not know, but how can you expect the disciple to know something even the master doesn't? Think about this, Master." "I understand." The woman realized, her expression firming. "You go rest, and once I learn how to fish, I'll teach you." With that, the woman picked up the fishing rod from the ground and began to fish. She sat by the pond while gripping the rod tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the spirit pond, not blinking for a long time. So it continued for a full hour. Suddenly, the spirit pond stirred. "Jiang Chen, Master has caught something? Come quickly." The woman excitedly jumped up while reeling in the line. Then she caught nothing. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was lying lazily on a recliner behind her. He turned over, picked up an almost core-only spirit fruit from the wooden table beside him, took a couple of bites, and then said, "Master, fishing can cultivate patience and temperament. You must not be impatient." Throughout history, those who have fallen into evil did so because they were too impatient and sought shortcuts. You must not make the same mistake. When she learned that Jiang Chen had given up and was determined to be a thorough villain, the 10th life came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Hong'ai was still looking up at the sky. It was sunset, and the sky was blood red. Her expression remained indifferent, numb, and it took her a long time to realize she was back in reality. Her beautiful eyes were still empty, but 2 lines of tears slid down, wetting the red garment on her shoulders. Juyin sect. When she first arrived here, she was excited like never before. This place had her grandfather, the old ancestor, and many fellow senior brothers and sisters. She once considered it her home. 9th Peak. When she first became the Peak Master, she decided in her heart to treat everyone at 9th Peak as family. Because she was Xiao Hong'ai, someone who appeared strong on the outside but was always weak and afraid of being alone. This place was once her haven, her destination, everything. But now, this Juyin sect was unbearably glaring to her. Every corner of 9th Peak held memories of Jiang Chen being misunderstood and tormented. Those elders and disciples of 9th Peak she once considered family now seemed detestable. In 9 lifetimes, these people, including herself, inflicted deep wounds on Jiang Chen. Time and time again, until Jiang Chen's eyes lost their light. Cut after cut again, until her eldest disciple's heart was riddled with holes. She, as his master, was the main culprit, unforgivable. The ensuing guilt, self-blame, and sins made her want to run to Jiang Chen immediately and commit suicide as an apology. But, she couldn't do that. She is a sinner. Jiang Chen saved her for 9 lifetimes, and she hurt Jiang Chen for 9 lifetimes. Committing suicide was merely the simplest form of escape. I won't die. I will stay with you forever, she murmured softly. Looking towards the direction of the main peak, a towering rage reappeared in her eyes. For 9 lifetimes, she had been helplessly repenting and begging for mercy, yet she was unable to change anything. She would never experience that feeling of powerlessness again. In this life, whoever harms you will die, Xiao Hong'ai declared with murderous intent. As these words fell, her already striking red clothes suddenly burst into flames of the phoenix. The flames, even redder in hue, seemed to have a life of their own, swirling around her, sometimes converging and sometimes dispersing, as if sketching something. Then, screech. A several jong tall female phoenix phantom formed from the phoenix flames, like a phoenix reborn from fire, its wings spreading in an instant and its cry piercing the heavens. At the same time, the phoenix flames transformed again. They turned a vivid blood red, the heat even more intense, as if it could burn the heavens and obliterate the earth, the firelight illuminating the sky for several li around. Boom! With the phoenix's cry, a pressure like the wrath of the heavens burst forth from within her, instantly enveloping the entire Juyin sect. The various peaks of Juyin sect instantly trembled, and the great bells on each peak suddenly rang out simultaneously. Dong! Dong! The sound of the bells continued, echoing back and forth, sending out countless sound waves. When everything calmed down, the entire Juyin sect was enveloped in a 7-colored divine light. This sect-wide defensive formation that was only to be activated during great battles seemed to sense a threat and had activated on its own. The woman in red still stood in place in front of the 9th peak cloud-soaring hall, but the 2 lines of clear tears on her face, unbeknownst to her, had turned into blood tears. The phoenix weeps blood, its cry shakes the heavens. 2 elders from the 9th peak exclaimed in horror while trembling all over. Such a scene they had only read about in books. It was said that those with the blood of the phoenix could provoke such a celestial phenomenon if they fully activated their bloodline. But the problem is Xiao Hong'ai possesses a postnatal phoenix body, and the blood she merged with was ordinary phoenix blood. To activate a phoenix body with ordinary phoenix blood like the true blood, there was only one way: blood burning, and the consequence of this act was to completely turn oneself into a vessel for the phoenix blood, losing oneself and acting only on instinct. Unless one day, the ordinary phoenix blood refines itself into true blood. Otherwise, although alive, one is already dead. The 9th peak great elder named Liu Yang was in tears at this moment, beating his chest and stamping his feet, saying, "Peak Master, why do you do this?" Xiao Hong'ai seemed not to hear him, or perhaps she heard but chose to ignore him. She lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, and the female phoenix phantom with wings several meters wide transformed into a blaze of fire and headed toward the main peak. "Peak Master, where are you going?" Liu Yang called out loudly. The answer was still silence. The other elder wiped away his tears and spoke on her behalf. "The Peak Master is likely going to overturn the main peak to save her disciple. She knows that the Supreme Elders will intervene, which is why she ignited her phoenix blood." Save her disciple? Is it her eldest disciple Jiang Chen, or Jiang Lianyue and the other 3 madmen? Or is it to save them all? Liu Ying didn't understand. In his view, although Xiao Hong'ai was biased towards Jiang Chen, she wouldn't go to such lengths. But it seemed unnecessary to make such a big fuss if it was to save Jiang Lianyue and the others. The only thing he was certain of was, Xiao Hong'ai might truly never return from this journey. Ring the bell and summon all disciples of the 9th peak. Liu Yang took a deep breath and said, "What is this for?" The other elder asked, puzzled. "To save the Peak Master, to save the 9th peak." Liu Yang was determined. He gritted his teeth. Although the Peak Master is the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family, this act will surely start an internal struggle within the sect, which according to the sect rules is an unforgivable crime. And without the Peak Master, without the true disciple, are we, the 9th peak, to live under others' noses? His eyes hardened as he took another deep breath, and then he asked loudly, "The Peak Master has been generous to you, me, and to the disciples of the 9th peak. This is a crisis for the 9th peak, and as the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. Do you want to cower here, wringing your hands in regret and being an ungrateful wretch? Or do you want to go with the Peak Master, overturn the main peak, and have a clear conscience regardless of the outcome. Of course, we go together. If not for the Peak Master, I would have died at the hands of my enemies long ago. It's time to repay that kindness? It's just. The other elder quickly replied but then hesitated. If we want to rally the 9th Peak disciples, we need a justifiable cause, right? After all, this is a life-threatening matter. Liu Ying thought it made sense. But for a moment, he really couldn't think of a reason. Jiang Lianyue and the others attacked the main peak to save Jiang Chen. The three were already mad, so even if they had no reason, no one would hold them accountable. Xiao Hong'ai went to save her disciple, no matter which disciple it was, but that could still be justified. But what about him and all the other 9th Peak disciples? Save Jiang Chen? That's a joke, isn't it? Who doesn't know that the 9th Peak has grievances against Jiang Chen? Save Jiang Lianyue and the others? This reason also doesn't hold up. After all, the three are madmen and haven't caused serious consequences, so they shouldn't be severely punished. Save Xiao Hong'ai? This reason is even more far-fetched. After all, Xiao Hong'ai hasn't encountered any trouble yet. We will go to save Lu Lin, Liu Ying said after some thought. Lu Lin? Who is Lu Lin? The other elder was confused. How would I know who he is? Liu Ying glared. When he came to me to complain, I only asked for his name, and I was so angry that I couldn't even remember his face. But this person should be a newly promoted menial disciple of the 9th Peak, and he was also taken to the main peak. I see, saving him is just a pretext. If the other disciples know that our 9th Peak would still stand up even for a mere menial disciple, they will be impassioned and resolute. It's good that you understand. There's no time to lose, so let's move quickly. Alright, grab your weapons and save Lu Lin by overturning the main peak. Above the sect master's hall of the main peak, a figure in red descended like fire in the wind. Her gaze fell upon the sect master's hall below, and the murderous intent in Xiao Hong'ai's eyes intensified. With a flip of her right hand, a red whip appeared in her grasp. This whip was a superior spiritual weapon, but it showed signs of breaking under the influence of her phoenix fire. Taking advantage of the whip's remaining integrity, she swung it behind her, and the whip, originally only a few dozen zhang long, stretched toward the horizon, growing larger and larger. Then, with a fierce downward swing, the phoenix fire enhanced its power. Swoosh! The sound of tearing through the air resounded throughout the entire Juyin sect. Bathed in fire and resembling a dragon with scales like those of a dragon, the whip carried an intense heat as it aimed to crush the great hall below, leaving a trail of red light several dozen zhang wide in the sky. Its momentum was so immense that it seemed to carry the force of heaven and earth, stirring up winds and clouds and making the air tremble. Just as the red whip was about to strike the sect master's hall, a tricolor divine light swirled around, forming a shell-like barrier that protected the hall and repelled the red whip. Coward! Xiao Hong'ai uttered coldly. With another flip of her left hand, an ancient red token engraved with the character, Ju/9, floated. The token slowly ascended, and suddenly, a beam of red light shot out from it and struck the tricolor divine light. In an instant, the divine light faded, and the sect master's hall was exposed once more and appeared extremely vulnerable. Junior sister, the Peak Master's token is not meant to be used like this. As the Juyin sect's 9th Peak's Peak Master, how can you create such chaos for a traitor? While you are still sane, leave at once. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets if I take action. Gu Changqing's voice transmission appeared. Although his words were threatening, Xiao Hong'ai could sense the fear in them. Originally at the fate transformation level of the upper 4 realms, she now carried a hint of the might of heaven and earth after burning her blood to activate her phoenix body. Her combat power was such that not even those in the divine passage realm could withstand her. Not to mention the sect master Gu Changqing, she still had the ability to rescue Jiang Chen even if all the supreme elders appeared. She swung her red whip again, aiming to break the sect master's hall. Leave at once! Leave at once! Leave at once! 12 voices echoed from the Juyin sect's 2nd peak, repeating endlessly. In the moment the voices faded, Xiao Hong'ai had not yet managed to bring her whip down when 12 elders appeared around her. These male and female elders varied in stature but all wore white robes. Merely standing with their hands behind their backs, they exuded an indescribable pressure like towering immovable mountains. Grandfather, your injuries have not yet healed. I advise you to go back and rest, Xiao Hong'ai said while looking directly at one of the elders, her expression still indifferent. Hong'ai, the elder exclaimed in anguish and anger, do you realize what you are doing? I am doing good, Xiao Hong'ai replied. Doing good? You've burned your phoenix blood? As the 9th Peak's Peak Master and this Xiao Ting's granddaughter, you also attacked the main Peak Sect Master's Hall? Is this your idea of doing good? This is rebellion against the sect. The elder asked while suppressing his anger. TLN Xiao Ting is his name. Grandfather, you misunderstand. Xiao Hong'ai shook her head with a myriad of murderous intents flashing through her empty gaze. Since this world does not distinguish between good and evil, then I am doing good. And my goodness lies with Jiang Chen. I will make sure whoever touches him will die. What if I want to deal with Jiang Chen? Xiao Ting countered, his voice even heavier. Grandfather, you wouldn't want to know the answer, Xiao Hong'ai replied. You. Xiao Ting was so angered that his face turned so pale that he almost spit blood. Have you gone mad? In the end, it was another supreme elder who spoke these words. Mad? Haha, you say I'm mad. Xiao Hong'ai suddenly burst into laughter. She seemed to be laughing. but her numb features and indifferent expression gave off a chilling feeling, making one's scalp tingle. The laughter stopped abruptly. She looked at the Supreme Elder who had just spoken, returning to her indifferent tone, and said with unprecedented calmness, "It's not me who's mad, it's this world." Upon hearing this, all the Supreme Elders fell silent. They had thought that Xiao Hong'ai was acting on impulse when she burned her phoenix blood. Since the phoenix blood devours the heart, it gradually makes one lose their sanity, so when they see Xiao Hong'ai appearing mad, they just want to stop her. But, these words were too familiar, and the last few people who said them indeed went mad. Trap her? Once the blood burning ends, I will take her to see the old ancestor to see if there's any way to reverse this, Xiao Ting finally instructed. Upon hearing this, the other 11 Supreme Elders acted at once. 11 streams of energy converged to form a cage, attempting to imprison Xiao Hong'ai. Screech. The phoenix's cry resounded once more, and the phoenix fire spread from Xiao Hong'ai, instantly burning the approaching cage to ashes. At the same time, her red whip continued to wave, creating a net of red light in the sky. The net, red as fire, covered the heavens like a scorching net, rapidly enveloping the entire Juyan sect and descending swiftly. Wherever it passed, even the air was sliced into a net-like pattern. The drops of phoenix fire falling from the net were like magma, and their mere temperature turned the entire Juyan sect a glowing red. "You lunatic, do you want to destroy the sect?" one of the Supreme Elders exclaimed in disbelief. "You know she's mad, and you still ask," another Supreme Elder retorted. "Below the upper 4 realms, anyone who touches this net will die. Anyway, it's within the sect's great formation, so we must join forces to quickly break it. Otherwise, the sect's great disaster will be today." "All right." With that, 11 streaks of light shot up into the sky. Seizing the moment, Xiao Hong'ai swung her red whip once more to strike the sect master's hall. Xiao Ting, who had remained in place, intended to stop her, but his internal injuries erupted under the influence of the scorching phoenix fire, and although he could still move, he was a beat too slow. The next second, boom, the red whip struck the sect master's hall. The hall, built of jade stones and engraved with several defensive formations, was instantly split in two by the whip. Then it collapsed to both sides, revealing a group of people inside who were stunned as if turned to stone. Among them, Xiao Hong'ai saw Gu Changqing, Li Faju, and also Jiang Chen. She and Jiang Chen looked at each other across the space. She smiled. Her smile was natural and charming. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, looked at her blankly while rubbing his eyes continuously and even pinching himself a couple of times. "Disciple, master will take you away. Let's leave this Juyan sect. From now on, we can go wherever we want," Xiao Hong'ai said softly. Xiao Ting blocked her path just as she was about to move towards Jiang Chen. The smile on her face vanished instantly, and she said indifferently again, "Grandfather, let me take Jiang Chen away. Isn't this what you and the Juyan sect wish for? I can fulfill your desires today." "Hong'ai, calm down." Xiao Ting's eyes were filled with sorrow, and tears glistened in his old eyes. He coaxed her like one would a child, gently persuading her, "Hong'ai, burning blood is okay. The old ancestor will surely have a way to save you. It's also okay if the phoenix blood devours your heart, you can surely suppress it with willpower, and going mad isn't a problem either. Grandpa can go and snatch some more 9 abyss soul embryos, but you must not walk down a path of no return." Perhaps sensing the affection in his words, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Xiao Hong'ai's beautiful eyes, but she still shook her head. Looking directly at her grandfather, she softly said, "Grandpa, on the path of no return, having him is enough." Moments earlier, the disciples swarmed out after the bell of the 9th peak tolled loudly. They carried various spiritual weapons and rushed towards the location of the main peak, engaging in battle with the elders and disciples of the main peak. The disciples of the 9th peak were high in spirit and fearless of life and death. In contrast, the elders and disciples of the main peak were bewildered, each of them stunned like petrified chickens. By the time they regained their senses and prepared to resist, they were knocked unconscious. Before passing out, an elder of the main peak vaguely heard the leading Lu Ying shout, "Grab your weapons and save Lu Lin by overturning the main peak." Oh! Upon hearing this, the disciples of the 9th peak surged forward with even more vigor. F***ck, who is Lu Lin? I do not know. That elder of the main peak passed out with his eyes wide open. 9th Peak's great elder Lu Yang, along with a group of 9th Peak elders, were battling fiercely against the elders of the main peak. Although it was called a fierce battle, it was actually just taking advantage of their unpreparedness and the chaos to launch surprise attacks. Lu Wen and Lu Wu, the two brothers who were Jiang Chen's followers, led the other disciples in knocking out any main peak disciple they encountered. Their movements became more and more practiced and smooth as flowing water. Thus, an internal struggle within the sect unfolded. By the time the elders and disciples of the main peak came to their senses and prepared to resist with full force, they found that most of their own people had already been knocked unconscious. Lu Yang took the lead and charged into the sect master's hall. At this moment, the sect master's hall had been torn apart, looking like ruins. Gu Changqing sat dumbfounded on the sect master's throne, while Jiang Chen, looking up at Xiao Hong'ai in the sky, was full of question marks. Affected by the previous attack, Li Faju and the others from the Hall of Enforcement lay on the side with weak breath while vomiting blood. They saw Gu Changqing's face as dark as charcoal as if he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Liu Yang intended to be tactful and explain the purpose of their visit first, but before he could speak, save Lu Lin, overturn the main peak. Lu Wen and Lu Wu, the two brothers, raised their swords and shouted. With these words, the disciples of the ninth peak, emboldened by Xiao Hongai's presence in the sky, surged forward once again. They dared not lay hands on Gu Changqing, but they fought fiercely with the others in the hall. In a corner, Lu Lin wept bitterly as he witnessed this scene. He had not expected that he would receive so much attention even though he was a mere menial disciple. Just being brought to the sect master's hall for questioning had prompted all the elders and disciples of the ninth peak to come to his rescue. At first, he thought Xiao Hong'ai had come to save Jiang Chen, but now he realized it was all for him. What merit did he have? He felt so unworthy. At this moment, those ninth peak disciples fighting for him were no longer just fellow sect members but his brothers who would follow him through life and death. He stood up suddenly with a resolute gaze. He quickly walked towards Lu Wen and Lu Wu, the nearest to him, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he said, "Broth, get out of the way." Lu Wen threw him aside, landing him on a broken stone wall. Lu Lin was just a lower four-realm disciple and had already been shaken by Li Fage's vital energy, causing his blood to flow in reverse. Now being thrown so forcefully, he almost passed out upon hitting the ground. In a daze, he heard the phrase again, "Save Lu Lin, overturn the main peak." Looking towards the voice, he was moved again because the speaker was the ninth peak's great elder, Liu Yang. He struggled to his feet and staggered towards Liu Yang, still with tears in his eyes. "Great elder. This one got away, take this." A ninth peak disciple suddenly rushed out and knocked him unconscious with a palm strike. Liu Yang glanced at Lu Lin and blinked. This person looked somewhat familiar, and the voice seemed to have been heard somewhere. Before he could recall in detail, ninth peak must be punished. Gu Changqing stood up, his voice like a vengeful ghost. As he rose, a powerful upper fourth realm aura burst forth from his body and spread all around. Any ninth peak disciple who came into contact with it rolled their eyes back and instantly fell unconscious. Liu Yang sensed trouble and quickly said, "Sect Master, please calm your anger. Since the day ninth peak was established, it has stood independent from the other peaks and handled its own affairs. Today, we must take Lu Lin back even if we have violated the sect rules." Hearing this, Gu Changqing glanced at Lu Lin, who lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious but still looking puzzled, and then his mouth twitched. To the people of ninth peak, he was nothing. First, Jiang Lianyue and the other two lunatics came to attack, and he had just captured these three lunatics when Xiao Hong'ai destroyed his sect master's hall. Now, Liu Yang and all the disciples of the ninth peak were treating him like a fool and blatantly lying to his face. He could no longer bear it. There was no need for patience. Today, he would unleash a massacre. The aura on Gu Changqing's body continued to rise, dense and suffocating. Seeing this, the people of ninth peak swallowed hard. At this moment, they could only pin their hopes on Xiao Hong'ai, hoping she could quickly break free from the Supreme Great Elder and come to their aid. Liu Yang quickly glanced at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. Above, the Supreme Great Elder who had been blocking Xiao Hong'ai had already disappeared, and that familiar figure in red was rapidly approaching. Steady? Liu Yang's confidence surged. Before burning the phoenix blood, Xiao Hong'ai's combat power was not as good as Gu Changqing's. But now, with the phoenix body activated, she could easily overpower him. "Sect Master, why don't we both take a step back? You hand over Lu Lin to us, and we will leave. How about that?" Liu Yang tried to negotiate. Gu Changqing's mouth twitched again. Seeing him silent, Liu Yang added another sentence, "Or, shall we repair your sect master's hall for you?" Gu Changqing's killing intent grew even stronger. This made Liu Yang frown and he said, "Sect master, although the other peak masters have not appeared, they must be paying attention to what's happening here. If you are defeated by the ninth peak's main force under everyone's gaze, it will damage your dignity." "Dignity? You talk to me about dignity?" Gu Changqing's forehead veins bulged as he loudly retorted, "In front of your ninth peak, when has this sect master ever had any dignity?" Liu Yang was left speechless by the retort. And just then, Xiao Hong'ai descended from the sky. Gu Changqing clenched his fists, his expression even darker. Despite being extremely angry, despite being so enraged that he was about to lose his sanity, he indeed could not act as Liu Yang had said. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiao Hong'ai landed and walked towards Jiang Chen. She retracted her murderous aura and the phoenix fire. With tears in her eyes, she walked, then quickened her pace, and finally ran up and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Clinging tightly to Jiang Chen, her shoulders trembled non-stop. It took her a long time to finally choke out, "Jiang Chen, I've missed you. Master, this is too sudden." Jiang Chen was also close to tears. Another one has gone mad, and it's his beautiful master. What is he supposed to do now? In this life, he still wanted to take Xiao Hong'ai's physical body and seal it within an object for 100 years to avoid a fatal end. But now, it seems unnecessary. Has he already accomplished most of his goals for this life? After all, according to his deduction, those driven mad would develop a strong aversion to Lin Feng, which could also prevent the fatal end, right? The only problem is that Xiao Hong'ai has burned Phoenix blood and will completely lose her sanity. But he has Phoenix essence blood. TLN, Systems Reward in Chapter 97. As long as he integrates it with Xiao Hong'ai, not only can he prevent this, but he can also turn her into a true Phoenix body. From then on, she will no longer suffer from the phoenix blood's devouring effect. There's no need to worry about her madness for now, it can wait. Having experienced 9 cycles of reincarnation, he knows of many heaven-defying items that can cure madness, and he can fully restore Xiao Hong'ai before ascending. Of course, this is under the premise that he must confirm that after his death, Xiao Hong'ai will no longer harbor any affection for Lin Feng. After all, in the original story, it was 100 years after his death that Lin Feng, unable to ascend, killed people to prove his Dao. This incident has made Jiang Chen even more certain that all this is related to the system. After all, he had just received the Phoenix Essence blood, and right on its heels, Xiao Hong'ai went mad and in dire need of it. This coincidence is just too much. But even so, he would like to say one thing. This time, you did a great job, system. Master, I have the Phoenix, Jiang Chen hurriedly spoke up. Wait a moment, Xiao Hong'ai interrupted. Stepping away from Jiang Chen's embrace, she once again adopted an indifferent demeanor, looking straight at Gu Changqing and said, Are you ready to die? The clear murderous intent made Gu Changqing's heart chill as she spoke these words. He looked up. At this moment, the 11 Supreme Elders were still busy saving their sect. The strongest Supreme Great Elder was also nowhere to be found. He glanced at the phoenix fire on Xiao Hong'ai's body, which had not subsided and seemed to be able to last for quite some time. Forget it. Gu Changqing sighed. Junior sister, you brought this upon yourself. At this moment, I can only ask the old ancestor to leave his coffin and let the old ancestor pass judgment. You have tarnished the reputation of the old ancestor as a paragon of righteousness. Boom. As this sound fell, the entire main peak shook violently, and in an instant, the mountains roared. An elder with white eyebrows emerged from the bottom of the peak. With his physical body, he broke through layers of mountains and directly created a human-shaped hole hundreds of zhang high within the main peak. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he burst forth from the ground, bringing with him a sky full of debris. The elder with white eyebrows stood in midair while holding a coffin in his right hand. He slammed the jade coffin in front of Gu Changqing, raging, Today, I will overturn the main peak. Gu Changqing was instantly dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was also shocked. Though skinny and skeletal, the elder with white eyebrows had a voice like thunder that resonated for several li. Despite being shrouded in the aura of death, his nearly dried-up old eyes contained a burning rage mixed with intense feelings of helplessness, bitterness, and resignation. All of this reminded Jiang Chen of his former self. He was absolutely certain. This old man wanted to defy the heavens. Gu Changqing felt that the old ancestor was wrong. What did he mean by your main peak? Although he was the sect master of the Juyan sect was founded by the old ancestor. Specifically speaking, the owner of the main peak should be the old ancestor, right? The old ancestor had been lying in the jade coffin under the main peak all year round, which was the best proof. This was quite unreasonable. The appearance of the Juyan old ancestor made Xiao Hong'ai subconsciously shrink her neck. Obviously, even though she was mad and her heart consumed by phoenix blood, she still respected and feared the old ancestor. Directly insulting him was something she only dared to vent about in the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Hong'ai, the floating old ancestor suddenly called out. I'm here. Although her expression was indifferent, Xiao Hong'ai still reflexively tensed up. Seeing Jiang Chen glance at her, she added emotionlessly, Well, what does it matter if I am here or not? The Juyan old ancestor was speechless. Jiang Chen gave his master a thumbs up. What a fierce person. Although this was his first time meeting the Juyan old ancestor in 9 cycles of reincarnation, through the original story, he naturally knew how formidable this dying old man was. Let's not talk about how many years the Juyan old ancestor had lived, that's just one point. The Juyan old ancestor was the only cultivator in the central domain who was above the 4 upper realms. Don't be fooled by the old man's appearance of being close to death. If he really started fighting, the old ancestors of the other sects in the central domain wouldn't stand a chance even if they're tied together. In the original story, the Juyan old ancestor took action twice. The first time was before the end of his life. After Jiang Chen was expelled from his sect, Lin Feng's growth accelerated. While continuously gaining opportunities, he also made enemies everywhere, leading the Juyan sect to be gradually isolated by the other righteous sects of the central domain. Worried about the sect's potential destruction after his death, the Juyan old ancestor began to scheme. He first feigned death to deceive various demonic sects, leading 10 sects to attack. At the critical moment, he suddenly came back to life, severely injuring the old ancestors of the myriad Dao demon sect, ghost controlling sect, and other 10 demonic sects with one move. His wild laughter echoed throughout the central domain. This battle also drastically reduced his lifespan. The second time was after his death. After confirming his demise several times, the vengeful demonic sects almost came out in full force while the righteous sects watched indifferently. Little did they know that although the Juyan old ancestor had died, he left behind a remnant soul. Although the combat power of that remnant soul was not as strong as when he was alive and not conscious, it only took a few moves to severely injure all the demonic sect old ancestors and even kill several. That battle greatly weakened the strength of the central domain demonic sects. Although they believed that the Juyan old ancestor should be completely dead this time, to be on the safe side, the demonic sects no longer dared to attack in full force. Instead, they changed their strategy and gradually ousted the Juyan sect from the ranks of the top sects in the central domain. However, this also brought enough time for Lin Feng's growth and the Juyin sect's resurgence. Undeniably, the Juyin old ancestor was a great figure in the central domain, but Jiang Chen did not admire him before. Because this Juyin old ancestor was originally a cultivator from the upper domain, the path of cultivation is such that to advance is to live and to retreat is to die. Juyin old ancestor's move from the upper domain to the central domain was already a resignation, having lost the will to ascend and only wishing to cling to life. But now, he felt he was wrong. Because the eyes of this old man were set on defying the heavens? He was not the kind of person who just wanted to cling to life as he had thought. In fact, Jiang Chen did have some fondness for the Juyin old ancestor. After all, hoping to protect him, the Jiang family would not have been able to make him a disciple of the Juyin sect if not for the Juyin old ancestor's approval. He believes the Juyin old ancestor was very clear about the risks involved. Furthermore, in the original story, the Juyin old ancestor and Jiang Chen's father had fought side by side, so there was some camaraderie. Indeed, in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, the Juyin old ancestor had never really looked after Jiang Chen, but compared to those who always misunderstood and blamed him, it was already much better. Besides, Jiang Chen was also puzzled. The character setting of this Juyin old ancestor was a bit off. According to the original story, the Juyin old ancestor was calm as still water, unaffected by honor or disgrace and as untroubled as a deep well, but at this moment, thinking of this, Jiang Chen glanced at the Juyin old ancestor again. His aura was still volatile, and he was puffing his beard and glaring. Especially after hearing Xiao Hongai's words, Juyin old ancestor's white eyebrows trembled slightly, and his white beard and his chest kept heaving. He was the spitting image of an irritable old man? Could he have gone mad too? Is the poisonous buff added by the system so powerful that it could drive even a man of iron will like Juyin old ancestor insane? Jiang Chen thought to himself. Perhaps sensing that Jiang Chen was looking at him with a strange expression, the Juyin old ancestor fell silent for a while, feeling that he indeed needed to compose himself. But he was furious. Although only a few moments had passed in the real world, his lifespan had been directly reduced by several years. After 4 times, he now had only a few years left to live. He might die even earlier in this life than in the previous 9. Despite this, he didn't blame Jiang Chen because his life was already nearing its end. In fact, he would die content if he could learn the truth of this world before dying. But was there really a need for him to watch it over and over again? He hadn't done anything bad. The first few times were bearable, but this time, he had to watch his descendants go mad and be scolded by Xiao Hongai. Had anyone considered the feelings of an old man on the brink of death? If it weren't for his truly resilient nature, he might have actually gone mad this time. Feelings of grievance, helplessness, and resignation surged in the heart of the Juyin old ancestor. He wanted to communicate with Jiang Chen, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only sigh and turn his head after a bout of swallowing his words. Then he glanced at Jiang Chen again and sighed, repeating this more than 10 times. You must be seriously ill. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. He was very experienced with the state, actions, and words of those driven mad. A madman would never hesitate to speak like this, looking aggrieved like a wronged little wife. Therefore, the Juyin old ancestor probably wasn't insane, but he was definitely sick. Jiang Chen, I have fought side by side with your father and shared a brotherly bond, the Juyin old ancestor finally spoke. My father has mentioned this, Jiang Chen replied with a composed expression. After you became a disciple of the Juyin sect, although I spent most of my time in a feigned slumber, I had instructed others not to be overly harsh or biased against you, the Juyin old ancestor spoke again. Jiang Chen knew about this from the original story and nodded in thanks. As the old ancestor of the Juyin sect and with my life nearing its end, I cannot be partial. Everything must be done according to the sect's rules, the Juyin old ancestor continued. Sect rules? These 2 words made Jiang Chen frown. Suddenly, he found the old man before him less agreeable. Because in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, everyone who mentioned the sect rules to him wanted to punish him. Does the old ancestor mean that my crime is unforgivable and must be severely punished? Jiang Chen asked in return. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing, who was still in a dazed state, immediately brightened up. Xiao Hongai's beautiful eyes flashed with anger again. The elders and disciples of the 9th peak looked solemn and trembled with fear. Everyone understood that if the Juyin old ancestor personally punished Jiang Chen, no one could resist. Under the watchful eyes of all. No, what I mean is. The Juyin old ancestor took a deep breath and said earnestly, would you be willing to take me as your master and, from then on, be above the sect rules, with no one else qualified to punish you except for me? These words shocked everyone. Gu Changqing was confused again. If this were true, then Jiang Chen would leap from being a true disciple of the 9th peak to a true disciple of the old ancestor. In terms of seniority, he would be even higher. Xiao Hongai was utterly unwilling. She knew she had been a negligent master, but even the old ancestor couldn't compete with her for her disciple. Just as the phoenix fire on her body flared up again, intending to take Jiang Chen and run away. Hongai, your filial piety has deeply moved me, the Juyin old ancestor murmured softly with a poetic tone. As he spoke, the phoenix fire on Xiao Hongai's body extinguished itself, retracting rapidly as if encountering a natural predator. She stood frozen in place as if imprisoned by the world, unable to move. Looking at the equally shocked Jiang Chen, the Juyin old ancestor smiled with satisfaction, feeling assured. At this moment, he was all in to help Jiang Chen, an act no less than defying the heavens. He believed that he wouldn't have to witness the 9 cycles of reincarnation anymore. After all, that mysterious power must have wanted to use him to help Jiang Chen, not to drive himself mad. Once the goal was achieved, there was no reason or logic to force him to watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation with his life on the line. Perfect. The Juyan old ancestor stroked his beard and nodded, feeling it was a smart move. Seeing the Juyan old ancestor staring straight at him, sometimes smiling and sometimes nodding, Jiang Chen became even more convinced that the old man was ill. The plot was collapsing. Neither in the original story nor in the 9 cycles of reincarnation had there ever been a plot where the Juyan old ancestor wanted to take him as a disciple. There was something wrong with the old ancestor's character setting. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had gotten used to the collapsing plot. After a brief shock, he replied, "No matter what happens and no matter the outcome, my master is only Xiao Hong'ai." These words once again silenced everyone. Standing still, Xiao Hong'ai was incredibly moved. No matter how many lives, no matter how negligent she had been as a master, her eldest disciple had never given up on her. This further confirmed her decision to take Jiang Chen away from the Juyan sect. Although the old ancestor's behavior was somewhat abnormal, she really didn't want Jiang Chen to continue staying in this place full of misunderstandings. As for Lin Feng, she would find another way to deal with him. The elders and disciples of the 9th peak still looked at Jiang Chen unfavorably, but at least at this moment, they admired him. This was an incredible opportunity for a cultivator, yet Jiang Chen had directly refused. With his actions, he embodied the saying, "Once a master, always a master." It was also worth it for Xiao Hong'ai, who would rather burn her own phoenix blood to save him. Gu Changqing, however, was skeptical, thinking that Jiang Chen must be up to some trick. As for the Juyan old ancestor, he wasn't surprised by Jiang Chen's response. He knew better than anyone the deep bond between Xiao Hong'ai and Jiang Chen, the master and disciple. The reason he offered to take a disciple was simply to make a statement. A statement for Jiang Chen to see, as well as for that mysterious power helping Jiang Chen. Moreover, if this matter spread, it would also have a deterrent effect, preventing the sect's higher UPS from arbitrarily punishing Jiang Chen. Well then, I, as the old ancestor, indeed have no reason to snatch a disciple from the younger generation, the Juyan old ancestor conceded readily. He closed his eyes slightly and then said, "Everyone, leave the main peak." Although they did not understand why, the crowd hurriedly left. Regaining the ability to move, Xiao Hong'ai wanted to take Jiang Chen and leave the Juyan sect immediately. But just as she was about to act, she realized that the phoenix fire within her had disappeared, and her consciousness became blurry. "Jiang Chen, let's return to the 9th peak first," she said while struggling to hide her discomfort. "Okay." Jiang Chen had no objections. The master and disciple walked side by side in silence. As they walked, Jiang Chen noticed something was off. The aura belonging to Xiao Hong'ai suddenly vanished, leaving only a scorching residue. He stopped abruptly and turned his head to look. Xiao Hong'ai stared blankly ahead, his expressionless face and hollow eyes resembling those of a puppet. Occasionally, trails of phoenix fire would rise from her pale skin. Jiang Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew that the time of blood burning had ended. At this moment, Xiao Hong'ai had completely lost her consciousness and reduced to a mere vessel for the phoenix blood. Yet, even so, if he walked, Xiao Hong'ai would follow. If he stopped, Xiao Hong'ai would stop as well. It was an instinct. An instinct that seemed to have taken countless years to develop. Sigh. Jiang Chen let out a long breath and took a step forward, lifting Xiao Hong'ai up with both hands. "Master, I'll take you back," he whispered softly. Xiao Hong'ai couldn't hear him. Though she couldn't hear him, she still instinctively rested her head against Jiang Chen's body. The next second, Jiang Chen stepped on an azure lotus, shortening 3 steps into 2, and in an instant, he left the main peak to head toward the 9th peak. Behind him followed a group of 9th peak elders and disciples, chasing after him as if injected with adrenaline. "Jiang Chen, this is an act of impropriety. Put down the master of the 9th peak at once," the great elder of the 9th peak Liu Yang shouted as he pursued. Suddenly, boom, a thunderous noise that shook the heavens and the earth erupted. Liu Yang and the others were startled by the sound and stopped to look back. What they saw left them as if they had seen a ghost. The main peak, hundreds of feet tall, had somehow detached itself from the ground and was slowly rising into the air, bringing with it countless rocks and soil, instantly filling the sky with dust and smoke. Then, boom, another earth-shattering noise, even more violent than the last. When the dust settled, everyone could see clearly. The main peak had fallen. It lay overturned on the ground as if it had been flipped over. "As I always keep my word, it must be overturned since I said I would overturn the main peak," the voice of the Juyang ancestor came. Gulp. Liu Yang and the others swallowed hard. Too brutal, too impulsive. That was the main peak, hundreds of zhang tall and the face of the sect. And now, old ancestor had overturned it just like that? The most shocked were the sect master Gu Changqing and the others from the main peak who had just woken up from their daze. They stood dumbfounded, their hair disheveled by the hurricane caused by the overturning of the peak. The only question in their minds was, with the main peak gone, where should they go? Although the Juyan sect had other unnamed peaks, without exception, all were barren. Were they supposed to sleep on the streets until the reconstruction was complete? Suddenly, 11 figures of supreme elders appeared in front of Gu Changqing. In fact, the sky-covering red net capable of destroying the sect had already been shattered by the supreme elders. They had not shown themselves earlier because the old ancestor had emerged from his coffin, and they dared not steal the limelight from the old ancestor. But at this moment, the main peak had been overturned by the old ancestor. This was a huge deal. One of the supreme elders, with a stern face, pointed at Gu Changqing's nose and scolded loudly, "What on earth have you done as the sect master to enrage the old ancestor to this extent?" I don't know either, Gu Changqing said with a look of grievance. Right now, he still didn't know what he had done wrong. As the sect master, he only wanted to help the sect eliminate hidden dangers and show his worth. That's why he had Jiang Chen arrested and questioned after obtaining conclusive evidence. But now, the main peak was gone, and so was the Hall of Enforcement. Was he wrong? Glancing at the overturned main peak, Gu Changqing felt that he must have been wrong. But the question was, where exactly did he go wrong? Blinking blankly, Gu Changqing began to doubt his life. The only thing he was sure of now was that he had underestimated the ninth peak. He had thought that the ninth peak had only 3 madmen. Little did he know, there was an even crazier master of the ninth peak, as well as the equally abnormal elders and disciples of the ninth peak. In short, there was not a single normal person in the ninth peak. They were all madmen. Just as this thought settled, the voice of the Juyan old ancestor emerged in everyone's minds again. Li Faju has overcorrected, harshly punished the sect's genius, and is stripped of his position as the elder of the Hall of Enforcement and Sword Peak. Gu Changqing has failed in his duties, to be imprisoned in the sect's dungeon for over a month. The Hall of Enforcement is the foundation of the sect and must not be neglected. From now on, Jiang Chen, the first true disciple of the ninth peak, will take over the Hall of Enforcement. No one is to interfere with the affairs of the ninth peak. Violators will be expelled from the sect. The entire Juyan sect was filled with question marks. Jiang Chen taking over the Hall of Enforcement? What kind of joke was this? Those who object will also be expelled from the sect, the Juyan old ancestor said again. After a brief silence, apart from the ninth peak, the peak masters, elders, and disciples of the other peaks bowed and shouted in unison. We will respectfully comply with the old ancestor's decree. In the future, I must stay away from those madmen of the ninth peak, Gu Changqing decided in his heart as the corner of his mouth twitched. Li Faju woke up from unconsciousness. He lay beside the overturned main peak, surrounded by still unconscious disciples of the Hall of Enforcement. Just now, he had heard the command of the Juyan old ancestor and lay there stupefied. Upon waking, he had gone from the lofty elder in charge of the Hall of Enforcement to an ordinary disciple of the Juyan sect. Overcorrected? He had lived a life of integrity, upholding righteousness, and had never overcorrected. It must be because of Jiang Chen. Li Faju clenched his teeth with a deep hatred emerging in his heart. He had heard that the old ancestor had a close relationship with the Jiang family's head, but he never expected that the old ancestor, who always followed the righteous path, would also act so protectively and defensively. If he had known, he would have directly slain Jiang Chen. Even if he were to be punished for it, it would have been worth it to remove a cancer from the sect. Not a loss at all. Suddenly, Li Faju remembered Ma Wu. The two shared the same ideals, and Ma Wu had often expressed that to uphold justice, one must be prepared to tarnish one's own feathers. Li Faju did not agree with this. After all, in his view, how can the enforcers correct others if they themselves are not upright? But at this moment, he understood Ma Wu's good intentions. He realized that this was a different level of justice. It's never too late. Li Faju squinted his eyes while muttering to himself, Xiao Hong'ai would rather go mad than not protect Gim, and old ancestor similarly showed favoritism. Only a thunderous strike can purify the sect and uphold the righteous path. Being unable to control the Hall of Enforcement anymore is actually a good thing. From now on, he will no longer be restrained and can use any means necessary to deal with Jiang Chen. If necessary, he would strike him down with the force of thunder. He was not afraid, even if the consequence was death and the destruction of his path. Having regained his conviction, Li Faju prepared to get up, but then his brow furrowed. The injuries he had sustained this time were extremely severe. When Xiao Hong'ai used the red whip to break the sect master's hall, he bore the brunt of it, facing the phoenix fire head-on. At this moment, not only were his limbs and meridians broken, but his core formation also had several cracks due to the influence of the phoenix fire. His strength as a peak heavenly origin realm swordsman could hardly be utilized to even a tenth of its capacity in the short term. Fortunately, he was within the sect, which was relatively safe. As long as he waited for the other disciples of the Hall of Enforcement to wake up, they could move him to a quiet place where he could heal himself. If he took high-level medicinal pills, he could recover within a month. With nothing else to do, Li Faju's thoughts turned to Ma Wu. He and Ma Wu had always had a good relationship. They occasionally drank together, shared their ambitions, and swore never to coexist with evil in this life. But right now, Ma Wu had died at the hands of Jiang Chen, and even his ashes had been stolen a few days ago, ending in utter tragedy. This made Li Faju's heart ache, and his loathing for Jiang Chen intensified. Elder Ma, I will inherit your will and help the Juyan sect eradicate the cancer that is Jiang Chen, Li Faju whispered fiercely. Suddenly, he noticed some movement beside him and immediately turned to look. A few zhang away from him, a disciple dressed in Juyan sect attire was lying with his back to him, seemingly slowly regaining consciousness. You, come over and help me, Li Fazio called out urgently. Hearing this, the disciple indeed sat up and turned around. This person's features were somewhat familiar, and with a bit of recollection, Li Fazio called out his name. Lu Lin? Why are you, a ninth peak person, passed out here? This was a question Lu Lin also wanted to ask. He had repeatedly recalled and certain he hadn't misheard that people from the ninth peak should have come to save him. But from the current situation, it seemed like he had been forgotten. Enough talk, take me to Sword Peak first. I need to heal as soon as possible, Li Fazio said again. All right, Lu Lin nodded. But after trying for a while, he found that he couldn't muster any strength due to repeated attacks. Helplessly, Lu Lin said, Elder, please wait a bit longer. Since we woke up here, someone must have moved us down from the main peak, and that person should come back to check on us. Li Fazio glanced at the overturned main peak and nodded, thinking it made sense. Without someone's help, he would have been thrown to the ground with the peak, putting his life in danger. And to rescue so many disciples of the Hall of Enforcement at once, the rescuer must be like him, a person with justice in their heart. Such a person would not abandon them here. With this thought, Li Fazio was no longer anxious and quietly waited. After a while, Elderly, someone's coming, and there's a beast with them, Lu Lin called out excitedly. Li Fazio breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to ask Lu Lin to seek help, he heard the latter say, it's the true disciple of Ninth Peak? Indeed, Ninth Peak hasn't forgotten me. They've come to save me. Li Fazio's heart skipped a beat. A true disciple of Ninth Peak? And with a beast? Could it be? He gritted his teeth and turned his head to look in the direction Lu Lin was pointing. At this glance, he panicked. Indeed, it was Qingning, along with that big white tiger. He clearly remembered that last time in the Hengduan mountain range, Qingning had threatened to bury him alive. Normally, Li Fazio would not be afraid. But now, not only was he powerless to resist, but due to the main peak being overturned, there was no one else around except Lu Lin to stop them. In such a situation, he feared he would be done for if Qingning really went crazy. Lu Lin, take me and run, Li Fazio called out urgently. Senior Sister Qingning, Elderly from the Hall of Enforcement and I are here. Before he could finish, Lu Lin had already started shouting excitedly. Li Fazio was at a loss for words. And upon hearing this, Qingning and Xiaobai indeed quickly approached. A woman and a white tiger looked at the dark-faced Li Fazio with satisfied smiles. Qingning, I did well, right? I saved all these people from the Hall of Enforcement, Xiaobai boasted. Xiaobai is really amazing, but this time we only need to bury this Li Fazio, Qingning praised. Why? Because eldest senior brother is now in charge of the Hall of Enforcement, and he needs people under him. I see, you've thought this through. We shouldn't delay. Let's take Li Fazio away quickly. I saw Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai, those two lunatics, also looking for him. What? Those two lunatics got out too? Then let's hurry. The following conversation was lost to Li Fazio, because as the last sentence fell, he was knocked unconscious by a spiritual shovel. Before passing out, he seemed to hear the sound of Lu Lin being terrified. And when he woke up again, Li Fazio found himself in a clearing overgrown with weeds and surrounded by dead trees and broken branches, lying in a freshly dug deep pit. Next to him was another deep pit, which had been Ma Wu's grave. Li Fazio could never have imagined. He had just inherited Ma Wu's will, and now he was about to join Ma Wu. At this moment, he was buried halfway by Zaijian blood soil and couldn't move. His core formation was completely shattered, presumably because Qingning feared he would resist, so she destroyed his core formation. Under normal circumstances, Qingning would not have been able to destroy his core formation, but unfortunately, he was already severely injured, and his core formation was cracked. Kind niece Qingning. AHH. Li Fazio tried to communicate, but before he could finish, he was knocked unconscious again by Qingning's shovel. Qingning, your technique is getting more and more refined, Xiaobai complimented. Xiaobai, you're not bad either. You're no longer easily startled, Qingning also praised. With that, the woman and the tiger exchanged smiles. Sigh. After Qingning and Xiaobai left, Juya Old Ancestor appeared in front of Li Fazio's grave, letting out a long sigh. He waved his right hand lightly. The mound of Zaijian blood soil, heavy as 1,000 jin, seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, scattering to the sides like flowing sand. He swept his sleeve again. Li Fazio floated out of the deep pit on his own, landing at his feet. At this moment, Li Fazio was weak and faint, but the relief of seeing daylight again brought him back from unconsciousness. Old Ancestor, Li Fazio's voice was slightly choked. He tried to get up to pay his respects, but due to his serious injuries and the collapse of his core formation, he was unable to move. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. Old Ancestor, was I wrong? After a long time, Li Fazio finally spoke. Upon hearing this, the Juyan Old Ancestor let out another long sigh. Were Li Fazio and Gu Changqing wrong? Yes and no. They were wrong because they were blinded, used by the heavens, and became unwitting tools to aid Lin Fang. But they were not wrong. Gu Changqing, as the sect master of Juyan sect, wanted to rid the sect of hidden dangers, which was right. Acting on conclusive evidence to take Jiang Chen to task was also not wrong. Li Fazio was upright and in charge of the Hall of Enforcement. From his perspective, punishing disciples who violated sect rules and endangered the sect was reasonable. In this life, as in the previous 9 reincarnations, neither of them acted like Ma Wu, who, under the guise of justice, resorted to unscrupulous means to frame Jiang Chen. Perhaps before being buried alive, Li Faju had such thoughts. But that was just an act of desperation when he felt that justice was not served. Understanding all this, Jiang Chen, although he detested them, never harbored the intention to kill them. Originally, Juyan Old Ancestor did not want to get involved, but Li Faju had indeed served the sect with dedication. Even if death was the only redemption, it should not be at the hands of the heavens' manipulation. Li Faju, what do you think of Qingning? The Juyan Old Ancestor asked. After pondering for a moment, Li Faju replied, Qingning, before her madness, was innocent, kind, and lovable. After her madness, it's regrettable. What about Lin Mubai and Jiang Lianyue? Lin Mubai, with his innate Dao bone, was cultured and elegant before his madness, a true gentleman. Jiang Lianyue had the demeanor of an empress, cold as frost on the outside but warm at heart, also before the madness. After their madness, both are equally regrettable. And what of my unfilial descendant, Xiao Hong'ai, 9th Peak's master? After choosing his words carefully, Li Faju spoke the truth. She is a pitiful person. Your pity, is it because of Hong'ai's postnatal phoenix body, which left her lonely from a young age, or because she took in a rebellious disciple and yet continuously showed favoritism? The Juyan Old Ancestor countered. Both. The Juyan Old Ancestor fell silent and shook his head. From his high vantage point, his eyes slightly closed, and although his voice was soft, it exploded in Li Faju's mind like thunderous Dao sounds. Li Faju, you have gone mad, yet you do not know it. Li Faju's eyes widened in shock. He had gone mad? He felt nothing of the sort. But how could he dare to question the old ancestor's words? Qingning repeatedly buries people alive, Lin Mubai chops people down at a word, Jiang Lianyue blows up the sect if slightly displeased, and my unfilial descendant Hong'ai almost destroyed the sect this time. The evil deeds of these 3 are worse than Jiang Chen's, and although mad, they still pose a great danger. Why do you only feel sadness for her? The Juyan Old Ancestor questioned. This, Li Faju was at a loss for words. Why are you lenient towards people like Jiang Lianyue but have no tolerance for Jiang Chen? The Juyan Old Ancestor pressed with a second question. His nature is vile. Li Faju replied instantly. Is that so? Juyan Old Ancestor scoffed. There are countless people of vile nature in the world. Why do you single out Jiang Chen? I am doing it for the sect. Jiang Chen will surely bring disaster to the sect. Li Faju replied immediately. If it's for the sect, then why do you turn a blind eye when Jiang Lianyue and others have already brought disaster to the sect? The Juyan Old Ancestor asked a third time. Li Faju was again speechless as if struck by lightning. In the end, the conversation came full circle. And at this moment, he could no longer justify himself. The atmosphere turned silent instantly. Li Faju's mind was a mess, filled with countless thoughts. It took him a long while before he finally asked in panic, Old Ancestor, have I really gone mad? Think about the evil deeds Jiang Chen has done, the Juyan Old Ancestor replied. Li Faju nodded, and the image of Jiang Chen pushing his fellow disciples off the cliff came to mind. Then, he was immediately so angry that he gritted his teeth and couldn't control himself. Now think if the same thing were done by another disciple of the Juyan sect, the Juyan Old Ancestor continued. After exhaling a breath of air, Li Faju calmed his mind. The same scene, the same deed, just done by someone else. He only frowned. Although still angry, it was far from the uncontrollable, extreme rage he felt before. At this moment, Li Faju was completely panicked. Something was wrong? He himself was not right. Seeing that the time was right, the Juyan Old Ancestor finally made his point. Li Faju, your obsession with justice has driven you mad without your knowledge? Do you think I emerged from the coffin to favor Jiang Chen? Wrong? Very wrong. I did it to save you, to save Gu Changxing, and to save the sect. It's like that? And the sect master has also gone mad. Li Faju's mind trembled. Exactly, the Juyan Old Ancestor sighed deeply. Changqing's madness is deeper, but you can still be saved. It's not too late. With that, he added, before you were buried alive, you thought of emulating Ma Wu and using any means to achieve your goal. This is a sign of deepening madness? Don't deny it because I heard it. Boom. These words exploded in Li Faju's mind like thunder. Indeed, how could he have such thoughts? If he was not righteous himself, how could he correct others? Wasn't this what he had always stood for? Although he didn't feel it, although he still didn't want to admit it. But unable to justify himself, and with the Juyan Old Ancestor's words making sense, Li Faju had to admit. He seemed to have really gone mad. Old Ancestor, I beg you to save me. Li Faju pleaded loudly. I will not give up on you. The Juyan Old Ancestor said as he crouched down and patted his shoulder, earnestly advising, your madness stems from the justice in your heart. To recover, you must. Must I abandon justice? Old Ancestor, I can't do that. Li Faju interrupted. Not abandon justice, but to interpret and uphold the justice in your heart in another way. The Juyan Old Ancestor shook his head. For example, through enlightenment. Enlightenment. Yes, enlightenment. If you encounter Jiang Chen doing evil in the future, reform him instead of punishing him. Continue this for a few decades, and your madness should be cured. This. Li Faju hesitated again. Seeing this, the Juyan Old Ancestor frowned and scolded. Li Faju, this is your only chance? Your obsession with justice was born from Jiang Chen, and only by doing this can you overcome your madness. I understand. Taking a deep breath, Li Faju said with determination, Old ancestor, your words have been enlightening. A child that can be taught indeed, the Juyan old ancestor said with a satisfied smile. He didn't go through all that talking for nothing. He finally managed to hoodwink them successfully. He felt quite helpless too. To think that he, the venerable old ancestor of the Juyan sect, had to resort to such trickery. But he couldn't just stand by and watch as Li Faju and these so-called upholders of justice made life difficult for Jiang Chen at every turn, eventually causing chaos in the Juyan sect. Could he? Old ancestor, why do I feel like your smile is a bit strange? Is this also an influence of the madness? Li Faju suddenly asked. The Juyan old ancestor immediately reined in his smile and countered, what do you think? It must be the influence of the madness. Li Faju nodded incessantly. Good that you know. Juyan old ancestor glared at him, tossed him a broken core formation, and turned to leave. Where are you headed, old ancestor? Li Faju asked instinctively. To the sex prison. After all, Gu Changqing is the sect master of the Juyan sect. Even though he is deeper into madness, I must go and save him. I see, old ancestor, you have worked hard. Ninth Peak, Cloud Soaring Hall. Jiang Chen carried Xiao Hong'ai back to the red chamber at the top of the hall and laid her on the bed inside. This was the chamber of the Peak Master, Xiao Hong'ai. The room was not luxurious. It was decorated mainly with red silk, and aside from a few necessities, there was nothing. Jiang Chen gently stroked the spirit ring on his finger. Screech. Accompanied by the cry of a phoenix, a stream of fiery blood emerged from the spirit ring and hovered in the air. The blood seemed alive, slowly flowing through the air. Under its influence, the temperature around surged, and the red glow it emitted bathed the room in a crimson light. Then, a phantom of a female phoenix emerged from the blood. Its cry was like the sound of flutes and drums, its body fiery red with golden feathers mixed into its plumage. Even as a mere phantom, it exuded an extraordinary presence. This blood was the phoenix essence blood. Such above the 9th grade treasure was rare in the world. Neither the Jiang family nor Jiang Chen in his previous 9 reincarnations had ever possessed it. Jiang Chen showed no reluctance but had yet to make a move. He didn't know how to use it. Although he knew it could save Xiao Hong'ai, the original text didn't explain how to use it. Just wait, a sudden voice said from beside him. Startled, Jiang Chen quickly turned his head. What he saw was a gaunt old man with white eyebrows and a beard, Juyan old ancestor. Jiang Chen was speechless and felt like cursing. Right now, he just wanted to ask this old man if he knew anything about respecting privacy. Did he know that scaring people could scare them to death? I just left the sex prison. I was planning to visit the upper domain to see if I could find a treasure that could reverse Hong'ai's state. But to my surprise, you actually have phoenix essence blood, the Juyan old ancestor explained. Jiang Chen nodded and said no more. Although he wanted to be a villain, it depended on the person. The Juyan old ancestor had been kind to Xiao Hong'ai and had never been harsh to him, so there was no need for harsh words. Qingning buried Li Faju alive, but I saved him, the Juyan old ancestor said, looking directly at the phantom of the female phoenix. Jiang Chen said nothing, expressing that he didn't care. As the Juyan old ancestor thought, Jiang Chen didn't care about Li Faju's life or death. The Juyan old ancestor nodded and said no more. Both men fell silent, quietly waiting. Suddenly, the female phoenix phantom turned its head and looked at Xiao Hong'ai on the bed. It seemed to find some kind of resonance with Xiao Hong'ai and immediately spread its wings and flew towards her, transforming into essence blood that entered through Xiao Hong'ai's forehead. Soon, the red light faded, the temperature dropped, and everything returned to normal. Xiao Hong'ai's eyes, which had been extremely vacant, finally closed. Master, Jiang Chen called softly. Xiao Hong'ai mumbled, turned over, and continued to sleep. Perhaps feeling that something was missing, she sat up again, her beautiful eyes still closed, but she waved at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hurried over, concerned. Master, are you feeling better? You. Before he could finish, Xiao Hong'ai suddenly attacked him. She uses her pale right hand to drag Jiang Chen onto the bed, and they both fall onto it. Then, under the stunned gaze of the Juyan old ancestor, Xiao Hong'ai hugged Jiang Chen tightly like an octopus, rubbing her head against him. After a moment, her breathing stabilized again, and she fell asleep once more. Jiang Chen wanted to move but couldn't. Seeing that the Juyan old ancestor seemed to want to say something, he preempted, Old ancestor, you've been playing dead for too long. Times have changed. In this day and age, it's quite reasonable for a disciple to sleep with their master. The Juyan old ancestor's eyebrows twitched. Let's not talk about whether it's reasonable or not. Can you explain what your hand is doing? Oh, sorry, it's a habit. Please blame Jiang Lianyue for corrupting me too deeply. Jiang Chen said sheepishly, retracting his wandering hand. This left the Juyan old ancestor with another black line on his forehead. What you don't want to see, don't look at. He averted his gaze and said gloatingly, merging with the phoenix essence blood will take at least half a month. During this time, Hong'ai will be in a deep sleep. Since you think it's quite reasonable, then just keep her company. What? Jiang Chen was shocked. Half a month? Did that mean he had to lie here for half a month? It wasn't that he was unwilling to accompany her. It was just too much of a test of his willpower. After all, with a beauty in his arms, how many men could resist? If he couldn't hold back, wouldn't that be too exciting? Old ancestor, go ahead, I'm fine. Jiang Chen was more serious than ever. This made the Juyan old ancestor shake his head again. He had wanted to scold him. After all, Xiao Hong'ai was his junior, and she had a master-disciple relationship with Jiang Chen. Such actions were against ethics and customs, but after thinking it over, he gave up. Within 9 reincarnations, the relationship between this master and the disciple was already abnormal. Perhaps Xiao Hong'ai herself hadn't realized that her favoritism and care for Jiang Chen had long surpassed the master-disciple relationship. Though he didn't plan to stop them, he still warned, Hong'ai is at a critical moment now. If you startle her, at best the phoenix blood will go berserk, at worst she'll explode. Think carefully before you act. What? Jiang Chen was shocked again. So, he couldn't do anything? Otherwise, his beautiful master would just explode? This was no longer exciting. It was torture. With this thought, Jiang Chen prepared to struggle to his feet. But the more he struggled, the tighter Xiao Hong'ai held him. She even unconsciously used her cultivation from the upper 4 realms. She had him locked so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Old ancestor, please help me, Jiang Chen called for help. That won't do. Juyan old ancestor shook his head. I must keep up with the pace of the changing times and cannot stop such a reasonable matter. Now it was Jiang Chen's turn to be at a loss for words. This crafty old man was up to no good. And to think he had some good feelings toward him? Hong'ai would be very happy if she wakes up and sees you by her side, Juyan old ancestor added. These words hit Jiang Chen's weak spot. This time, Xiao Hong'ai burned her phoenix blood without regard for the consequences and fell into madness to save him. Compared to that, this mere torture was nothing. Juyan old ancestor sighed deeply, ready to leave. Just then, Liu Yang, along with the elders and disciples of Ninth Peak, arrived, fuming with anger. Upon seeing Juyan old ancestor, they were first stunned, then hurriedly prepared to pay their respects. But when they saw the situation on the bed, they were all dumbfounded. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? After a moment, great elder Liu Yang shouted in disbelief. Before Jiang Chen could reply, Juyan old ancestor spoke up first, stop making a fuss over nothing. In my time, it was quite normal for a disciple to sleep beside their master. Which era are you from? Liu Yang was dumbfounded. Tomorrow, I will give a sermon. Everyone from Juyan sect, from the supreme elder and peak master to the lowliest servant disciple should attend, Juyan old ancestor continued. A sermon? The eyes of Liu Yang and the others lit up. Juyan old ancestor had lived for who knows how long, and his cultivation was unfathomably deep. If they could receive guidance from the old ancestor, their cultivation would surely improve. May I ask old ancestor, what will you preach about tomorrow? Liu Yang asked excitedly. Juyan old ancestor stroked his beard with a smile, then pointed upwards. Tomorrow, I shall speak of the heavenly Dao. The next day, Jiang Chen lay on the bed, his black eyes staring at the ceiling with his face full of helplessness. At this moment, in this originally not so spacious room, there were 3 lunatics and a large white tiger curled up beside him and Xiao Hong'ai. The 3 lunatics and the tiger were squatting beside him, staring straight at him. He placed his hand on Xiao Hong'ai. Seeing this, Jiang Lianyue hurriedly helped him return to his original position, saying, eldest senior brother, the master must not be disturbed. He turned his head towards Xiao Hong'ai. Qingning stepped forward and twisted his head back. Eldest senior brother, Qingning thinks this position is too tiring for you. Nonsense. Lin Mubai scolded angrily, you 2 lunatics, how dare you stop eldest senior brother? As second senior brother, I command you to leave immediately. I will stay with eldest senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai asked, Qingning, can I eat him? Eat him if he keeps shouting. Qingning nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's eyes widened, staring straight at Lin Mubai. Those expectant tiger eyes seemed to say, go on, why aren't you speaking? Lin Mubai was speechless. He had not yet received Jiang Chen's forgiveness and still wanted to kill Lin Feng. He couldn't become food for a beast? The room fell silent once again. Sigh. With a helpless shake of his head, Jiang Chen said, after hundreds of years, old ancestor is giving a sermon today. Aren't you going to listen? I'm not going. Qingning shook her head, her smile still innocent. Listening to a sermon is not as good as staying by eldest senior brother's side. Qingning, you can't always cling to eldest senior brother, Jiang Lianyue said seriously. You need to learn to grow up. I have important matters to discuss with eldest senior brother, so you should leave first. Hey, 5th junior sister, do you not understand your own status? Qingning's little face was serious. I am the 3rd senior sister. Don't think you can disrespect your seniors just because you're a lunatic. Who are you calling a lunatic? Jiang Lianyue's eyebrows furrowed. Jiang Lianyue immediately sneered. Look at you. It's not just the master who's a lunatic, the pet is too. Qingning, she insulted me? Can I eat her? Xiaobai was enraged. Eat her, it's approved. Qingning nodded. Seeing Xiaobai about to transform and a fierce fight about to break out, Lin Mubai quickly stepped in between them and shouted, do you still have any respect for me as your 2nd senior brother? If you disturb eldest senior brother, I won't care if you're lunatics or not. I'll chop you down without hesitation. Qingning, he spoke again. Xiaobai was thrilled. Then eat them both, Qingning replied. Want to eat me? Lin Mubai's expression darkened, and 2 machetes appeared in his hands. Let's see if I don't chop you up first today. Jiang Chen's head ached from the noise. Sit down, all of you. If you keep making a fuss, I'll throw you all out. Seeing that these lunatics were really about to fight, he lowered his voice and scolded. At his words, the 3 lunatics and the tiger immediately sat up straight, not daring to breathe too loudly. Jiang Chen realized. These lunatics together were a complete madhouse? He must avoid this in the future? But for now, he had to drive Jiang Lianyue and Qingning away first. Otherwise, not only would they disturb his master, but he would also be extremely irritated. As for why he wanted to keep Lin Mubai, it was naturally because Lin Mubai would not interfere with his actions. Lianyue, you have the potential of an empress, and old ancestors' sermon would greatly benefit you, Jiang Chen said gently, with a look of concern. Eldest senior brother, are you trying to send me away? Jiang Lianyue's eyes filled with tears, and she said pitifully, please, as long as you don't send me away, I'll do anything. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Seeing this, Jiang Lianyue's heart leaped with joy. Miserably crying was something she learned from Lin Mubai, and looking pitiful was something she picked up from Qingning. The effect was indeed good. Qingning, Jiang Chen spoke again. Eldest senior brother, please don't send Qingning away, okay? Qingning's big eyes welled up as she approached Jiang Chen. As long as you don't send me away, Qingning will do anything. Jiang Chen was speechless. Qingning's first half of the sentence was still normal, but the second half, wasn't that Jiang Lianyue's catchphrase? Can madmen influence each other? Helplessly, he could only look towards Lin Mubai. Eldest senior brother, there's no need to say more, I understand. Lin Mubai raised his hand to interrupt. Oh, you understand? Jiang Chen was surprised. Absolutely. Lin Mubai smiled confidently, his eyebrows dancing with assurance. As long as eldest senior brother wishes, I can outdo both of them. Get out? Right now? Immediately. Juyin sect, second peak. After the bell tolled loudly, the people of Juyin sect gathered together. In just one day, at the summit of Second Peak, a daoist altar had been erected, shrouded in fragrant mist, dreamlike and illusory. In front of the altar, 12 supreme elders sat cross-legged in the air, with each peak master standing upright before the many disciples. At this moment, the old ancestor of Juyin had not yet appeared. Above them, Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting was somewhat distracted, his mind filled with countless thoughts. He had learned from the old ancestor of Juyin that Jiang Chen had given the phoenix essence blood to Xiao Hong'ai. Although it couldn't cure the madness, it could transform Xiao Hong'ai into a true phoenix body, no longer susceptible to the backlash of phoenix blood. Xiaoting knew very well how precious the phoenix essence blood was. He had not expected the Jiang family to possess such a treasure, and even less so that Jiang Chen would be willing to use it on Xiao Hong'ai. That young man still has some humanity, Xiaoting murmured to himself. Even so, Xiao Hong'ai's madness remained a problem. He wanted to make another trip to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss to snatch a few 9 Abyss Soul embryos, but unfortunately, with his injuries not yet healed, he could only wait for now. Lost in thought, the old ancestor of Juyin arrived floating. Everyone stood up at once, bowed respectfully, and shouted in unison, "We welcome the old ancestor." After the greetings, the crowd was somewhat surprised. Because the old ancestor of Juyin did not come alone, but with Li Faju and sect master Gu Changqing? Wasn't the sect master's cultivation sealed by the old ancestor and locked in the dungeon? Everyone wondered in their hearts. The old ancestor of Juyin had no intention of explaining. After stroking his beard and smiling faintly, he too sat cross-legged in the air. In an instant, his gaunt body radiated dazzling daoist light. The light quickly enveloped the entire Juyin sect and continued to expand outward. At the same time, 100 Zhongtal phantom appeared behind the Juyin old ancestor, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. Anyone enveloped by the daoist light and who saw this phantom, whether they were cultivators or beasts, felt the urge to bow down in worship. Although the old ancestor of Juyin's eyes were slightly closed and he remained silent, his ancient and vicissitudes-filled voice automatically emerged in the minds of everyone present. Today, I will speak of only one Dao, which is the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao blesses the good and curses the wicked, brings calamity to land. Its way is mysterious and distant, and even spirits and gods are oblivious to it. Heaven gives birth to all things, this is good. To give birth to all things yet set rules for them, each with a destiny, confined within heaven and earth, this is evil. Destiny cannot be changed, rules cannot be broken, to change is to be reprimanded, to break is to be destroyed, this is unfair. The Heavenly Dao is hypocritical, the Heavenly Dao is maliciously clever, the Heavenly Dao is unfair, the Heavenly Dao has 3 evils. As the last words fell, boom, boom, thunderclaps in a clear sky, 9 purple lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking the head of the old ancestor of Juyin. The old ancestor of Juyin withstood the lightning with his body, his lifespan further reduced, yet his expression remained as calm as an ancient well. He continued, I have probed through the good and evil of the Heavenly Dao, have seen through the truth of the world, and this truth is, our Juyin sect has been abandoned by the Heavenly Dao. Rumble. The world changed abruptly, fierce winds swept through, the might of heaven bore down, and thunder roared within the clouds. It seemed as though the old ancestor of Juyin wanted to speak again, but the sky immediately poured down a barrage of thunderbolts, numerous and dense, as if the sky had cracked open, like the end of days. Begin. The old ancestor of Juyin's face was expressionless as he murmured softly, The moment his voice fell, a seven-colored divine light appeared from the center of the sect, rising like a pillar before spreading like an umbrella, forming a seven-colored sect protection array that firmly guarded the Juyan sect. Boom! The thunderbolt struck the array, shaking the mountains and earth of Juyan sect, swaying the minds of everyone. After a moment, the lightning disappeared, and the protective array also shattered. This caused the old ancestor of Juyan's white eyebrows to furrow slightly. He first looked up at the black clouds still pressing down, seemingly brewing more thunderbolts. Then he glanced at the Juyan sect disciples, whose spirits were shattered and faces pale with fear. His frown deepened. Had he taken too big of a step? He had intended to go all out and lead the sect against the heavens, but judging from the current situation, if he continued, he would surely be consumed by divine punishment, and in their panic, who knows how many elders and disciples of Juyan sect might consider leaving the sect. He wasn't mad, of course, and wouldn't act without consideration. Although he was determined to defy the heavens, as the old ancestor of Juyan sect, his fate was tied to the sect's fortune, and he truly couldn't be too overt. Fortunately, he had made preparations. Hehe. The old ancestor of Juyan stroked his beard and smiled faintly, changing the subject. Humanity relies on the heavenly Dao for existence, and while the heavenly Dao has 3 evils, humanity has countless. The way of heaven is like drawing a bow. The high are lowered, and the low are raised. The surplus is lessened, and the insufficient is replenished. The way of heaven reduces the surplus to aid the insufficient, but humanity is not so. Who can have a surplus to offer to the world? Only those with the Dao can. We cultivators should win without contention, respond well without words, come unsummoned, and plan with ease and openness. Only then can one attain the Dao. In simple terms, this meant humanity is born from the heavenly Dao, and although the heavenly Dao has 3 evils, humanity has countless misdeeds. The heavenly Dao reduces the surplus to fill the insufficient, whereas humanity does the opposite, tending towards plunder and oppression, with no right to criticize the heavenly Dao. As cultivators, we should be able to win without fighting, respond well without speaking, come forth without being called, and plan with ease and openness. To put it simply, it's all about sincerity. As expected, as soon as these words were spoken, the imposing aura of the heavens dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The heavens are quite easy to bluff, the Juyan old ancestor muttered to himself upon seeing this. The others, unaware of his thoughts, were drenched in cold sweat. At the moment when the heavenly might was overwhelming, they truly believed that the Juyan old ancestor had gone mad, intending to lead the Juyan sect in defiance of the heavens. Many disciples were so frightened that they had already begun to secretly consider whether it would be easier to die by betraying the sect or by divine punishment. Now that the crisis was averted, they still had to show respect. Although still shaken, everyone composed themselves and bowed, saying, "The words of the old ancestor have enlightened us." After speaking, they all wondered in their hearts, did the old ancestor actually say anything? It seemed like he did, but then again, maybe not. Or perhaps it's because my own cultivation is too low to comprehend the profound meaning in the old ancestor's words. Confused, the disciples looked towards the peak masters. The peak masters were also exchanging puzzled looks. Not daring to speak rashly, they turned to Gu Changxing and said, "We hope the sect master can enlighten us." Gu Changxing wanted to enlighten them, but he himself was also confused. "I am of limited talent and have only understood a bit more than you all, about 30 to 40%. Let's ask the Supreme Elders to enlighten us instead," he said, bowing to the 12 Supreme Elders in the sky. The 12 Supreme Elders' faces darkened as they glared at Gu Changxing. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, wouldn't they lose all face if they couldn't explain themselves? In the end, it was the Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting who spoke up. "You don't understand this? It's simply ignorance? The meaning of the old ancestor is, you need to comprehend it on your own." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces were full of question marks. Cough. Xiaoting coughed to cover his embarrassment and quickly changed the subject, asking the Juyan old ancestor, "I have somewhat grasped the old ancestor's words about the heavenly Dao, but I wonder why the old ancestor says that our Juyan sect has been abandoned by the heavens." Hearing this, everyone straightened up. This was no joking matter. If the Juyan sect was truly abandoned by the heavens, it would mean that the sect's fortune was exhausted and a calamity of destruction loomed. Alas, I have already said, the heavens bless the kind and curse the wicked. Our Juyan sect has strayed from the righteous path and is getting further away, where evil thrives and goodness perishes. Naturally, we will be abandoned by the heavens, the Juyan old ancestor sighed. What? Xiaoting was shocked. The Juyan sect, which prided itself on being righteous, was thriving in evil? "May I ask the old ancestor, where does this evil come from?" he immediately inquired. "Evil arises from the heart. Demons are sown by the mind," the Juyan old ancestor replied. "I see." Xiaoting nodded solemnly, his face grave. Despite his appearance, he was actually very embarrassed. Because he didn't understand. Although he didn't understand, he had to pretend that he did. After all, the old ancestor had spoken to such an extent. Wouldn't it be foolish if he still didn't understand and continued to ask questions? At this moment, Xiaoting wanted to say something. "Old ancestor, can we speak in plain language? Something simpler and easier to understand?" Seeing everyone looking at him with confusion, Xiaoting's expression became even more solemn, and with a long sigh and a shake of his head, he said, "It's indescribable, indescribable." Everyone was speechless at the same time. Although today is a day for preaching, you may speak freely without restraint, the Juyan old ancestor said with a light smile. Despite his words, everyone remained silent. Speak freely? Without restraint? Don't joke. They didn't even know what the old ancestor was talking about. How could they speak freely? And in front of the old ancestor, how could they not be restrained? Haha, I've got it. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out. Could someone really have understood? Everyone was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker, with rough facial features and a beard, was the Weapon Peak's peak master named Niu Wu. Sect Master Gu Changqing didn't expect that this Weapon Peak's peak master, who usually only knew about weapon forging, actually had such insight. He quickly approached while laughing loudly. Junior brother, what have you realized? Feel free to share so we can compare it with what I have realized and complement each other. That way, the old ancestor's teaching will not be in vain. All right, Niu Wu replied seriously after hearing this. Everyone held their breath and listened intently. May I ask everyone, who is the most evil person in our Juyan sect? Niu Wu asked loudly, looking around. Who else could it be? It must be Jiang Chen. Although they had the answer, no one dared to say Jiang Chen's name. There was no choice, the lesson from the past was clear. The main peak is still overturned on the ground. As for Jiang Chen, not only is Xiao Hongii biased, but even the Juyan old ancestor is extremely partial. Now, with the old ancestor present, who would dare to respond? But without a response, they couldn't freeload off of Niu Wu's realization. With a turn of the eye, the Sword Peak's peak master Zhang Lingfeng deliberately asked, could it be that junior brother is referring to? Exactly, it's Jiang Chen. Niu Wu immediately responded, his words resounding with conviction. The profound meaning of the old ancestor's words is precisely pointing to Jiang Chen. This evil is a great evil. The evil that destroys goodness. You really dare to say it? Everyone quickly looked away, not daring to speak further. So in your opinion, how should this evil be eliminated? The Juyan old ancestor asked with a smile. In times of chaos, strict laws are needed, and only by punishing evil can goodness be promoted. For the sake of the sect, Jiang Chen should be expelled from the sect to restore the clear skies of the Juyan sect. Niu Wu spoke firmly, his expression proud, believing that he had realized something profound. The Juyan old ancestor nodded and looked toward Gu Changqing and Li Faju. Li Faju instantly understood something and wanted to speak, but he could only sigh due to his internal injuries. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, was beating his chest and stamping his feet with regret, saying, Junior brother Niu, you, as the Weapon Peak's peak master, have gone mad without realizing it. Niu Wu was instantly dumbfounded. The term madness had become extremely sensitive within the Juyan sect. After the initial shock, everyone cast probing glances at Niu Wu, especially the 12 supreme elders, who were carefully scanning Niu Wu with their divine consciousness. But in the end, Gu Changqing, you are a man with a guilty conscience? How can you speak such nonsense? Xiao Ting frowned and scolded. May I ask the supreme great elder? Gu Changqing sighed even more deeply. Up to now, how many people in our Juyan sect have gone mad? 4, Xiao Ting replied. Before these 4 went mad, were there any signs? What do they have in common? Gu Changqing asked again. There were no signs before the madness struck, and the commonality is that they all came from 9th peak. Supreme Great Elder, you are mistaken. Xiao Ting's face darkened, and he threatened, you'd better tell us everything at once, or you'll bear the consequences. Gu Changqing shrank his neck and blurted out in one breath, the madmen from our Juyan sect are far more than just 4. The entire 9th peak has gone mad? Besides, both I and Li Faju are gradually succumbing to madness without even realizing it. The elders and disciples of 9th peak also came to listen to the teachings. Hearing this, 9th peak's great elder, Liu Yang, was immediately displeased. What does it mean that the entire 9th peak has gone mad? Xiao Hongii and the other 3 are indeed mad, but everyone else is perfectly normal, right? Didn't they just come out in full force to save 9th peak, even risking internal strife within the sect? Is that madness? Isn't it just that they knocked out most of the people from the main peak using some excuse? Is that madness? It does seem quite mad. Liu Yang wisely shut his mouth, and the other elders and disciples of 9th peak also covered their faces in embarrassment. Xiao Ting also felt that the people of 9th peak were indeed a bit mad, but he had investigated Liu Yang and the others and found no signs of madness. But what on earth does Gu Changqing mean by saying he himself is mad? More importantly, why did Li Faju not only fail to clarify but instead kept nodding as if he quite agreed? If it weren't for the old ancestor's reminder, I would never have known that the entire Juyan sect had been infiltrated by the demonic path with a demonic seed. Gu Changqing's revelation was shocking? What? Li Faju was the first to be shocked. He had never heard such a thing? No wonder he felt that with his firm mind, he should not have succumbed to madness so easily. It turned out to be the work of the demonic path. He also had a guess as to why the Juyan old ancestor had not mentioned this to him. According to the Juyan old ancestor, Gu Changqing's madness was even more severe. Perhaps it was to save this sect master that the old ancestor had no choice but to reveal the truth. No wonder, no wonder. Li Faju murmured to himself, no wonder the people of our sect have been going mad one after another, all without realizing it. It turns out there was such a reason. The demonic path is truly detestable. The others were equally shocked, especially the 12 supreme elders, who were dumbfounded. As far as they knew, planting a demonic seed was indeed a common tactic of the demonic path, and it was indeed undetectable until it erupted. But there was a prerequisite for this: the cultivator must already have inner demons, otherwise it would be ineffective. Moreover, planting a demonic seed in the entire Juyan sect would require the combined efforts of all the demonic path old ancestors, otherwise it would be impossible. Shocked by this revelation, the 12 supreme elders immediately looked to the Juyan old ancestor for answers. Alas, the Juyan old ancestor did not respond, only sighed. But such an action was tantamount to admission. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The people naturally had no doubts about the Juyan old ancestor, but the matter was too shocking and unbelievable, and they simply could not comprehend it at the moment. May I ask the old ancestor, if the prerequisite for planting a demonic seed is the presence of inner demons, then what are our inner demons? A supreme elder asked through gritted teeth. The Juyan old ancestor still did not respond, but looked towards Gu Changqing. After nodding, Gu Changqing sighed and said, "Everyone, think about Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen? Just the mention of this name made everyone frown. Think again about the deeds Jiang Chen did when he committed evil, Gu Changqing continued. Upon hearing this, whether it was the supreme elders or the others, they all cooperated fully. The evil deeds of Jiang Chen immediately came to mind, and then a wave of uncontrollable anger emerged in everyone's hearts. If these evil acts were done by someone else, what would you think? Gu Changqing asked. Shortly after these words were spoken, those who had been thinking along these lines suddenly opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Something was not right. They were all not right. The same act, if done by Jiang Chen, would unleash their righteous hearts uncontrollably, but if it were someone else, although they would still be angry and disgusted, it would not be so exaggerated. Our inner demons are born from Jiang Chen, Xiaoting exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, the Juyan old ancestor smiled with satisfaction. Tinger, you've understood. He gave himself a thumbs up. The heavens had made it so that anyone with a sense of justice would have an extreme aversion to Jiang Chen, and thus, he could use this to his advantage. Cultivators are extremely sensitive to their own state of mind. With just a little guidance, plus the testimonies of Gu Changqing, Li Faju, and the authority of the old ancestor himself, he, the Juyan old ancestor, could fool everyone in the Juyan sect. Still, just this was not enough. The best way to shift internal conflicts was to unite against an external enemy. Therefore, the demonic path and the demonic seed became the perfect targets for the Juyan sect to vent their frustrations. Perfect. The Juyan old ancestor stroked his beard, his smile growing even wider. Since he couldn't lead the sect against the heavens directly, he would settle for stabilizing the internal affairs of the sect first. He had lived for who knows how many years, once a general of the imperial dynasty, and when it came to scheming, he never felt inferior to anyone. Yet, he never thought that in the end, he would end up scheming against his own people. But it was a necessary move. If not for this, even if the people of the Juyan sect refrained from blaming Jiang Chen out of respect for his authority, resentment would inevitably grow over time. Once people's hearts are scattered, the team would be hard to lead. In fact, using the villain halo, Jiang Chen had tried this analogy in his 9 cycles of reincarnation. But no one would believe the words of someone who was inherently evil and despised. Old ancestor, if our inner demons are born from Jiang Chen, wouldn't expel him from the sect solve the problem once and for all? Directly removing the demonic seed. After his realization, Xiaoting spoke again. The Juyan old ancestor was at a loss for words. Even the wisest can overlook something. He didn't know how to answer this question at the moment. Supreme Great Elder, you are mistaken. Gu Changqing interjected. Indeed, that is a method, but there are countless evildoers in the world. Without Jiang Chen, there will be others who would become the target. The demonic path uses our sense of justice to plant the demonic seed. They are the instigators, so we must not lose sight of the bigger picture. That makes sense. After a moment of silence, Xiaoting and the others nodded in agreement. The Juyan old ancestor breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Gu Changqing, saying, Changqing, you've also understood. It's all thanks to the old ancestor's teachings, Gu Changqing quickly replied. After speaking, the two exchanged a smile. So what should we do now? Another supreme elder asked urgently. This was the question the Juyan old ancestor had been waiting for. He was about to respond, but Li Faju beat him to it. Despite being weak, Li Faju forcefully suppressed the pain in his body and replied loudly, Enlightenment? Reform Jiang Chen, remove the demonic seed, eradicate the demonic path to uphold the righteous path. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again. After a long silence, no one objected. In this sermon, Li Faju has gained a profound understanding. Juyan old ancestor was very pleased. Old ancestor has emerged from the coffin, even at the expense of his lifespan to save us. Having the old ancestor with Juyan sect is a blessing for us all. Li Faju replied solemnly. Good, very good. Juyan old ancestor was even more gratified and praised loudly. In this lecture, Li Faju has gained great enlightenment. His achievements and insights should rank him as the foremost. It is all thanks to old ancestor's excellent teaching, Li Faju said humbly as he bowed. The child is indeed can be taught. Juyan old ancestor's old face bloomed with a smile. He believed that this time it was absolutely secure as it could possibly be. Although emerging from the coffin this time had cost him a lot of his lifespan, he had also fundamentally prevented the people of Juyan sect from continuing to trouble Jiang Chen. He went to such lengths to help Jiang Chen, even to the extent of deceiving everyone in Juyin sect. In doing so, would that mysterious force still allow him to risk his life to observe the 9 cycles of reincarnation? The answer is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'll observe for another 2 days, and if there are no surprises, I'll continue to stay in a suspended animation state. Although I only have about a year of life left, maybe I'll still get to see Hongyan in a wedding dress if I completely close off my senses and cut off the signs of life, Juyin old ancestor planned contentedly in his heart. He hadn't forgotten about Mu Kui, the 4th true disciple of 9th peak. But this person was special, and there should be no big problems. Even if Mu Kui really got caught in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, it shouldn't concern him anymore. As for Lin Feng, the son of destiny, he would leave that to Xiao Hong'ai and the others, which was also very secure. Suddenly, he felt a pang of melancholy, looked up at the sky, and sighed in his heart. It hasn't been easy, but finally, I can die properly. Liu Yang led the elders and disciples of 9th peak back to their peak. To this time, they were still bewildered. Almost everyone in the Juyin sect had been implanted with a demonic seed by the demonic path. They had been too obsessed with justice and had already developed inner demons because of Jiang Chen. How could such talk sound so nonsensical? But these were the words of the old ancestor. How could they question them? Would the old ancestor deceive them? No, that's impossible. That was the old ancestor of Juyin, a paragon of righteousness and the pinnacle of power in the central domain. What sense would there be in deceiving his own sect's disciples? It couldn't just be because he was favoring Jiang Chen, so he told such an outrageous lie, could it? Even if that were the case, it still didn't make sense. After all, Jiang Chen had been punished many times, and the old ancestor had never emerged from his coffin to protect him. Why wait until Xiao Hong'ai and others had gone mad one after another before taking action? If one were to analyze this carefully, there was indeed reason and evidence. Great Elder, does the old ancestor mean that we have been implanted with demonic seeds but only show signs of madness without a full outbreak? And that the Peak Master and the 3 true disciples are the ones whose demonic seeds have erupted, and they have gone completely mad, another elder speculated. That's probably the case. Liu Ying nodded. Even Li Faju and the sect master have personally admitted their madness. Our cultivation and mental fortitude are not as strong as those 2, so it's likely correct. Alas, another elder sighed deeply. I already guessed that the true disciples of 9th peak going mad one after another must be related to Jiang Chen. Be careful with your words. Such talk will only worsen your madness. Now, everyone is saying that all of us from 9th peak are lunatics. We can't defend ourselves, so we must not all completely go mad. Liu Yang hastily interjected. Hearing this, the elders and disciples all nodded in agreement. What should we do if Jiang Chen continues to do evil? Another elder asked. Didn't the old ancestor say, enlighten and reform him? Liu Yang replied instantly. How do we enlighten and reform him? Great Elder, please elaborate. I'm not quite sure myself. Everyone fell silent, deep in thought. They weren't the only ones without a clue. The other peaks were probably just as confused. This was not their fault. After all, the Juyin sect had always insisted on strict punishment for wrongdoings, and enlightenment and reformation were generally the practice of Buddhist sects. Let's go see the Peak Master first. She is the pillar of 9th peak. We can't let anything happen to her. Eventually, Liu Yang changed the subject. No one objected, and they all proceeded together. Shortly after, they arrived at the Peak Master's pavilion and heard a series of voices from inside. The posture is wrong, it's not effective. You 2 women, get on the bed, and you stupid tiger, get down. Yes, that's right, put some strength into it. That's too much strength, be gentle. I'm about to fall apart. Right, just like that, keep a rhythm, take it slow and don't rush. No, slower, the master is about to wake up. Hearing this, Liu Yang and the others were struck as if by lightning. They couldn't imagine what was happening inside the Peak Master's pavilion that would make Jiang Chen say such things. Great Elder, what should we do? An elder asked anxiously, hopping from foot to foot. If they went in now and saw something they shouldn't, wouldn't they have to gouge out their own eyes? But with Jiang Chen about to wake Xiao Hong'ai, how could they stand by and do nothing? Seeing Liu Yang red-faced with anger while puffing his cheeks and glaring, another elder advised, Great Elder, stay calm. Otherwise, the demonic seed will take deeper root, and you'll become the 5th person to go completely mad. Yes, Great Elder, another elder chimed in. Enlightenment, remember? We must enlighten Jiang Chen, or else we'll fall into the demonic path's trap. Enlighten? I'll enlighten him with a fart. Liu Yang exploded with rage, swearing to the heavens, even if I go completely mad today, I will save the Peak Master from danger. No one can stop me. With that, he closed his eyes and, seeing nothing, charged into the Peak Master's pavilion while shouting, Jiang Chen? You are outrageously audacious, shamelessly lascivious. You're doing the things I'm too embarrassed to even speak of. The response was a deathly silence. After a long while, Jiang Chen's voice finally rang out, Great Elder, let's set our grievances aside for now. Come over here and help me. Help you? You want help doing wicked things? Ridiculous? Liu Yang was even more furious. Under normal circumstances, he would have stormed off to find the Hall of Enforcement. But now, the Hall of Enforcement was under Jiang Chen's control. Open your eyes first, then we'll talk, Jiang Chen said again. I won't. Liu Yang shook his head like a rattledrum, insisting on propriety above all else. Xiaobai, go eat him if he won't open his eyes. Jiang Chen's voice rose again. Okay. Xiaobai responded excitedly. Liu Yang hurriedly opened his eyes. It wasn't that he was afraid of being eaten, but he sensed something was amiss. If Jiang Chen was really up to no good, he would have sent him away immediately, so why ask him to open his eyes? But when he looked, he was even more furious. The scene before him was indeed different from what he had expected. Jiang Chen and the others were dressed normally, but, Jiang Chen? How dare you lie on top of the peak master? Liu Yang was so angry he couldn't speak clearly. Hearing this, the other elders also rushed in. And then, they were stunned. Incredulous? At that moment, there were 4 people on Xiao Hongai's bed. Jiang Chen was lying on top of her, while Jiang Lianyue and Qing Ning sat on either side of Jiang Chen, drenched in sweat. At this moment, the elders and disciples had only one thought. Enlightenment? To hell with enlightenment. Enlightenment was something those bald monks from the Buddhist temples liked to do, but at this moment, they only wanted to liberate Jiang Chen from this world. The crowd was furious and ready to take action. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Jiang Chen cried out in pain, helplessly saying, Master, if you use any more strength, I really won't be able to take it. Liu Yang and the others were full of question marks. Let's calm down, observe carefully what's going on first. Sensing something was off again, Liu Yang suppressed his anger and whispered, we might be under the influence of the demonic seed and unable to control our emotions. His words made the other elders and disciples nod in agreement. After taking a deep breath, they began to observe carefully. Soon, they all understood. It was a misunderstanding. It wasn't that Jiang Chen had intended it, but Xiao Hongai had changed to a lying position and was still clinging to Jiang Chen like an octopus. And the reason Jiang Lianyue and Qing Ning were so exhausted was that they were trying to help Jiang Chen get free. But as soon as the 2 women made a move, Xiao Hongai would use her cultivation to hold Jiang Chen even tighter, as if afraid someone would snatch him away. The old ancestor did not deceive me. Liu Yang sighed with relief. Such a terrifying demonic seed is capable of blinding our eyes. Demonic seed? What demonic seed? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Liu Yang and the others remained silent. After the old ancestor finished his sermon, he had strictly instructed them not to let Jiang Chen know about this matter. The reason is quite simple. Currently, Jiang Chen is the key to eradicating the demonic seed. What if he feels the pressure is too much after learning about this and decides to run away? Therefore, they must keep silent. To ensure secrecy, Juyan old ancestor not only placed a seal of silence on everyone but even erased the memories of Jiang Chen's followers like Lu Wen and Lu Wu. The efforts to keep this secret are watertight. At this moment, Jiang Chen himself is not in the mood to pay attention to these matters, only shouting, come and help me, at least help me change my position. This posture is really torturous. He had thought that Liu Yang and the others would surely come to his aid. After all, in the eyes of the people of the 9th peak, Xiao Hongai was like a reborn parent to them. How could they let him suffer like this? But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen, if you're tired, get some water. After dropping this line, Liu Yang turned his head and left with a group of elders and disciples. A few steps later, he even asked his companions, how was my handiwork? Stealing a glance at Jiang Chen, an elder gave a thumbs up. Great elder, your shocking words had an extraordinary effect. Jiang Chen is completely dumbfounded. Good, you all should learn from this, Liu Yang said with a proud smile. All right, I'll make him eat more spiritual fruits next time. After Liu Yang and the others left, various peak masters, true disciples, and the 12 supreme elders came one after another to confirm what the Juyan old ancestor had said. Like Liu Yang and his group, they were initially furious. But after suppressing their emotions and observing seriously, they soon exclaimed, this demonic seed is terrifying. Then, after uttering some unfathomably mysterious words, they all left, especially Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting. At first, he was so angry he nearly lost his reason, but after understanding the situation, he even said, Jiang Chen, take care of your health. And then he left too. It's over. Everyone in the Juyan sect has gone mad. Jiang Chen was in utter despair. After the lecture ended, Sect Master Gu Changqing re-entered the sect's prison to be punished. However, Juyan old ancestor, considering his enlightenment, reduced his sentence from over a month to half a month. In the following days, the Juyan sect was extremely peaceful. Jiang Chen was still tightly held by Xiao Hongai, suffering yet enjoying it. Besides that, every day, elders and disciples from various peaks of the Juyan sect would come, ignoring the situation inside the Peak Master's pavilion and only showing concern and comfort to Jiang Chen. Driven mad by these lunatics, Jiang Chen called Lin Mubai back, instructing him to stand guard in front of the cloud-soaring hall, forbidding anyone to enter, and to chop anyone who dared. Afterward, the front of the cloud-soaring hall was graced with the figure of a wild man wielding a machete. The wild man would sometimes cry, sometimes laugh, sometimes sigh while looking at the sky, and sometimes exude a murderous aura, saying, eldest senior brother has entrusted me with a heavy responsibility. Even if the old ancestor comes, I will not hesitate to chop him. Then, the old ancestor really came. The wild man really went for it. And then, there was now the figure of a wild man in the sex prison. Let me out. Eldest senior brother can't do without me, he needs me. The wild man tried to escape every day, wailing like a ghost or a wolf, his voice lasting all day long. A few days passed. Gu Changqing couldn't stand it anymore and also shouted, "Let me out! I'm going to be driven mad by this wild man." In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Gu Changqing was released upon completion of his sentence, and it was said that at the moment he left the sex prison, he was moved to tears. During this time, a simple great hall had been erected next to the platform of the Juyin sect's second peak. The hall had no doors or windows and was built with ordinary stone bricks, covering less than half an acre. The plaque hanging above the hall's entrance was a bit crooked, with the words Sect Master's Hall, Temporary, inscribed on it. Around the Sect Master's Hall, similarly dilapidated houses were constructed. Occasionally, elders and disciples from the original main peak would emerge from them, covering their faces and crying. It was unclear what they were crying about. Endure it. This place is the residence of the Supreme Elders. If the Sect Master's Hall and the houses were built too luxuriously, wouldn't it overshadow the hosts? A certain main peak elder consoled his disciple. At noon that day, several young men dressed in the robes of the ancient Pill Tower's pill refiners entered the Juyin sect with proud expressions. The first thing that caught their eyes was the main peak that had been overturned. Filled with deep questions, after some inquiries, they arrived in front of the temporarily established Sect Master's Hall, all speechless and rubbing their eyes. Could it be that the Juyin sect was invaded by an external enemy? One of the young men guessed. That's the only possibility, another young man replied. The main peak of the Juyin sect has been flipped over. It must be a powerful enemy? Could it be that the old ancestor of the myriad Dao demon sect personally took action? It must be so, but why hasn't my ancient pill tower received any news? Perhaps the Juyin sect is ashamed and deliberately hiding the news. It's possible. The myriad Dao demon sect is a great enemy of the righteous path. It is said that recently, the myriad Dao demon sect found a woman with the Xianming demonic body. If this woman grows up, she will surely bring disaster to the central domain. We must be on guard. These matters are not for us to worry about. Let's quickly complete the great elder's orders and bring back Ma Wu's ashes. After the exchange, the disciples of the ancient pill tower entered the sect master's hall. But in just a few moments, they all came out again, red-faced with anger. The ashes of Ma Wu had been stolen? Even though this was personally stated by the Juyin sect's sect master Gu Changqing, they found it unbelievable. Who would steal ashes? The ashes can neither be eaten nor used for cultivation, so why steal them? The leader of the ancient pill tower's youth group was Xiaoshan, a true disciple of the ancient pill tower. Unlike the Juyin sect, the ancient pill tower had only about a dozen elders, whose status was equivalent to the peak masters of the Juyin sect's various peaks. The first disciples of these elders were the true disciples of the ancient pill tower. Xiaoshan was the first disciple of the ancient pill tower's great elder, not only a true disciple but also the number one true disciple of the ancient pill tower. It must be Jiang Chen's doing. Xiaoshan analyzed as he calmed down. Ma Wu's death was mysterious, and he died at the hands of Jiang Chen. I suspect that Jiang Chen not only killed and crushed the bones but also wanted to scatter the ashes. Such an act is utterly heartless and inhumane. The disciples of my pill pavilion in Lingshan town were also tragically killed one after another. This must also be related to Jiang Chen. We should go and accuse Jiang Chen of his crimes, his companion said angrily. How can we accuse him without evidence? Xiaoshan shook his head, helpless. Moreover, Ma Wu was an elder of the Juyin sect, and Jiang Chen is a disciple of the Juyin sect. How could it be our place to accuse him? That makes sense, so should we just return empty-handed? No, let's first find Li Faju. He was very close to Ma Wu and also in charge of the Juyin sect's Hall of Enforcement. He must also be harboring anger. But as far as I know, the Hall of Enforcement was also located on the main peak, and now that the main peak of the Juyin sect has been destroyed, where should we go to find him? Sword Peak? Don't forget that Li Faju is also an elder of Sword Peak. Indeed, senior brother is wise. A moment later, as Xiaoshan had predicted, they indeed found Li Faju carving with his sword at the foot of Sword Peak. Elderly, I am Xiaoshan, a true disciple of the ancient pill tower. Xiaoshan greeted him with a smile. Hearing this, Li Faju didn't even turn his head. Xiaoshan frowned, but he could only wait patiently. After all, he knew that sword cultivators often used this method of carving with the sword to forge their own sword intent. Senior brother, Li Faju's aura is unstable and his cultivation has fallen. It seems like his core formation collapsed and was rebuilt, and now he only has the cultivation of core formation initial formation. His companion noticed something unusual. Ah, I too have noticed this too, sighed Xiaoshan while shaking his head. According to Master, Li Faju is an upright and honest person. It seems he must have engaged in a fierce battle with the invading demonic path. He truly is a role model for us all. Indeed, it's truly admirable. It's just that the Juyin sect's secrecy is too good. Even we at the ancient pill tower didn't receive any news. No matter, we can report back once we return. For now, let's wait patiently. Everyone nodded in agreement, saying yes, and spoke no further. Although Li Faju's cultivation has fallen, his comprehension of the way of the sword remains. Even though it's just the simple act of using the sword to carve the wall, one can feel the chilling his sword intent. Although we do not understand the sword, if we observe carefully, it can greatly benefit our own cultivation, Xiaoshan quickly reminded everyone. Hearing this, the disciples of the ancient pill tower immediately held their breath and began to observe carefully. Li Faju's sword moved in his hand as if it were a pen, flowing freely, and as he brought it down, it was as if he was aided by the gods, emitting a dazzling sword light. Soon, he carved two characters on the flat stone wall that seemed to soar and dance like dragons and phoenixes. Jiang Chen? Seeing these two characters, Xiao Shan nodded in appreciation and sighed inwardly. This Li Faju, true to a life dedicated to the righteous path, has earned Master's endless praise as a paragon of justice. Even with his cultivation diminished, he still reminds himself to stand resolutely against Jiang Chen. After carving the name Jiang Chen, Li Faju did not rest. Ha! With a loud shout, he leaped several meters high, waving his ancient silver sword in the air, and from above, he slashed down several sword qis, switching to using sword qi to carve the wall. Seeing this, the admiration in Xiao Shan's eyes deepened. He thought that Li Faju was unable to restrain his heart of justice, and the next characters he would carve would likely be kill or punish. Soon, Li Faju landed on the ground, and with a flash of sword light, he sheathed his sword and smiled with satisfaction. But looking at the two large characters just carved, Xiao Shan couldn't stop rubbing his eyes. Only when he was sure he wasn't seeing things did he exclaim in astonishment, Reform. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. Reform? Reform who? Jiang Chen? Xiao Shan's mind was full of question marks. He kept shaking his head, thinking he must have misunderstood. Perhaps these characters Reform were referring to someone else? Although the characters Jiang Chen and Reform appear together, they can be completely unrelated. The more he thought about it, the more Xiao Shan felt this was the case. Although he was from the ancient pill tower, he had heard of Li Faju's hatred for evil and his impartiality. Reform? This kind of thing didn't fit Li Faju's character. Seeing Li Faju calming his aura and admiring his own work, Xiao Shan approached again with a smile on his face and said, Elderly, I am Xiao Shan, the true disciple of the great elder of the ancient pill tower. This time, Li Faju reacted. Glancing at the gold embroidery on the cuff of Xiao Shan's pill refiner's robe, he also smiled and said, Young nephew, at such a young age, you are already a 6th grade pill refiner master with no small cultivation. You truly live up to being the true disciple of the ancient pill tower. You flatter me, elderly, Xiao Shan quickly responded modestly. The ancient pill tower has only a dozen or so true disciples, and without exception, they are all 6th grade pill refiner masters. Although all are of the 6th grade, their achievements in the way of pill refining are vastly different. The least among the true disciples of the ancient pill tower can only refine lower tier 6th grade elixirs, but Xiao Shan can refine high ones. For lower grade elixirs, he can even produce perfect quality. This is why he is the first true disciple and has the right to be proud. Li Faju liked Xiao Shan's modesty even though he was from the younger generation, so his smile grew even warmer. After praising Xiao Shan a few more times, he sighed and said, You are here for Ma Wu's ashes, aren't you? I suppose the sect master must have told you that Ma Wu's ashes have been stolen. Indeed. Xiao Shan nodded and also sighed deeply. Elder Ma lived a life of integrity, defending the righteous path, but to end up with such a fate is really lamentable. After speaking, he clenched his teeth and said angrily, that Jiang Chen is utterly detestable. Hearing this, Li Faju instinctively wanted to nod in agreement but then suddenly woke up in surprise. The demonic seed is so terrifying? Nephew, Ma Wu's death was his own fault. No one else is to blame, Ma Wu explained calmly after taking a deep breath. Xiao Shan was stunned again. What's going on? Anyone with eyes could see that Ma Wu's death was suspicious and definitely involved Jiang Chen's meddling. How did it become his own fault? Nephew, you are unaware, but Ma Wu went mad. Li Faju sighed deeply. Mad? Mad? Xiao Shan blinked in confusion. Indeed mad. Li Faju said earnestly, explaining in detail, to tell you the truth, I too initially thought that this matter was related to Jiang Chen. But after being enlightened by the old ancestor, I realized that Ma Wu's madness was due to the demonic He wanted to say deeply rooted demonic seed. Everyone in the Juyin sect was implanted with demonic seeds, and Ma Wu was no exception. It was precisely because of the deeply rooted demonic seed that Ma Wu had such an intense obsession with justice, and his actions at Elixir Peak before his death were likely a precursor to the complete outbreak of the demonic seed. And taking the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill was just their speculation. Previously, Li Faju did not understand the truth. But now, after being enlightened by the old ancestor and reflecting on it overnight, he realized that they might have indeed misunderstood Jiang Chen. Not only that, the madness of Jiang Lianyue and others was probably also a misunderstanding of Jiang Chen. At this moment, Li Faju finally understood just how wrong he had been. If it weren't for the old ancestor emerging from his coffin and sacrificing his lifespan to save him, he might have ended up like Ma Wu, dying a terrible death due to complete madness. Thinking of this, Li Faju felt grateful and bowed deeply towards the second peak to pay his respects. A few days ago, the old ancestor of Juyin sect entered a state of suspended animation again. It is said that before the suspended animation, the Supreme Elders found another jade coffin for the old ancestor. At first, the old ancestor refused, but in order to seal his life force, he reluctantly lay in the jade coffin, saying, I'm not lying in this coffin waiting to die. I'm doing this to extend my life for the sake of the sect. Understand? What a good old ancestor. Everything he did was for the sake of the sect. With this thought, Li Faju's eyes filled with tears, and he bowed deeply again. Seeing Xiao Shan and the others looking at him as if he were a madman, he straightened up and said, Ma Wu's madness is beyond doubt. Nephew, you must not be too obsessed with justice. You must know, the demonic path is insidious and omnipresent. The fact that the Juyan sect was all implanted with demonic seeds if known by other sects, would surely become a laughingstock, so it could not be disclosed. Moreover, even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't due to the old ancestors' sealing and prohibition. Therefore, he gave a meaningful reminder. Xiao Shan didn't understand. But after glancing at the overturned first peak and feeling Li Faju's fluctuating aura, he seemed to understand. The demonic path is indeed not to be underestimated. Xiao Shan nodded in agreement, feeling that the conversation had gone off topic. He quickly returned to the main point. Elderly, even if Ma Wu really went mad, Jiang Chen shouldn't have cremated him and scattered his ashes. As the head of the Hall of Enforcement, how can you not punish him severely? Hearing this, Li Faju frowned again. Why did the topic return to Jiang Chen? And from Xiao Shan's tone, it seemed he had an extreme dislike for Jiang Chen. Moreover, he was no longer in charge of the Hall of Enforcement. Could it be? Nephew, why do you dislike Jiang Chen so much? Li Faju inquired. Jiang Chen is utterly evil, a cancer of the righteous path. Since the day I became a disciple, I have sworn to stand against evil. Xiao Shan replied instantly. Have you ever seen Jiang Chen? Li Faju asked again. Xiao Shan shook his head. Have you ever seen Jiang Chen commit any evil deeds? Li Faju asked for the third time. Isn't that a rhetorical question? Xiao Shan was speechless. He had never even met Jiang Chen, so how could he have witnessed him doing evil? He could only shake his head again. Indeed, as I suspected. Li Faju exclaimed in shock, my dear nephew, you must be mad and not even aware of it. Xiao Shan's face was full of question marks. Li Faju wanted to elaborate, but considering the reputation of the sect, he held his tongue. However, this made him feel more at ease. He had thought that only the Juyan sect had been infected by the demonic path, but it seemed that the ancient pill tower was in the same situation. The demonic path treats everyone equally? Nephew, heed my advice. It's not too late to let go of your obsession. Li Faju waved his hands as he spoke, leave quickly, and remember, only by enlightening others can you save your life. Xiao Shan felt that Li Faju had lost his mind and was impossible to communicate with. Not wanting to waste any more words, he took out a pill from his chest and placed it in Li Faju's hand. The pill was cool to the touch and carried a hint of a chilling aura. What is this? Li Faju frowned. 7 Abyss Pill. Xiao Shan lowered his voice and explained, this is a new poison pill developed by our ancient pill tower, made from the spirits of 100 ghosts and combined with 6 types of yin spirits. This is a 7th grade pill, personally refined by my master. After looking around to make sure there were no bystanders, he continued, if a cultivator takes this pill, they will feel as if their heart is being devoured by 100 ghosts, their flesh consumed, and their mind eroded. A core formation cultivator would turn into an idiot, only a cultivator of the upper 4 realms can suppress it. Why give me such a poison pill? Li Faju's eyes turned cold. Elderly, if you wish to uphold justice, you must be prepared to tarnish your own feathers. Keep this pill for now. Whether to use it or not is up to you, Xiao Shan said meaningfully. Clearly, he wanted Li Faju to use this poison pill against Jiang Chen. Thank you for your time, I shall take my leave now. With that, Xiao Shan bowed again and left with his companions. Looking at the poison pill in his hand, Li Faju suddenly became furious. Any fondness he had for Xiao Shan vanished in an instant. Was he being asked to poison Jiang Chen? Wasn't that harming him? He felt somewhat relieved, thinking that if it weren't for the old ancestor waking him up, he might have actually gone through with it. Li Faju wanted to crush the poison pill immediately, but then he glanced at the word reform on the stone wall and fell into deep thought. In the end, he pocketed the poison pill and headed towards the 9th peak. At the 9th peak, in the cloud-soaring hall, within the peak master's chamber, Xiao Hong'ai opened her eyes while feeling groggy. Her head was spinning, her vision was blurry, and her mind was in a blank slate. It was as if she had slept for 10,000 years. Suddenly, she became alert and anxiously shouted, Jiang Chen. As her voice fell, her vision gradually cleared and focused. What she saw was the familiar face and the slightly helpless dark eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still on top of her, their bodies pressed close and their faces inches apart. Thump, thump. Xiao Hong'ai's cheeks instantly flushed red, her heartbeat racing. Upon first awakening, her world was still monochrome except for Jiang Chen, who was in color. But as her heart pounded fiercely, the world returned to normal. She could clearly feel Jiang Chen's warmth and his breath. She could also feel Jiang Chen's equally intense heartbeat. The two of them just stared at each other as if frozen in time. Suddenly, Xiao Hong'ai raised her hands and clasped them around Jiang Chen's neck. With a slight effort, his face drew closer to hers. He is my disciple, a voice popped into her head. Then, without any hesitation, she crushed that thought like trash and tossed it aside. What did it matter if he was her disciple? In this life, Jiang Chen could do whatever he wanted. And she, Xiao Hong'ai, would do the same? Just as Xiao Hong'ai was about to close her eyes in anticipation, she caught sight of 3 heads out of the corner of her eye. Jiang Lianyue, Qingning, and a silly tiger. Scram. Xiao Hong'ai's sleeve fluttered lightly. The two women and the tiger were swept up by a gust of wind, suspended in the air, and then, as they struggled, were blown out of the peak master's chamber window and fell heavily to the ground. Acting so great just because you're powerful, huh? Eldest senior brother, Qingning is here to save you. What kind of master is this? Not only is she crazy, but she's also lusting after her own disciple's body? Ziobai, will never allow this. The roar of the two women and the tiger came from outside. Hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai flicked her sleeve again, and the two women and the tiger who had just fallen were sent flying far away. Now there's no one to disturb us, she continued to look at Jiang Chen. But this look brought a pang of pain to her heart. Jiang Chen averted his gaze and said somewhat helplessly, Master, you're finally awake. Xiao Hong'ai fell silent. She could feel Jiang Chen's rejection. And it was this rejection that brought back the guilt and self-reproach in her heart. Indeed, what right did she have to ask anything of Jiang Chen? After 9 reincarnations, as his master, she had hurt Jiang Chen more deeply than anyone else. She wanted to beg for Jiang Chen's forgiveness but didn't want to trouble him with the past 9 lives. In this life, her disciple deserved to live freely, and all she, a master burdened with deep sins, could do was to facilitate that. Perhaps only that enchantress is worthy of accompanying Jiang Chen till the end, Xiao Hong'ai couldn't help but think so. After forcing a smile, she tried to pretend everything was fine and said, Do you have some scheme on your master? Why else would you be on top of me? Well, Jiang Chen looked embarrassed and hurriedly replied, Master, let me explain. Before he could finish, Xiao Hong'ai stopped him by hugging him. You don't need to explain yourself to anyone anymore, Xiao Hong'ai whispered softly. This time, it was Jiang Chen's turn to be silent. The moment Xiao Hong'ai woke up, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by his emotions. However, his reason did not allow him to act recklessly. Taking a little advantage was one thing, but if he went any further, he would truly become a rebel. Becoming a rebellious disciple didn't bother him. In his eyes, conventional morality was worthless in this life. But he couldn't be the kind of rebel who took advantage of his master's madness. At most, he could talk big. Furthermore, he would cure Xiao Hong'ai's madness before ascending. He didn't want his master to feel nothing but disappointment and hatred for him in this final life. Master, rest assured, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Even if you lose your mind, even if you become someone unrecognizable, I will always be with you until the end. The end? Those words echoed in her ears. The scenes of Jiang Chen's tragic deaths in his 9 lives flashed through Xiao Hong'ai's mind. Her beautiful eyes snapped open, and both phoenix fire and malice appeared in them, surging tumultuously as if to devour the whole world. Sensing her distress, Jiang Chen quickly soothed her. It's okay, nothing will happen to you. I'm here. Do you remember, Master? Our hearts are united as master and disciple, never to part. His comforting voice was soft and gentle. While speaking, Jiang Chen also held Xiao Hong'ai tightly and continuously patted her back. Such words and actions were like comforting a child. Yet it was these things that made the phoenix fire and malice in Xiao Hong'ai's eyes fade away, leaving only thick tears. The next moment, Xiao Hong'ai burst into tears. She buried her head in Jiang Chen's shoulder, crying unrestrainedly like a child. She couldn't apologize, couldn't beg for forgiveness. So, it took her a long time to squeeze out a sentence. Jiang Chen, if you die, do you know what will happen to me? I know, you would probably guard my grave for 100 years. No, you're wrong. I would die with you. At that moment, Jiang Chen wavered. After 9 cycles of reincarnation and 1,000 years of misunderstandings, he had kindled many hopes, but all were extinguished without exception. Over time, he had become disillusioned and weary, now only wishing to leave this world. But even in this life, although he was not afraid of death, he feared Xiao Hong'ai's death. Fortunately, the current Xiao Hong'ai was in a state of madness, and she would likely return to her normal self upon regaining consciousness. Otherwise, he didn't know what to do in this life. He had also considered the possibility that Xiao Hong'ai's madness could not be cured. If it really came to that, then he would reveal all the truths and ask his master to fulfill his wish. Moreover, Xiao Hong'ai said she would die with him, but he wasn't truly dead, was he? He was just ascending to another world through death? He could totally paint a big picture for Xiao Hong'ai, encouraging her to cultivate hard and then ascend to find him. If he could return to this world after ascending, he could first chop Lin Feng into pieces to feed the dogs and then figure out a way to take Xiao Hong'ai away. In any case, there were still many methods. Jiang Chen, can we leave the Juyan sect? I hate this place. No matter where we go, I'll be with you, Xiao Hong'ai said again. Leave the Juyan sect? Jiang Chen was somewhat tempted. Now the Juyan sect was full of madmen, and the plot was becoming more and more absurd. But he was helpless. It was precisely because of this that he couldn't leave. He had to keep a close watch on Lin Feng. Otherwise, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain if the plot completely collapsed and affected the grand finale? Furthermore, Xiao Hong'ai's condition also needed to be monitored. Who knew if this madness would continue indefinitely? If she suddenly returned to normal, he wouldn't mind, but it would turn his master into a traitor of the sect. Jiang Chen's silence made Xiao Hong'ai understand the answer. She didn't insist, just sighed softly. Suddenly, a disciple from the 9th peak came to report that Li Fazhe had arrived. At the mention of Li Fazhe's name, Xiao Hong'ai's eyes once again showed malice, and a thick murderous intent emerged. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, every time Li Fazhe came, it was to trouble Jiang Chen, and this life was no exception. And she had already decided. In this life, whoever touched Jiang Chen would die. Master, let me tell you a joke, Jiang Chen said after seeing her state. What? Xiao Hong'ai asked, blinking. The old ancestor asked me to take over the Hall of Enforcement, and now Li Fazhe has been stripped of his position as an elder of the Hall of Enforcement. At best, he's just an ordinary disciple? So, he's actually my subordinate now. Xiao Hong'ai looked incredulous and asked, has the old ancestor gone mad? Who knows? Jiang Chen shrugged. But it's true that the people of the Juyan sect are almost all mad. With that statement, Xiao Hong'ai was once again full of question marks. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at her, she straightened her expression and said seriously, Jiang Chen, I'm not mad. In the grand hall of the cloud-soaring hall, Xiao Hong'ai sat high in the peak master's seat, her beautiful eyes half-closed, yawning from time to time. Jiang Chen stood by her side, seemingly lost in thought. And in the center of the hall, Li Fazhe stood upright, silent. It had been several moments since Li Fazhe's arrival, and although he had tried to speak several times, he had held back each time, appearing extremely conflicted. During this time, although other members of the Juyan sect had come to the cloud-soaring hall to express their concern and consolation to Jiang Chen, Li Fazhe alone had never set foot here. There were 2 reasons for this. 1. Even after a great enlightenment, the thought of Jiang Chen still involuntarily triggered his righteous heart, bringing about a strong sense of aversion. 2. His conflict with Jiang Chen was deep, and he didn't know how to reconcile for a while. But the matter of the visitors from the ancient pill tower awakened him. He had to take action. Any further delay would only cause pain to loved ones and joy to enemies, a path led by demons. Jiang Chen. Taking a deep breath, Li Fazhe finally spoke up. Call me Hallmaster. Jiang Chen interrupted sharply. Li Fazhe's mouth twitched. When he was in charge of the Hall of Enforcement, he had never dared to call himself Hallmaster, but Jiang Chen said it so confidently. Reminding himself constantly to reform him, Li Fazhe gritted his teeth and said, Hallmaster. Why don't you pay your respects when you see the Hallmaster? Jiang Chen began to put on airs again. Li Fazhe's mouth twitched again, and he almost wanted to draw his sword. Fortunately, reason restrained him, and he gritted his teeth to pay his respects. What brings the law enforcer Li here? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Law enforcer? What kind of tacky title is this? He's already of age. Li Fazhe couldn't hold back his anger, which rushed to his forehead. You'd better keep that anger in check, Xiao Hong'ai, who had been looking lazy, said with a sudden chill in her voice. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking Li Fazhe up. Just now, he had almost lost control again. Thankfully, Xiao Hong'ai's timely reminder prevented unthinkable consequences. Thank you for the reminder, 9th Peak's master, Li Fazhe said while bowing deeply with a humble attitude. Xiao Hong'ai was taken aback. Was this the same Li Fazhe who was known for his stern impartiality, always wearing a stern face and never giving face to anyone? If it weren't for his familiar face, she would have doubted she had recognized the wrong person. Jiang Chen said the whole Juyan sect was almost insane, and she didn't believe it, but now it seemed. At least this Li Fazhe was definitely not normal. Could it be that the Juyan sect is facing retribution? She wondered to herself. Jiang Lianyue, Lin Mubai, Qingning, and others from the Juyan sect had gone mad one after another. Could it be? She suddenly felt a shock in her heart and looked at Li Fazhe with deep meaning. Elderly, have you recently experienced hallucinations? Not at all. Li Fazhe replied instantly. Thank you for your concern, 9th Peak's master. Everything is normal. It's retribution indeed. Hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai completely lost interest and became lazy again. Li Fazhe glanced at her, feeling somewhat surprised. The last time Jiang Chen was captured for questioning, Xiao Hong'ai went crazy, completely lawless, and utterly insane. But looking at her today, aside from the earlier impulse to kill him, her speech and logic seemed relatively normal. But then he thought about it. The mad ones like Jiang Lianyue and the others seemed to behave normally on a daily basis, so he ignored it. Jiang, Hallmaster, I have come to expose a conspiracy of the ancient pill tower. Li Fazhe stated his purpose. A conspiracy. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Li Fazhe took out the poisonous pill he had just obtained and explained, this pill comes from the ancient pill tower, named 7 Abyss Pill. If a core formation cultivator takes it, they will be devoured by 100 ghosts, consuming their heart and flesh, turning them into an idiot. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai's eyes lit up, and she straightened her posture. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, vaguely guessing something. Then, Li Fazhe took a deep breath, his expression even more serious. The ancient pill tower wants to use me to poison the Hallmaster? Such an act is despicable, and I have come to expose it. Jiang Chen was speechless. Expose? A righteous person coming to him, a villain, to expose his own ally? This Li Fazhe's madness is quite interesting. Xiao Hong'ai's eyes turned cold, and phoenix fire emerged around her, saying, the ancient pill tower? I'll go destroy the ancient pill tower first. Li Fazhe was stunned. Destroy the ancient pill tower? The ancient pill tower was not something Xiao Hong'ai could destroy alone. But if Xiao Hong'ai went, could the supreme elders ignore it? What about the old ancestor who had just entered the jade coffin? A slight misstep could lead to a great war between the righteous sects. Ninth Peak's master, you must not. Li Fazhou hurriedly intervened. Although the ancient pill tower's cultivation and strength are not as great as our Juyan sect, they have good relations with other righteous sects. Any carelessness could lead to the destruction of our sect. Destruction of the sect? Xiao Hong'ai asked coldly. Indeed. Li Fazhou nodded. The Juyan sect being destroyed. Xiao Hong'ai asked again. It's not impossible. Li Fazhou nodded again. What does it have to do with me? Li Fazhou was speechless. At this moment, he was certain. Compared to Jiang Lianyue and the others, Xiao Hong'ai was even more recklessly insane. This made him sigh. Look, this is what happens when the demonic seed completely erupts. It must serve as his warning. Helplessly, Li Fazhou turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. Master, there's no need to be angry, Jiang Chen said with a sneer. That ancient pill tower is just a bunch of cowards, only daring to do little things behind the scenes, not worth worrying about. After a brief response, Xiao Hong'ai sat down again, her expression returning to normal. Li Fazhou let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that Jiang Chen would strongly encourage Xiao Hong'ai to do this, and he was prepared to stop her at the cost of his life. Who knew that Jiang Chen would stop her as well? This made him reflect deeply, realizing that he had greatly misunderstood Jiang Chen. What Li Fazhou didn't know was Jiang Chen simply didn't want Xiao Hong'ai to take the risk. Moreover, aside from the fact that he could use the ancient pill tower as a tool to farm system rewards, he knew better than anyone that the ancient pill tower was indeed not easy to destroy. A pill refiner was, after all, a special profession. Perhaps they were not very powerful in their own right, but their vast network of relationships was not to be underestimated. If they were to be destroyed, it had to be done carefully and gradually. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became silent, and the three of them stopped talking. Li Fazhou pondered to himself, feeling that this was not enough to enlighten, at most it was just a denunciation. To achieve the goal of enlightenment and reformation, he needed to do something drastic. With this thought, his expression became even more serious, and he blurted out, if the hall master is willing to stop doing evil from now on, then I will take this 7 abyss pill. Are you sick in the head? After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Chen cursed outright. A cultivator turning into an idiot was no different from being dead. He had guessed that Li Fazhou was not normal, but he didn't expect it to be to such an extreme. To commit suicide at the slightest disagreement, he was almost caught up with Lin Mubai. In my life, I, Li Fazhou, have enforced the law impartially, thinking I had no regrets. Yet, I never thought that it was precisely this that led to my obsession. I feel guilty for the sect master's cultivation and the trust of the sect, Li Fazhou said with his eyes dimming and his tone low. Suddenly, he looked up fiercely, his voice resounding firmly, Jiang Chen, if my life can transform you and lead you to righteousness and save the sect from danger, then what do I have to fear in death? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was stunned. He took a long, hard look at Li Fazhou and sighed. Li Fazhou, I misunderstood you? Oh, has the hall master been moved by me? Li Fazhou was overjoyed. No, Jiang Chen shook his head. I once said you were a spy for the demonic path, which was indeed a misunderstanding. Now I realize that you are actually a spy for the Buddha temple. Come clean, which bald monk from the Buddha temple did you take as your master? Xiao Hong'ai very much agreed with Jiang Chen's words. Li Fazhou had learned the concept of if I don't enter hell, who will? He was probably not just a spy but a deeply embedded one. Li Fazhou was speechless, feeling that this was not what he had expected. It seems like his persuasion failed, or perhaps, it wasn't shocking enough. He thought, words are indeed too pale and weak. Only concrete actions can truly persuade someone. To demonstrate his determination, he gritted his teeth and threw the pill he was holding into his mouth. Then he swallowed a mouthful of air. Huh? Where's the pill? Li Fazhou blinked in confusion. He glanced at his right palm. Nothing. Then he looked at the ground. Also nothing. Has it gone to hell? Li Fazhou became even more bewildered. Suddenly, Xiao Hong'ai's voice rang out, it would be a waste for you to consume this pill. Better let me keep it. Hearing this, Li Fazhou quickly checked. Sure enough, the 7 abyss pill that he had just tossed into the air a second ago was now in Xiao Hong'ai's hand. She was delicately examining it with her fingers, her fair cheeks blooming with a smile. This made Jiang Chen pause for a moment, but he soon understood. In his view, his master might be mad, but she still had a heart that couldn't bear to see harm done, probably using this method to stop Li Fazhou from committing suicide. Compared to people like Jiang Lianyue, my master is still relatively sane, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Li Fazhou, however, was still utterly astonished. His thoughts aligned with Jiang Chen's, but he was even more amazed by Xiao Hong'ai's cultivation level. Before her madness, Xiao Hong'ai was at the early stage of the fate transformation realm in the upper 4 realms. With such cultivation, taking something from thin air is indeed very simple, but it definitely can't be done silently. Now, the fact that Jiang Chen had given Xiao Hong'ai the phoenix essence blood to use was almost universally known. And after merging with the phoenix essence blood, Xiao Hong'ai became a true phoenix body, and everyone guessed that her cultivation must have improved. But, this improvement was a bit too much. In the central domain, the cultivation progress of upper 4 realms cultivators is extremely slow. Without special opportunities, even those with excellent talent would need decades to break through even a minor realm. But after merging with the phoenix essence blood, Xiao Hong'ai might have directly broken through 2 minor realms, advancing to the late stage of fate transformation. She must have experienced a profound comprehension of heaven and earth. Only then could she be so silent. And with such cultivation, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with many supreme elders of the Juyan sect. The gap between the major realms of the upper 4 realms is like a chasm, and the gap between minor realms is equally immeasurable. The simplest example is that in a battle between ordinary upper 4 realms cultivators within the same major realm, if one's cultivation is a minor realm higher than the others, it can lead to a complete defeat. Li Faju, although now reshaping his core formation, had once touched the edge of the upper 4 realms, so he knew a bit about these matters. At this moment, he was both shocked and excited. He was shocked by the effect of the phoenix essence blood and excited that the Juyan sect had gained another powerful member, although this powerful member was a bit mad. Congratulations to the 9th Peak's Peak Master for your advancement in cultivation. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Li Faju bowed in salute. Scram, Xiao Hong'ai said impatiently with a wave of her hand. Several days later, Jiang Hu woke up. After resting for half a month, most of his injuries had healed, but the mental trauma was still there. The first thing he did upon waking up was cry. He didn't understand. Why was it always him who got hurt? Jiang Chen beat him up, Lin Mubai chopped at her, and Qing Ning scared him. Lin Feng joined the sect and thought he had found a kindred spirit, but Jiang Chen threw him off the cliff. Was all this because he wasn't cowardly enough? No, because he was always extremely cowardly in front of Jiang Chen. Was it because he wasn't flattering enough, not good at brown-nosing? Jiang Hu turned his head and looked at the book from beginner to master in flattery on the bedside table, which he had almost worn out, and he didn't think that was it either. So what was the reason for all this? In the end, Jiang Hu found the answer. He wasn't strong enough. If he could overpower all the true disciples of the 9th peak in cultivation, he wouldn't be beaten up. I must become stronger. I must stand tall and proud. I want to be the tiger among tigers. I want no one in this world to bully me again. Leaping up from the bed, Jiang Hu swore to the heavens. His expression fell as soon as he finished speaking, and he sighed sadly. His talent was limited, and he had no fortune. Even if he practiced day and night, he couldn't catch up with Jiang Chen and the other true disciples of the 9th peak. To put it bluntly, he was just an ordinary cultivator. A cultivator who could only be trampled and bullied by the strong, with no power to resist. How unfair is this world? Jiang Hu pounded his chest and wept bitterly. Creak. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. It was Great Elder Liu Yang's arrival. Before entering, Liu Yang had heard Jiang Hu's indignant voice, and after entering, he let out a long sigh. Master, I might go mad if this continues, Jiang Hu said with a choked voice. It's okay. Liu Yang patted his shoulder to comfort him. It doesn't matter. Several have gone mad already. One more won't make a difference. I'm used to it. Jiang Hu was full of question marks. Is this something a human would say? He was Liu Yang's eldest disciple. They had been master and disciple for more than 10 years. What about their emotional bond? Disciple, during the time you were unconscious, many big things happened in the section. Liu Yang said seriously, with a solemn expression, there are some things I can't tell you in detail. But I can remind you if you don't want to go mad, stop harboring resentment towards Jiang Chen and thinking about taking his position as a true disciple. I'm not. Jiang Hu replied instantly. He did indeed harbor grievances against Jiang Chen. But honestly, at most, he was just a bit too happy when Jiang Chen was punished. As for taking Jiang Chen's position as a true disciple, he only thought about it, didn't dare, and didn't have the ability to do it. Even the last time he discussed with Lin Feng how to deal with Jiang Chen, he just wanted to wait for Jiang Chen to make a mistake and be punished so he could laugh a bit more. The result was a fall off the cliff and nearly biting the dust. Disciple, I have a strategy that can ensure your safety, Liu Yang said again. What strategy? Master, please tell me quickly, Jiang Hu asked eagerly. How about? After a slight pause, Liu Yang made a shocking suggestion. You go and become Jiang Chen's lackey. How about that? Jiang Hu felt like he was seeing a madman. If the person in front of him wasn't his master, he might even curse. Become Jiang Chen's lackey? Could he, the first under the true disciples under the 9th peak, do such a thing? More importantly, when Liu Yang used to mention Jiang Chen, he would get so angry that he would puff out his beard and glare, and now, he actually wanted to send his eldest disciple into the fire pit. Master, have you gone mad? Jiang Hu asked incredulously. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. How could he say such a thing carelessly? And the other party was his master? What if Liu Yang got angry? He might get beaten up again? Just as Jiang Hu was about to explain himself. Nonsense, your master is trying hard not to go mad, Liu Yang said with a stern face. Jiang Hu was taken aback, filled with doubt and shock. You can take your time to consider my suggestion. I, as your master, would not harm you. Liu Yang changed the subject, saying, the Peak Master has ordered that you go see her as soon as you wake up. Remember, when you see the Peak Master, it's best not to speak badly. The Peak Master, think about people like Jiang Lianyue, you know what I mean. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hu first frowned in thought, then quickly nodded incessantly, looking very much like he got it. In his view, with the successive madness of the 9th peak's true disciples, Xiao Hong'ai must be heartbroken. Jiang Chen had also thrown him and Lin Feng off the cliff, which added disappointment to her sorrow. Xiao Hong'ai must be feeling terrible now, right? If asked about the fall from the cliff, he would not exaggerate but simply tell the truth. Don't worry, master, I know what to do, Jiang Hu said. Jiang Hu met Xiao Hong'ai in the cloud-soaring hall. The moment he stepped into the great hall, he inexplicably shivered. It was night, and only Xiao Hong'ai was present in the vast hall. She was sitting in the peak master's seat, her right hand supporting her head, her left hand delicately examining a pill. Perhaps it was due to the dim light in the hall, but Jiang Hu always felt that Xiao Hong'ai seemed cold. Her smile was cold, and her aura was extremely cold. Peak master, Jiang Hu greeted her, bracing himself. I heard that you and Lin Feng are quite close. Xiao Hong'ai asked softly without lifting her head. Although her voice was very soft, it made Jiang Hu's skin crawl with an indescribable fear. He had intended to nod in agreement. Although he had not interacted much with Lin Feng, their conversations were congenial, like kindred spirits, and they had been thrown off the cliff together by Jiang Chen, which made them brothers in adversity. But he dared not. He sensed something was wrong. What exactly was wrong, he couldn't say at the moment. If he had to say, Xiao Hong'ai's voice at this moment was eerily similar to King Ning's when she was holding up the urn full of ashes. It was spine-chilling. Reporting to the peak master, my relationship with 6th senior brother, Jiang Hu decided to deny it. 6th senior brother. Xiao Hong'ai turned her head, a fierce light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Since when did my 9th peak have a 6th senior brother? No, peak master, I was talking about disciple Lin Feng. Jiang Hu was a bit confused. Lin Feng. Xiao Hong'ai's eyes darkened with a stronger fierce light. I don't remember. When and where did I take someone named Lin Feng as a disciple? Jiang Hu was even more confused. He began to suspect that Xiao Hong'ai had lost her memory. After all, the test and the ceremony of taking disciples had been witnessed by the entire Juyin sect. Could she forget such a thing? Did I ever drink the tea of accepting a disciple? Did I ever let Lin Feng perform the 3 kowtow of the disciples ceremony? Xiao Hong'ai asked again. Jiang Hu thought carefully. It seemed that there really wasn't. But Lin Feng's blood is registered, Jiang Hu replied subconsciously. His blood is registered because of the old ancestors' doing. Xiao Hong'ai retracted her fierce aura and said with a smile. What does that have to do with me? Next time, I will destroy your core formation if you spread false rumors again. Jiang Hu shivered again. After understanding that Xiao Hong'ai had no intention of taking Lin Feng as a disciple, he felt like he had been shortchanged. After all, he had been calling Lin Feng 6th senior brother before. It turned out that the person was not a disciple of the 9th peak at all. I understand, Jiang Hu nodded solemnly. Good, Xiao Hong'ai said with a satisfied smile, then asked again, I heard that you and Lin Feng are quite close. Reporting to the peak master, I'm not at all familiar with Lin Feng. Jiang Hu was indignant while expressing his anger. The peak master must see clearly. This must be someone spreading rumors? To be honest, the person I hate the most in my life is Lin Feng, that kind of. He hesitated for a long time, unable to find a suitable adjective. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and blurt out, that kind of ungrateful, shameless, deceitful, sneaky, lecherous scoundrel who laughs like an idiot. He said all the negative words he could think of in one breath. Xiao Hong'ai blinked her beautiful eyes blankly. This answer was very fitting. She didn't expect that Jiang Hu would have such insight, not only understanding Lin Feng so deeply but also seeing through his true nature. Well said, she nodded in approval. Hearing this, Jiang Hu let out a sigh of relief. He did have that bit of discernment. He could clearly see Xiao Hong'ai's dislike for Lin Feng, so naturally, he had to play along. For him to tell the truth, wasn't that just asking for trouble? That book From Beginner to Master in Flattery does have some use. I need to study it again when I get back, Jiang Hu thought to himself. Why did you and Lin Feng accidentally fall off the cliff together? Xiao Hong'ai asked again. What does it mean to accidentally fall off the cliff? That was clearly being knocked down by Jiang Chen. Okay. Jiang Hu instinctively wanted to complain, but just as he was about to speak, alarm bells rang in his heart again. After being beaten and scared repeatedly, he had become extremely cautious. Although he came here directly after waking up, he knew that it had been a good half a month since the incident occurred. If Xiao Hong'ai really wanted to punish someone or had already punished Jiang Chen, she would never say, accidentally fall off the cliff. It seems that the peak master is still biased towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Hu sighed inwardly. After a moment of thought, he had to make up another story. Reporting to the peak master, that day I was severely reprimanding Lin Feng. Eldest senior brother suddenly appeared, startling us, and as a result, we accidentally fell off the cliff by ourselves. Xiao Hong'ai nodded, said no more, and tossed the pill in her hand to Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu quickly caught it with both hands, immediately feeling a chill in his palms. Although his cultivation was not high, he still had some knowledge. Although he didn't know the specific name of this pill, judging from the halo emanating from it, its grade was definitely not low. Peak Master, is this a reward for me? Jiang Hu was overjoyed. This is a 7th grade spirit induction pill, which can help core formation cultivators improve their cultivation and solidify their core formation, Xiao Hong'ai said expressionlessly. Take this pill and give it to Lin Feng to consume. He will surely be grateful to you. A 7th grade pill. Jiang Hu was shocked. Such a high-level pill, he had never even seen before. What's more, he didn't expect that. Just now, Xiao Hong'ai had shown strong disgust towards Lin Feng, but now she was willing to give away such a high-level pill? He couldn't help but feel moved. Xiao Hong'ai was truly worthy of being the ninth peak's peak master. She still had compassion even for someone she extremely disliked. Indeed, she had the demeanor of the paragon of righteousness like the old ancestor. More importantly, it was such a precious pill, yet the peak master actually trusted him to deliver it, not afraid that he would have any covetous thoughts. How could such trust not move someone? Rest assured, peak master, I will personally see to it that Lin Feng consumes this pill, Zhang Hu assured with a serious expression. After seeing that Xiao Hong'ai had no further instructions, he left the cloud-soaring hall and headed toward Lin Feng's location. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Hong'ai smiled with satisfaction. That was not any spirit induction pill, but a 7 abyss pill she had snatched from Li Faju. If Lin Feng had consumed it, he might have been saved by destiny, but he would definitely not have escaped the torment. Xiao Hong'ai was very clear that if she directly attacked Lin Feng, not only would she be unable to kill him, but it would also lead to unexpected complications. Compared to that, poisoning was a good method, not only undetectable but also hard to guard against. In this life, she wanted this son of destiny to taste what it was like to be poisoned by someone. It would be best if the poison killed him, and even if it didn't, she could keep trying to poison him until the day Lin Feng's destiny was exhausted. As for why she let Zhang Hu go instead of going herself, it was because Xiao Hong'ai was worried that if she saw Lin Feng, she would not be able to restrain her murderous intent. She did not plan to tell Jiang Chen about this. The reason was simple. Jiang Chen personally brought Lin Feng into the Juyan sect, and when Lin Feng was about to be expelled, he did not hesitate to leave the sect as well. She knew her disciple well and understood that Jiang Chen would not do this for no reason. There must be a plan. As for what that plan was, she couldn't guess. But no matter what, she would not let the outcome of the previous 9 lives repeat in this life. Lin Feng must be killed. Lin Feng woke up earlier than Zhang Hu that day. After waking up, he stayed indoors, oblivious to the outside world, focusing solely on his cultivation. The day he was knocked off the cliff by Jiang Chen made him realize something. Jiang Chen acted without any restraint. So if he didn't improve his strength, Jiang Chen would kill him sooner or later. Perhaps it was the sense of urgency that spurred him on, but lately, his cultivation had been going exceptionally smoothly, frequently reaching moments of enlightenment. He estimated that he was on the verge of breaking through to the human origin stage. When he first arrived in the central domain, he was merely at the initial formation stage, but in just a few months, he was about to break through to human origin. Such a speed of cultivation was unbelievable, even to himself, and it excited him greatly. However, he still felt a bit bitter thinking about his recent experiences. Every advancement in his strength had come after suffering hardships. Whether being buried alive by Qingning or being pursued by Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai, and this time, it was being knocked off the cliff by Jiang Chen. Advancing in strength was indeed a good thing, but it was frustrating. Fortunately, he believed that the sect would not ignore Jiang Chen's heinous act of harming a fellow disciple by throwing him and Zhang Hu off the cliff. Now, cultivation was the priority. Once he broke through to human origin, he would definitely inquire about the punishment Jiang Chen received. Then he would take great pleasure in Jiang Chen's misfortune. Putting aside his distracting thoughts, Lin Feng continued to cultivate in peace. Soon, a surge of energy burst forth, and he opened his eyes abruptly. The strength of the human origin stage is indeed incomparable to the core formation initial formation stage. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. With his current strength, he could match that wild man Lin Mubai without old man Tianji's help, even if he went all out. Although Lin Mubai was at the earthly origin stage, one realm higher than him, Lin Feng's cultivation of ancient techniques meant that fighting across a major realm was not a big problem. Haha. Lin Feng laughed heartily. The frustrations of the past were merely paving the way for today's rise. At this rate of cultivation, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Jiang Lianyue, and it was only a matter of time before he could confront Jiang Chen. After the laughter, Lin Feng stood up, ready to seek out Xiao Hong'ai. Besides wanting to find out about Jiang Chen's punishment, he also wanted Xiao Hong'ai to see his talent. As long as he could catch the attention of this beautiful master, he would no longer fear Jiang Chen, and he might even obtain the 9 abyss soul embryo to awaken old man Tianji from his slumber. Squeak. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and the person who entered was Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was not surprised by Lin Feng's awakening. After all, the commotion from Lin Feng's breakthrough was quite loud, and many disciples of the Juyan sect must have noticed it. Congratulations, 6. Brother Lin, you've turned misfortune into a blessing and made great progress in your cultivation. Zhang Hu said with a beaming smile. Brother Lin? This address made Lin Feng frown. Before falling off the cliff, Zhang Hu used to call him 6th senior brother, but now it had changed to Brother Lin? How cold the world can be? He guessed inwardly. It must be because Lin Feng was no match for Jiang Chen, so Zhang Hu changed the way he addressed him. He had a good impression of Zhang Hu, thinking they were not only kindred spirits but also brothers who shared hardships. Now he saw clearly, Zhang Hu was a two-faced scoundrel. What brings you here, Brother Zhang? We're not that close, are we? Lin Feng said with a stern face. The words were a bit harsh, but Jiang Hu didn't mind and directly took out a pill and said, Brother Lin, this is a 7th grade spirit induction pill that can help you further your cultivation and solidify your core formation. The Peak Master specifically asked me to deliver it to you. A 7th grade spirit induction pill? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, but after looking at the pill, he looked suspicious. Judging by the pill's halo, it was undoubtedly a 7th grade pill, but it felt cold to the touch and carried a chilling aura, not at all like a pill that could enhance cultivation. Lin Feng took another look at Jiang Hu. Although Jiang Hu said the pill was a gift from Xiao Hong'ai, who knew if it was true? He wouldn't be foolish enough to easily trust a two-faced person. After some thought, he handed the pill back to Jiang Hu and said with a chuckle, since it's a pill that can enhance cultivation, I'll give it to you. Really? Jiang Hu was overjoyed. Worried that Lin Feng might change his mind, he immediately tried to put the pill into his mouth. But before he could swallow it, Lin Feng snatched it back. Of course it's just a jest. Lin Feng changed his stance in an instant without a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Hu's face darkened. Wasn't this just toying with him? He had just felt guilty for speaking ill of Lin Feng behind his back. Now it seemed there was no need for guilt. I'll keep the pill. What are you still doing here? Lin Feng spoke again. I promised the Peak Master to watch you refine the pill. Jiang Hu replied instantly. This made Lin Feng even more cautious. Back in the lower domain, there were many who wanted to poison him. Without exception, they all wanted to watch him take the poison. Lin Feng also had some knowledge of pill refining, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't figure out the pill, even feeling like he had never seen it before. If old man Tianji wasn't asleep, he would surely be able to tell at a glance whether this is a poison pill with his insight. Lin Feng lamented in his heart. Indeed, it was he had lost count of how many days since old man Tianji was asleep, and he missed him. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Hu again, who was still looking enviously at the pill in his hand. Judging from Jiang Hu's behavior just now, the pill doesn't seem like a poison pill. But what if, just what if someone wanted to poison me through Jiang Hu? He analyzed in his mind. But according to Jiang Hu, the pill was a gift from Xiao Hong'ai. This beautiful master is a bit strange, but she wouldn't poison her own disciple. Lin Feng was once again in a dilemma. Suddenly, bang! The door to the room was kicked open with force. Haha, junior brother Lin, I heard you've awakened from your coma, and as your eldest senior brother, I've come to visit you. Jiang Chen entered the room. His arrival startled both Lin Feng and Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu was considering whether to kneel before speaking. Lin Feng, with a dark face, replied, eldest senior brother, please go back. I'm fine and don't need any comfort. How can that be? Juyan sect is almost out of normal people, and you've finally woken up from a coma. As your eldest senior brother, I naturally have to come and spar with you. Don't worry, I'm quite heavy-handed. Jiang Chen smiled wickedly. As he spoke, he was ready to make a move. But when he saw the pill in Lin Feng's hand, he suddenly stopped. His pupils shrank. With just one glance, he confirmed. The pill in Lin Feng's hand was definitely a 7 Abyss pill. Such a poisonous pill, how did it end up in Lin Feng's hands? And judging by Lin Feng's appearance, he seemed ready to eat it. That's not something you can eat. Lin Feng was the son of destiny, and even if he really ate it, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. But Jiang Chen didn't want to take the risk. After all, if the tool for ascension became foolish, it would affect his grand plan. Junior brother Lin, hand over the pill quickly. Jiang Chen stepped forward, ready to snatch it. But he had only taken one step. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed the pill with the speed of lightning, not giving Jiang Chen a chance to react. Not only that, after swallowing the pill, he crossed his arms and said smugly, haha, Jiang Chen, this pill is a bit strange, others told me to eat it, and I really dared not. But you don't want me to eat it? Sorry, I must eat it. Farewell. Hearing this, Jiang Chen turned and left. Chapter 129. Haha. After Jiang Chen left, Lin Feng laughed smugly. Ever since encountering Jiang Chen, he had been constantly on the losing end, but he finally managed to turn the tables today. Junior brother Jiang, did you say that? Lin Feng boasted to Jiang Hu again, as long as you're fearless and don't bow to evil, there will eventually come a day when you can hold your head high and breathe peacefully. Jiang Hu nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up. From the situation just now, he also thought that Jiang Chen was trying to snatch Lin Feng's high-level elixir, only to end up with nothing. But for some reason, he always felt that the look Jiang Chen gave Lin Feng when he left was a bit like looking at an idiot. With the task completed, Jiang Hu didn't think too much and prepared to leave to report back. But before he could turn around, he saw Lin Feng, who had just been laughing arrogantly, suddenly change his expression. Huh? Why do I feel a cold aura rampaging inside my body? Maybe this spirit induction elixir was made from cold materials? After all, many cold substances can also increase a cultivator's cultivation, Jiang Hu speculated. That makes sense. Lin Feng nodded, but why do I feel like my flesh is being gnawed on? It's kind of painful. Brother Lin, this is a 7th grade elixir, and in the entire central domain, only the ancient pill tower can refine it. Such a high-level elixir is naturally different, with extremely potent medicinal power. You should quickly use your vital energy to activate it. Otherwise, the effects of the medicine will be wasted. Jiang Hu said earnestly. Lin Feng thought it made sense and immediately sat cross-legged to activate the elixir with his vital energy. But soon, he found something even more wrong. After activating it with vital energy, the coldness and pain did not decrease but intensified. Not only that, but his mind was also filled with chaotic noises like the wailing of 100 ghosts, making his consciousness start to blur. Not good, this is a poison pill. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The 7 purifications annihilation technique he practiced not only eradicated the 7 emotions and 6 desires but also had a certain immunity to poison. Without any hesitation, he started to run his technique, wanting to expel the poison pill from his body. But it was too late. If he had done this right after taking the pill, he might have been able to expel it successfully, but he had just used his vital energy to activate the pill, allowing the poison to penetrate deep into his bones. The ghostly wails became more piercing and shrill. Lin Feng could clearly feel his flesh being gnawed away by thousands of ants, not only in excruciating pain but also rapidly losing blood essence. He clutched his head and screamed. The intense pain made it impossible for him to sit cross-legged. Instead, he curled up on the ground while writhing. Soon, his eyes lost their luster, his flesh visibly disappeared at a rapid pace, his cheeks hollowed out, and his body like a bag of bones. And it didn't stop there. He began to foam at the mouth, his limbs trembling rapidly as if in a seizure. Despite what should have been extreme pain, his face bore a strange, silly smile. And as his consciousness began to blur, Lin Feng used his last bit of strength to shout, "Jiang Hu, how dare you harm me?" At this moment, Jiang Hu was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. The Peak Master had clearly said it was a pill that could improve a cultivator's cultivation, so how did it become a poison pill? The point is, judging by the effects of this poison pill, it's probably not just any ordinary poison. Brother Lin, this has nothing to do with me. The elixir you took was indeed a gift from the Peak Master. Jiang Hu quickly explained. How could the master harm me? Where is there a reason for a master to harm their disciple? It must be you. It must be you, a double-dealing, conscienceless beast jealous of my talent. Lin Feng struggled to maintain his consciousness and cursed vehemently. Brother Lin, there's something I think I need to tell you, Jiang Hu said after a moment's hesitation. Cut the nonsense. If I'm lucky enough to survive this ordeal, I'll crush your bones and pull out your tendons. You better wash your neck and wait. Lin Feng shouted. Brother Lin, actually, you're not the Peak Master's disciple, not even a disciple of our 9th Peak. The Peak Master said she has never accepted you as a disciple because you haven't kowtowed or offered tea. So, you have no real relationship with the Peak Master. Shocked beyond measure, Lin Feng momentarily regained some clarity. Xiao Hong'ai doesn't acknowledge him as a disciple? The reason being he didn't offer tea or kowtow to become a disciple. But that was what Xiao Hong'ai herself said was unnecessary? Now this? Was she playing him? Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He endured the pain, foaming at the mouth, and asked, "The Peak Master? Does the Peak Master get dizzy at the sight of tea? Dizzy when she saw people kowtowing?" "Not at all." Jiang Hu replied instantly, "I kowtow and offer tea to the Peak Master every day, and from time to time she even rewards me with some cultivation resources. This is outrageous." Lin Feng was both angry and in pain, instantly understanding everything. What beautiful master. This was clearly another madwoman, and one who played her role even more convincingly than Qingning, enjoying toying with and poisoning people. Realizing that his consciousness was being devoured and that he was at risk of becoming an idiot at any moment, Lin Feng hurriedly shouted again, "Brother Jiang, we are brothers, sharing weal and woe. You go quickly and ask for help from the sect master or the supreme elder. Let them save me." "Okay." Jiang Hu readily agreed, "I'll go find the Peak Master. It must be that the Peak Master got the wrong elixir. She can save you." With that, he immediately rushed out the door. Don't go to that madwoman," Lin Feng urgently tried to stop him. But by this time, he was almost fainting, his voice as faint as a mosquito's, and Jiang Hu didn't hear it at all. Jiang Hu had just left when he found a figure in red not far from Lin Feng's residence. Xiao Hong'ai was smiling. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with anticipation, her red clothes as before, yet with phoenix fire fluttering about her. Seeing this, Jiang Hu breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward. In fact, at the moment Lin Feng collapsed from the poison, he had also suspected that Xiao Hong'ai had gone mad. But this thought was instantly dismissed. Because it was impossible. Because that was Xiao Hong'ai, a beloved figure of the 9th Peak. Because Xiao Hong'ai was not only the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family but also the Peak Master of Juyan Sect's 9th Peak, and even a cultivator of the upper 4 realms. She had been nurtured since childhood by the Juyan Old Ancestor and the Supreme Great Elder, and cultivators of the upper 4 realms were known for their stable state of mind. How could such a person go mad? Soon, however, Jiang Hu realized he was wrong. He hurried forward, impatient to speak when. "How is it? Did that Lin Feng die from the poison? Oh, that elixir doesn't kill people, so he must have been poisoned into becoming stupid, right?" Xiao Hong'ai asked eagerly. Jiang Hu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He rubbed his eyes and cleaned his ears. Even after confirming that he hadn't seen or heard wrong, he still couldn't believe it. "I'm asking you a question." Xiao Hong'ai frowned, a flash of ferocity appears in her eyes. Gulp. Jiang Hu swallowed hard, his legs trembling. "Remember, when you see the Peak Master, it's best not to speak badly. The Peak Master, think about people like Jiang Lianyue, you know what I mean." The words of Great Elder Liu Yang echoed in his mind. He thought Liu Yang was referring to Jiang Lianyue and others going mad, causing Xiao Hong'ai distress. Only now did he understand. It was Xiao Hong'ai who had gone mad. The peak master of Juyan Sect's 9th peak, the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Hong'ai, had truly gone mad. And to think he had said he know what to do, Zhang Hu wanted to slap himself at this moment. Just now, Xiao Hong'ai was using his hand to try to poison Lin Feng into becoming stupid. Master, couldn't you have been more straightforward? Zhang Hu questioned in his heart, almost in tears. In reality, he knew. When it came to the 9th peak's master going mad, as a subordinate, Liu Yang naturally had to be somewhat diplomatic and couldn't be too blunt. But it was too frightening. Driven by instinct, Zhang Hu wanted to run, but he didn't dare. Being scared by madmen over and over again, he had developed some immunity and courage. With determination, he gritted his teeth and greeted her, Peak Master, rest assured, I personally saw Lin Feng take the elixir, then he was in so much pain, his flesh being devoured. It was truly satisfying to watch. Not bad, Zhang Hu, you've impressed me, Xiao Hong'ai nodded in satisfaction. Being able to alleviate the Peak Master's worries is my good fortune, Zhang Hu declared righteously. Very good. Are you willing to become the 6th true disciple of my 9th peak? Will you continue to alleviate this Peak Master's worries? Xiao Hong'ai's eyes brimmed with even stronger approval. After a pause, she added, although the sect rules state that only the Peak Master's disciples can become true disciples, my 9th peak is special. We manage our own affairs? If I say you are one, then you are one. And there's no need to go through the true disciple test. Zhang Hu was stunned. Happiness had come so suddenly. He, it seemed, was on the rise. But from what Xiao Hong'ai said, this so-called alleviating worries seemed to mean she wanted to continue using him to poison Lin Feng. If you refuse, I will poison you to death first, Xiao Hong'ai threatened directly. Zhang Hu was startled once again. Peak Master, I'll be frank with no more pretense. To be honest, my life goal is to become a Grand Master of Poison, he proclaimed with a resonant voice. Zhang Hu had not returned for a long time, and Lin Feng was beginning to despair. His consciousness couldn't hold on much longer, and the agony from the 100 ghosts devouring his heart grew stronger. Despite the pain that made him wish for death, the silly smile on his face became more pronounced. He must save himself? A strong will to survive surged in Lin Feng's heart. Although he was the son of destiny, no one would dare to gamble with fate in such a situation. His eyes glanced at the ancient spirit ring on his right finger. After hesitating, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of dark essence blood directly onto the spirit ring. Old man Tianji liked to keep a backup plan. Even if he was truly asleep, he should have left something behind. The last time he heard 9 Abyss Soul Embryo, the old man had emitted a wave of soul power. This was the best proof. After all, who could completely sleep and still react to external things? Now, Lin Feng was betting on this backup plan. He didn't need much, just a trace of old man Tianji's soul power, and he could resist the poison using his own 7 purifications annihilation technique to expel the toxins from his body. Old man Tianji, I'm counting on you. Staring desperately at the spirit ring, Lin Feng was extremely weak. Silence was his answer. The spirit ring, covered in dark essence blood, showed no reaction. This plunged Lin Feng into utter despair. But just as he was about to resign himself to his fate, a scream came from the spirit ring. Old man Tianji. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, almost crying with excitement. Who let a ghost into the spirit ring, trying to gnaw me alive? This person is ruthless and must know that I am a soul body, deliberately trying to scatter my soul. Old man Tianji cursed. Lin Feng was extremely embarrassed. He had been so focused on saving himself that he had forgotten about this. But he was helpless. If he didn't do this, he risked becoming an idiot. He and old man Tianji were in the same boat. If things went wrong, old man Tianji would suffer too. Now was not the time for explanations. Lin Feng shouted, Old man Tianji, save me. Silence answered him again as if old man Tianji had fallen back asleep. Helpless, Lin Feng repeated the action, spraying another mouthful of dark essence blood onto the spirit ring. Old man Tianji's scream sounded again. Quick, while you haven't fallen asleep again, lend me a trace of your soul power. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to shout. The answer was still silence. He knew that old man Tianji's soul power was depleted, and he would unconsciously fall asleep, even in the face of danger. To forcefully awaken him, he had to do something drastic. Gritting his teeth, he went for a 10-fold spray. He only stopped when he was about to faint from the effort. Old man Tianji kept screaming. Although he would fall back asleep after each scream, the duration of the screams was noticeably getting longer. Finally, a chill filled the room, and old man Tianji floated out of the spirit ring, standing in front of Lin Feng. He was dressed in a Tai Chi robe. His face was old and weary with one black and one white eye beneath his white eyebrows. This was not the first time Lin Feng had seen old man Tianji's complete soul, but he was still stunned. Because at this moment, old man Tianji's soul was intermittently solid and dissipating, clearly the purest soul, yet it carried a hint of a ghost's malevolence. His eyes, which should have been ancient and profound, were flashing a terrifying red light. Who is it? I must tear you apart today. Old man Tianji's white hair was disheveled, and he was nearly losing his sanity. Quick, save me. With those words, Lin Feng completely lost consciousness. Hearing this, Old Man Tianji's eyes regained clarity, and he hurriedly checked Lin Feng's condition. 100 ghosts devouring the heart, a poison pill refined from 7 kinds of yin spirits, he exclaimed in shock. But after glancing at the dirty blood at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth and the spirit ring now completely covered in dark essence blood, he twitched at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for his instinctive sense of a life-threatening crisis, which caused the ghost and other yin spirits to backlash, adding a bit more soul power, he would have almost been gnawed to death by the ghosts by now. Although this awakened him from his slumber, it also caused his soul to be contaminated by ghost qi, with extremely troublesome consequences. A slight mishap could lead to becoming a ghost without any sanity. At this moment, Old Man Tianji wanted to strangle Lin Feng. But looking at Lin Feng's hollow eyes, his emaciated body, and the silly smile that remained even when he had lost his senses, "You, the son of destiny, are even more miserable than me," he sighed helplessly. With that, he had to squeeze out most of the soul power he had just recovered and pour it into Lin Feng's body after some hesitation. Several hours later, Lin Feng suddenly woke up. Sitting up straight, he looked around and found he was still in his own room. The ghostly wails in his mind had disappeared, and the devoured flesh had somewhat recovered. Haha, I actually survived this. I really am the son of destiny. The relief of surviving a calamity made Lin Feng laugh out loud. He quickly took out some blood-replenishing pills from the spirit ring and popped them into his mouth non-stop. Not long after the pills were swallowed, the speed of his flesh recovery increased. Several hours later, although he was still as thin as a rake, he had finally regained the ability to move. Old Man Tianji, Lin Feng called out urgently. Silence answered him again. Asleep again, Lin Feng guessed. Cackle. A strange laugh came from behind. Hearing this, Lin Feng jumped up and looked in the direction of the sound. At this sight, he immediately went on high alert. In one corner of the room floated a disheveled ghost with red eyes, laughing incessantly as if it couldn't stop. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to act, the ghost finally spoke. Lin Feng, it's me, Old Man Tianji. Old Man Tianji? Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't want to believe it. After all, Old Man Tianji was a soul body. How could he have such heavy ghost qi? And why was his laugh so strange? But he had to believe it, because if he looked closely, the facial features and clothing of the ghost in front of him were indeed exactly like Old Man Tianji. Old Man Tianji, how did you become like this? Lin Feng's heart sank as he hurried over. Upon hearing this, Old Man Tianji suddenly became furious, clawing and pounding at Lin Feng. Despite being extremely angry, he couldn't help but stop from time to let out a cackle of strange laughter. Knowing he was at fault, Lin Feng didn't dare to fight back, only trying to escape in all directions. The two of them chased and fled for about half an hour. Finally, Old Man Tianji grew tired and curled up in the corner, beginning to question his life. What exactly happened? Lin Feng asked seriously. I, the great Tianji, who knows destiny and understands the past and the future, have had nearly 20% of my soul tainted by ghost qi just to save you. Tears filled Old Man Tianji's eyes as he looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. My soul is no longer pure, making it even harder to rebuild my body. One false step, and I will no longer be Tianji the sage, but Tianji the ghost. Lin Feng fell silent. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but he had a premonition of what came next. No matter what he said, he was sure to get beaten up again. After Old Man Tianji calmed down, Lin Feng began to recount the recent events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had revealed his identity as the son of destiny, Old Man Tianji couldn't help but laugh hysterically in anger. And when he learned of Lin Feng's current predicament, Old Man Tianji felt a pang of sympathy. He thought to himself that ever since arriving in the central domain, Lin Feng, the son of destiny, had been truly miserable. Of course, his own situation wasn't much better. What do you plan to do next? Old Man Tianji asked. Defect from the sect. Lin Feng replied as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The sect's higher UPS are ambiguous in their attitude towards me, and this 9th peak is full of lunatics. Staying here is like asking for death. Old Man Tianji agreed with this sentiment. But the problem was, if he really defected from the sect, it wouldn't sound good. Moreover, after registering one's blood essence, one's whereabouts would be detectable no matter where one fled unless the blood slip was destroyed. It's not appropriate to defect directly. Just find an excuse to leave and avoid returning to the sect unless absolutely necessary, Old Man Tianji suggested. Lin Feng nodded, then looked lost. Being new to the central domain, he was unfamiliar with the place. For a moment, he really didn't know where to go. Buddha Temple, Old Man Tianji said. Buddha Temple? Lin Feng shook his head like a rattle drum, clearly refusing. He knew that Mu Kuei, the 4th true disciple of 9th peak, was likely to be at Buddha Temple. Mu Kuei was extremely powerful in combat and likely another lunatic. Lin Feng didn't want to be tormented by another madman. You must go to Buddha Temple, Old Man Tianji sighed. There you will find Buddhist relics, and these relics are the best items to remove the ghost qi from my body. Moreover, when I came to the central domain, I calculated that there is a fortune there that belongs to you. Fortune. Lin Feng looked skeptical. Originally, Old Man Tianji had said that Juyan sect was also where his fortune lay, but what was the result? The place was full of lunatics. The workings of fate are unpredictable, even to gods and spirits. This Juyan sect is precisely where changes are occurring. Until I fully recover my soul power and can glimpse more into fate, you must not set foot here again. And the farther away you are, the better, old man Tianji explained. How much has your soul power recovered? Lin Feng asked further. Only 20%. Although the poison pill contained the essence of 100 ghosts, it also carried a heavy ghost qi, which is why my soul was contaminated with it. Then, could you lend me a helping hand in a critical moment? Of course. As long as you don't mind being contaminated by the ghost qi and having your heart devoured by ghostly spirits. Lin Feng was speechless. Before he could even be happy, a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He also understood what old man Tianji meant. Now that old man Tianji's soul was tainted, his soul power was naturally impure, containing a lot of ghost qi. Using such soul power to assist him would be like swallowing another poison pill. However, he wasn't too worried. As long as he left Juyin sect, he could stay away from Jiang Chen and those lunatics. Although there was likely another madman at Buddha Temple, it would be fine if he was careful not to interact with them and not be seduced. Alright, tomorrow I'll find an excuse and head to Buddha Temple. Lin Feng decided. The next day, Jiang Chen was patrolling the mountains in the name of the Hall of Enforcement along with a few followers wanting to earn some system rewards. He arrived at Sword Peak. Nephew, have you come? Come quickly with me into the peak, and let me teach you the way of the sword. Sword Peak's master Zhang Lingfeng appeared with a beaming smile. I'm here to beat people up. Jiang Chen flatly refused. No rush, no rush. Zhang Lingfeng's smile grew even wider. After you advance in the way of the sword, beating people up will feel even more satisfying. Jiang Chen turned immediately and left. He went to Weapon Peak and had just reached the foot of the peak. Nephew, these are two high-quality spirit swords that I've forged personally for you. I've named them Sensing and Reformation. Take a look, take a good look. Weapon Peak's master Niu Wu laughed heartily. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and he immediately left once again. He then went to Beast Taming Peak. The master of Beast Taming Peak was named Jinro, and she was known in Juyin sect for her explosive temper. Jiang Chen thought that even if everyone in Juyin sect was mad, this woman should be somewhat normal. After all, although her appearance was normal, she was muscular and extremely burly, clearly a tough person. But he was wrong again. Jiang Chen, observing your actions, you must detest pomp and circumstance. I've long noticed that your gaze towards me is full of meaning. I used to be extremely repulsed, but now I've come to understand. If you dare to marry, I dare to wed. The iron Barbie in front of him said so. Despite being taller than Jiang Chen, she was coy, putting on a demure girl's demeanor. Jiang Chen was speechless. His gaze towards Jinro was indeed full of meaning, but it was the look one gives to a strange people. There was no other implication. He also knew that Jinro had always wanted to get married, but he didn't expect her to set her sights on him. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen turned and ran along with his followers. Riding her contracted beast, Jinro chased after him while shouting, Jiang Chen, aren't you trying to do evil? Come at me, I can take it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen ran even faster. Seeing Jinro's relentless pursuit, he even turned back and shouted, Peak Master Jin, please stop, your defense is too high, I can't break through. In the end, Jiang Chen and his followers successfully returned to 9th Peak. Before he could even reflect on the events, he saw a plump female disciple, as round as a ball, approaching him. This girl Jiang Chen remembered. She was a disciple of a certain elder from 9th Peak. Although he couldn't recall her name, he knew this chubby girl was always timid, and every time she saw him, she would roll away in fright. Jiang Chen took a closer look. He noticed that the chubby girl was still timid with her head bowed deeply, no different from usual. This person should be normal. Jiang Chen guessed, nodding his head. Haha, chubby junior sister. He quickly approached her. Junior sister, you better not run around, lest you'll shake 9th Peak to its foundations. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wen, Lu Wu, and the rest of the followers burst into laughter. When it came to coordination, Jiang Chen and his followers were still very in sync. And as the mocking and laughter reached her ears, the chubby girl indeed trembled with her fat jiggling, her face reddening, and she instinctively wanted to roll away. Seeing this, Jiang Chen stepped in front of her. Having finally met someone normal, how could he let her go? Today, he was determined to earn some system rewards from this chubby girl. Junior sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Jiang Chen said sternly, you've come all this way, yet you don't speak. Did you not take this eldest senior brother seriously? The chubby girl still didn't respond. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get tougher, eldest senior brother, I have a gift for you, your favorite item. The chubby girl finally lifted her buried head while speaking softly and blushing. A gift? And his favorite item? Jiang Chen was startled. Before he could react, he felt something in his hand, and the chubby girl had already run off while covering her face. Jiang Chen looked down. It turned out to be an oversized belly band. Who is spreading rumors about me? Throwing the belly band on the ground, Jiang Chen was furious. At the same time, sex prison. Achoo. Lin Mubai, still locked up in the prison, sneezed. Eldest senior brother must be thinking of me. I really can't stay in this Juyin sect anymore. After returning to the attic, Jiang Chen had a headache. He wanted to be a villain, but why was it so hard? Not to mention the plot collapsing, or even senior brother's sister and the master going mad. Now even the protagonist Lin Feng, after taking the 7 Abyss pill, had become unrecognizable. What's more outrageous is, There's not a single normal person in this Juyin sect. Trying to earn system rewards has become extremely difficult. Of course, if Jiang Chen insists on doing bad things, he can still achieve some effects. But the problem is, the other party not only doesn't get angry but even looks at him with a smile when the villain is doing evil deeds. How can that feel right? The fun of being a villain lies in enjoying the sight of those who clearly dislike you but are helpless against you? Not having someone smilingly offer the other cheek after you slap them? So tasteless, Jiang Chen sighed. He thought of Xiao Hong'ai again while frowning slightly. He knew Xiao Hong'ai was mad, but he didn't expect the madness to be so severe. Not only did he want to poison Lin Feng, but he also denied Lin Feng's status as a true disciple and promoted Zhang Hu to be the 6th true disciple of the 9th peak. What was she trying to do? The key point was he couldn't stop it. He could tie up Jiang Lianyue and others when they went mad. But Xiao Hong'ai, even if he had the strength to tie her up, he couldn't bear to do it. Fortunately, Lin Feng is the son of destiny, with a destiny as solid as a 100-foot-tall golden pillar, so he shouldn't be so easily poisoned to death. Alas! Jiang Chen sighed again. What's wrong? A pleasant voice sounded beside him. Jiang Chen was startled and quickly turned his head. What caught his eye were Xiao Hong'ai's lightly fluttering phoenix eyes and skin as smooth as cream. Master, can you not be like old ancestor, appearing and disappearing out of nowhere to scare people? Jiang Chen said helplessly. I didn't appear out of nowhere. Xiao Hong'ai shook her head and said, I've been hiding under this bed the whole time. You just didn't notice. Oh, I see. What? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Hiding under the bed? What kind of behavior was that? A peeping Tom? Seeing the strange look in Jiang Chen's eyes, Xiao Hong'ai quickly clarified, I have to protect you? To surprise our enemies and killing them? By the way, I just went and beat up Jinro, and that Zhou Feng has also been punished. Jiang Chen was full of question marks. So Xiao Hong'ai was not only hiding under the bed but also following him all the way? That's stalking? And, who is Zhou Feng? That's the disciple of the 6th elder, the one you call Chubby Junior sister, Xiao Hong'ai explained. Jiang Chen was speechless. He silently mourned for the poor Chubby Junior sister for a second. Remembering the situation when Chubby Junior sister gave him the belly band, he seriously explained, Master, I have no interest in belly bands or anything like that. You must not believe the rumors. Is that so? Xiao Hong'ai asked back. Of course. Then those 2 belly bands you're holding should probably be thrown away by now, right? Jiang Chen was embarrassed again. Heaven and earth be my witness, he had no weird preferences. The reason he carried the junior sister's belly bands was just to earn system rewards. After all, that villainous halo would occasionally create coincidences, causing belly bands to fall from his arms and be seen by others. Jiang Chen felt it was necessary to explain. He didn't care about being misunderstood by others, but he couldn't let Xiao Hong'ai get the wrong idea. Master, don't believe the rumors, Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. You don't need to say any more. I understand, Xiao Hong'ai interrupted, raising her hand. Really understand. Of course, I am your master. That's good. That's good. Besides belly bands, you also like stockings, right? Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. The misunderstanding seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. The point was that he couldn't even explain it, because indeed, there was a pair of black stockings in his arms. Here, this is for you. A slender red jade box appeared out of thin air in her hand, and Xiao Hong'ai handed it over. Master, may I ask? Inside this, it wouldn't happen to be your silkworm eye silk, would it? Jiang Chen said with a twitching corner of his mouth. How did you know? Xiao Hong'ai was surprised. The red jade box may prevent prying eyes, but judging by its appearance and seeing how red your face is, how could I not know? Jiang Chen thought to himself. The silkworm eye silk was originally a system reward, which Xiao Hong'ai confiscated after discovering it. Unexpectedly, it ended up back in his hands. Master, I cannot accept this. Jiang Chen averted his gaze and firmly refused. He was tempted, but he really couldn't accept it, because once he did, his reputation as a pervert would be confirmed in Xiao Hong'ai's eyes. This concerned his own reputation, so he had to be cautious. Hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai's expression stiffened. She raised her delicate hand, her eyes brimming with tears, and covered her mouth, saying, Disciple, are you despising your master? Jiang Chen was even more speechless. When Qingning played the victim, he could comfort her. When Jiang Lianyue played the victim, he could simply ignore her. When Lin Mubai played the victim, he would feel nauseous and want to hit someone. But when Xiao Hong'ai played the victim, then he could only be a pervert. Helplessly, Jiang Chen had no choice but to open the red jade box, take out the silkworm eye silk, and treasure it in his embrace. Seeing Xiao Hong'ai still with tears in her eyes, he thought for a moment, then put the other black stockings and belly bands into his spirit ring, leaving only the white silk in his arms. Now Xiao Hong'ai was satisfied, her smile blooming instantly. Master, I feel that it won't be long before we are known as the perverted master and disciple, Jiang Chen said. How could that be possible? Xiao Hong'ai denied. Jiang Chen, that's not perversion, it's just you being your true self, free and unrestrained. I really like you this way. Master, when I say perverted master and disciple, I'm referring to both of us, Jiang Chen added. What do you mean? Xiao Hong'ai frowned. She was about to say something else when she suddenly looked towards the outside of the pavilion and then vanished into thin air. The next second, She popped her head out from under the bed and said, Jiang Chen, your master is neither crazy nor a pervert. You mustn't listen to others' gossip. With that, she withdrew back under the bed. Master, your red sleeve is showing, Jiang Chen reminded her, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Oh. After a light acknowledgement, the red sleeve that had been peeking out was indeed pulled back in. This made Jiang Chen slap his forehead and start to question his life. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. With Jiang Chen's permission, the brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu entered together. Eldest senior brother, that Lin Feng has run away. Lin Feng just casually took on a mission and left the sect an hour ago. He was incredibly fast as if he was running for his life, the two said in unison. Run away? Lin Feng? Jiang Chen was shocked. He had guessed that Lin Feng wouldn't be stupefied by the 7 Abyss pill, but he didn't expect him to recover so quickly. Even more unexpected. This son of destiny just run away so decisively? Was he that afraid of death? Wasn't it just being buried alive by Qingning, stabbed by Jiang Lianyue, chopped by Lin Mubai, beaten by him, and poisoned by Xiao Hong'ai? It did seem quite miserable. If it were him, he would run too. Humph, a cowardly rat. Xiao Hong'ai suddenly appeared while scoffing. Lu Wen and Lu Wu were left speechless. It wasn't that they couldn't accept Xiao Hong'ai's sudden appearance. They just couldn't understand. Why did Xiao Hong'ai emerge from under the bed? Lin Feng had just run away, and chasing him now was pointless. It was to deal with such situations that he insisted on making Lin Feng join the Juyin sect. This was called being prepared. Jiang Chen decided to let this son of destiny run for a while, and when he settled down somewhere, he would go and capture him. Next, he prepared to go into seclusion. Although his combat strength was strong now, his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of human origin. This time in seclusion, he had decided that he would not emerge until he made a breakthrough. After learning that Jiang Chen was going into seclusion, Jiang Lianyue and Qingning also chose to go into seclusion. Once sure that no one would harm her big disciple in the short term, Xiao Hong'ai began to study the way of the pill and rarely went out. The entire Juyin sect once again became quiet. Only Zhang Hu was constantly going out, searching for poisonous materials for Xiao Hong'ai to use in her pill refining. Every time he returned, he was poisoned. Time flew like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and clicked his tongue. He had failed his goal. Several months of seclusion and his cultivation had not advanced in the slightest. Having been reincarnated 9 times, although suppressed by the heavens, his cultivation had once reached the heavenly origin realm before he was expelled from the sect. But now, at the early stage of human origin, he already felt the suppression? Without a doubt, it must be that the heavens sensed the collapse of the plot and the weakness of Lin Feng, the son of destiny, so they strengthened the suppression on him, trying by all means to turn him into a stepping stone for Lin Feng. System, give me some strength. The heavens are underestimating you. Jiang Chen muttered helplessly. Of course, the system's silence was the only response he got. To this, Jiang Chen was accustomed. After all, it had never spoken to him since he obtained the system. He got up and left the pavilion, stretching lazily in the open space outside. In front of the pavilion was a grove of towering ancient trees, occasionally inhabited by the figures of spiritual birds. Today was no different. The spiritual birds played, shuttling through the ancient forest, chirping non-stop. Having achieved nothing after months of seclusion, Jiang Chen was already irritated, so he picked up a piece of broken stone and threw it casually at one of the colorful feathered spiritual birds that were foraging on a branch. Chirp. Although he missed, the stone startled the bird, causing it to let out a sharp cry. Haha, Jiang Chen laughed, feeling refreshed. Everyone in the Juyin sect was crazy, and bullying spiritual birds was also a kind of fun. But after the laughter, he felt an unprecedented emptiness. He, a mighty villain, had stooped to bullying birds? Sigh. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed, preparing to quickly go find Lin Feng. Otherwise, his villain persona might collapse if this continued. But just as he turned around, host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, epiphany critical hit. This works too. Jiang Chen was astonished. Bullying birds also fits the villain's persona? He wanted to ask the system if there was some misunderstanding about his persona. After a brief shock, Jiang Chen quickly realized. This must be an unruly and uncontrollable system? Surely the system also sensed that it was being underestimated by the heavens, which is why it triggered the reward so easily this time. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen stood still, immersed in epiphany. The next second, Xiao Hong'ai descended from the sky while holding a pill cauldron. Although she was refining pills, she still spared a trace of her spiritual sense to protect Jiang Chen at all times. Seeing Jiang Chen lost in epiphany and unaware of his surroundings, she naturally hurried over. With nothing else to do, she placed the pill cauldron on the ground, multitasking as she shouted towards the ancient forest, Zhang Hu, where's the 100-year-old vine? Coming. Zhang Hu's voice indeed rang out. He rushed out of the ancient forest, his left hand covering his head, his right hand holding a black-gray withered vine. After receiving the vine and throwing it into the pill cauldron, Xiao Hong'ai flicked her delicate fingers, and a phoenix fire emerged from her fingertips, igniting the contents of the cauldron. Soon, the phoenix fire extinguished, and several blackish-gray pills flew out, landing in the palm of her hand. Peak Master's talent in pill cultivation is truly beyond my reach, Zhang Hu said with admiration on his face. This dry bone pill is a 6th grade pill, and yet you've managed to refine it in just a few months? Looking at its quality, it's superior. Peak Master, you've become a 6th grade pill refiner. Don't make a fuss over nothing. Xiao Hong'ai put away the pills with an expressionless face. The Phoenix Fire is an innate fire of the highest quality, reaching the 9th grade. Using the Phoenix Fire for pill refining after observing those secret pill scriptures at the ancient pill tower in 9 cycles of reincarnation naturally allowed Xiao Hong'ai to advance by leaps and bounds. With a flick of her sleeve, the pill cauldron vanished into thin air. After glancing at Jiang Hu, she asked in puzzlement, "What happened to your head?" Mentioning this made Jiang Hu furious. Century-old vines are often used by spiritual birds to build nests, and he had just managed to climb an ancient tree. But as soon as he got hold of the vine, a stone suddenly flew towards him and hit him on the head. Blood gushed out instantly. If he hadn't quickly stabilized himself with his vital energy in a moment of urgency, he might have fallen from the tree. After telling Xiao Hong'ai about this, Jiang Hu indignantly said, "That person has no public morals? Throwing stones around carelessly and even using their cultivation? Peak Master, you must stand up for me." Xiao Hong'ai glanced at Jiang Chen and immediately identified the culprit. After all, she had been using her divine sense to protect Jiang Chen and was well aware of his every move. Jiang Hu hadn't considered Jiang Chen because the ancient forest was dense and vast, and it was common for male and female disciples of the 9th peak to enter in pairs, indulging in each other's company. Of course, Xiao Hong'ai wouldn't mention this to Jiang Hu. In her view, Jiang Hu deserved to be hit by Jiang Chen's stone. Why did Jiang Hu have to climb the tree that Jiang Chen was throwing stones at? Moreover, couldn't he have avoided the stone just the same if Jiang Hu had a smaller head? If one were to really investigate, it would also be Jiang Hu's parents' fault. Yes, that's it. Xiao Hong'ai nodded to herself, feeling that her reasoning was sound. Seeing Jiang Hu still standing there with a wronged expression, she tossed him a jade slip and said, "This is a high-grade movement technique. Learn it quickly." A high-grade movement technique. Jiang Hu was shocked after he got the jade slip. Such a level of movement technique, even for true disciples, would require a lot of merit points to exchange. It was not in vain that he had been poisoned several times recently while searching for poisons for Xiao Hong'ai. He was indeed on the rise. Peak Master, with your support, I will serve you with even greater dedication and share your burdens. Jiang Hu's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved. Very good. Xiao Hong'ai nodded in satisfaction, and the freshly refined dry bone pill reappeared in her hand. She placed the pill in Jiang Hu's hand and said unequivocally, "The great elder of the ancient pill tower's first disciple is named Xiao Shan. Don't misunderstand, although he shares my surname, I have no relation to him. Go to the ancient pill tower and find a way to poison this person for me." Ah, Jiang Hu was stunned. To poison the first true disciple of the ancient pill tower? And the target was a pill refiner? The difficulty of this task was too great. He didn't even know this person? At this moment, he finally understood. No wonder Xiao Hong'ai had given him so many good things recently, including this high-grade movement technique. All these items were not rewards but meant to increase his chances of successfully poisoning someone. In short, he had become a tool for poisoning. "Peak Master, can I not go?" Jiang Hu asked with a downcast face. "You can." Xiao Hong'ai nodded agreeably, "Then you can just take this pill and test the poison on yourself." At these words, Jiang Hu turned pale with fright. "Peak Master, to be honest, I have a deep-seated hatred with that Xiao Shan," he said earnestly. At the same time, a surge of energy burst forth from Jiang Chen's body, leaving Jiang Hu in disarray. Feeling the robust and majestic energy, he exclaimed, "Earthly origin realm. Eldest senior brother has had an epiphany and has directly reached the earthly origin realm." After waking up from his epiphany, Jiang Chen found that Xiao Hong'ai and Jiang Hu had already left. Glancing at the spiritual birds flitting through the ancient trees, he picked up another piece of broken stone and threw it at them. This time, there was no system reward. The system was no longer unruly. After stabilizing his cultivation in the attic for a few days, he had Xiao Hong'ai use a blood slip to locate Lin Feng. Buddha Temple, Xiao Hong'ai concluded in the end. Jiang Chen frowned at this. In the original story, Xiao Hong'ai ordered Lin Feng to go to the Buddha Temple to find Mu Kui. Now that the plot had collapsed to this point, he didn't expect Lin Feng to still go to the Buddha Temple. Jiang Chen really didn't want to go to the Buddha Temple. He truly didn't want to deal with Mu Kui because that guy was really special, and the best strategy was to stay away. However, he couldn't just ignore Lin Feng, especially since the Buddha Temple was indeed the place of destiny for this son of destiny, and it was a great opportunity. According to ancient records, the Buddha Temple had only been established for a few hundred years, and before that, it was the territory of the Demon Suppression Palace. The ancestor of the Demon Suppression Palace had the 6 prisons demon suppression physique and sacrificed himself to suppress a demon from the upper domain. After his death, his body transformed into the 6 prisons, barely managing to kill the demon. After the fall of the Demon Suppression Palace ancestor, the palace gradually declined, and the Buddha Temple took its place. The monks also love face. After the establishment of the Buddha Temple, they not only tried every means to erase the existence of the Demon Suppression Palace but also renamed and changed the still existing 6 prisons to encompass 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, desire. These are specifically used to punish and reform evildoers or those of the demonic path. Furthermore, the Buddha temple also propagated that these 6 prisons were the result of the successive ancestors of the temple entering nirvana and their Buddhist relics forming naturally. This was believed to be true by the ordinary sects and cultivators of the central domain, with only a few top-tier sects understanding the truth. In the original story, after Lin Feng arrives at the Buddha temple, he is unwilling to be forced into chanting and reciting Buddha, so he causes a commotion in the temple and is eventually locked in the deepest desire prison of the 6 prisons. The Son of Destiny naturally wouldn't be imprisoned for no reason. With the help of Old Man Tianji, Lin Feng eventually escaped from prison and broke through all 6 prisons. The monks of the Buddha temple, who only valued their own treasures and practiced Buddhism, never thoroughly investigated the 6 prisons, using them as a mere prison. They had no idea that the 6 prisons were not a prison but the legacy left by the ancestor of the demon suppression palace after his fall. Lin Feng's breaking of the 6 prisons caused them to shatter into pieces, but as a result, he obtained 6 drops of the ancestor's essence blood. Lin Feng's physique was transformed by integrating the essence blood, and he became the 6 prisons demon suppression body. From then on, he cultivated both Dao and body, soaring to the heavens. This incident almost led to a great war between the Juyan sect and the Buddha temple, 2 righteous sects. Although the war was ultimately avoided, the Juyan sect still paid a significant price to protect Lin Feng. If it were Lin Feng's usual opportunity, Jiang Chen wouldn't bother to interfere. After all, he needed to use Lin Feng to bring about his own ending and then ascend. But the 6 prisons demon suppression physique was different. It was an ancient physique. Paired with Lin Feng's ancient cultivation method, it could lead to a qualitative leap. If the system's rewards were not strong enough, then he, the villain, might have to repeat the previous 9 lives scenario of being humiliated. Jiang Chen would not allow this to happen. He could die at Lin Feng's hands, but he would not let himself be trampled on like a stepping stone by the protagonist ever again. The Buddha temple is vast. Can you pinpoint Lin Feng's exact location through the blood slip? Jiang Chen asked Xiao Hong'ai. No, the blood slip only shows a rough location, Xiao Hong'ai replied with a somewhat solemn expression. This answer made Jiang Chen understand instantly. Old Man Tianji had awakened? Although he didn't know how Lin Feng had managed to wake him, he was indeed awake. Because only Old Man Tianji could obscure the blood slip's tracking of Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had the prerequisites to obtain his opportunity. If left unchecked, the Buddha temple would surely hand Lin Feng such a great opportunity on a silver platter. Master, I need to make a trip to the Buddha temple, Jiang Chen finally decided. Okay, Xiao Hong'ai nodded simply. Master, you. Jiang Chen was about to ask Xiao Hong'ai not to follow. After all, if he was going to the Buddha temple and Lin Feng had already entered the 6 prisons, then he would have to cause a huge disturbance in the temple to be imprisoned in the 6 prisons as well. Given Xiao Hong'ai's current state, she would definitely not let those bald monks from Buddha temple capture him. But after thinking it over, he gave up on the idea. Because even if he truly tried to stop her and Xiao Hong'ai reluctantly agreed, he wouldn't be able to detect her if Xiao Hong'ai was determined to follow him. It's the same old saying, if you can't beat them, can't tie them down, and can't bear to part with them, the only option left is to communicate carefully when the time comes. But as for the other lunatics, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so polite. This matter was of great importance, and he would not let those lunatics ruin things. Soon, Jiang Chen first sought out Jiang Lianyue. Lianyue, let's discuss something. Jiang Chen got straight to the point. At that moment, Jiang Lianyue was practicing her swordsmanship and immediately straightened up upon hearing him. I will leave the sect tomorrow and it will take at least several months before I can return, Jiang Chen added. I'm coming too. Jiang Lianyue replied instantly. Ah, how I wish I could take you with me. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed, but you are the only person I trust. I need you to become stronger. Only then can you be my right-hand man. The most trusted person? Right-hand man? These words immediately invigorated Jiang Lianyue. So you need to continue your secluded cultivation. You're only at the middle stage of earthly origin. What? You've reached the late stage of earthly origin already. Jiang Chen widened his eyes, quickly changed his tune, and coughed to cover his embarrassment. Cough cough, such strength is still not enough. The task eldest senior brother gives you is to break through to heavenly origin before I return. Heavenly origin realm. Jiang Lianyue frowned slightly. Even with her talent and the memories of 9 cycles of reincarnation, breaking through to heavenly origin in just a few months would be extremely difficult. Lianyue, think about the last time I was captured and taken to the sect master's hall for questioning. What happened to you? Jiang Chen coaxed gently. These words made Jiang Lianyue bite her red lips, her beautiful eyes dimming. That time, she had gone to the rescue. But before she could self-detonate her imperial essence, she was knocked unconscious by Gu Changqing. Indeed, as Jiang Chen said, her strength was far from sufficient. She needed to become stronger. Especially the incident in the Peak Master's Pavilion, where Xiao Hong'ai easily dismissed her upon awakening, had always gnawed at her. Only when one's cultivation reaches the heavens can one be truly remarkable and do as one pleases. Jiang Lianyue murmured. Jiang Chen didn't understand but still praised her. Lianyue, your words are very insightful. They resonate deeply with me. Eldest senior brother has always been looking forward to the day when your cultivation reaches the heavens and you can do as you please. Really? Jiang Lianyue's eyes lit up with joy. Of course. Great. I'll start my secluded cultivation right away. Go for it. fifth junior sister. Watching Jiang Lianyue trot away, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. It seems that lunatics need to be tricked. Tying them up is not reliable. After dealing with one, Jiang Chen went to look for Qingning. At that time, Qingning was frolicking in front of Cloud Soaring Hall with Xiaobai. A girl and a tiger were having fun, occasionally sharing their experiences in burying people alive. Seeing Jiang Chen, the girl and the tiger hurried over. Qingning clung to Jiang Chen's arm and acted coquettishly. Xiaobai circled around Jiang Chen and asked, "Eldest senior brother, what's our next step in defying the heavens?" Not bothering with Xiaobai, Jiang Chen rubbed Qingning's head and said, "Qingning, let's discuss something." The same approach, nearly identical conversation. Jiang Chen tricked Qingning into secluded cultivation as well. The remaining lunatic, Lin Mubai, didn't need any attention. Lin Mubai had been personally thrown into the sex prison by old ancestor Juyan, and no specific sentence had been set, so no one dared to release him. If old ancestor didn't wake up and remember this matter, then Lin Mubai might end up sitting in prison for a long time. Haha. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen laughed out loud. "Eldest senior brother, your laugh is quite sinister, but I like it." Xiaobai took the opportunity to flatter. "Why are you still here?" Jiang Chen was surprised. "I'm a demon beast, so secluded cultivation before my transformation is useless. Since Qingning is in seclusion again, I'll just follow you." The next day, Jiang Chen left Juyan sect and headed for Buddha temple accompanied by the Lu brothers, Lu Wen and Lu Wu, and a large white tiger. As he left the sect, 1,000 people saw him off. From the 12 supreme elders to the menial disciples of the Juyan sect, they all continuously urged him to take care of himself and to be especially wary of those bald monks from Buddha temple because those monks were very bad. These words made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle, and he quickly hurried away. A red figure, however, was not far behind him, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, the 12 supreme elders sighed. The old ancestor indeed had great wisdom. Recently, since they decided to reform Jiang Chen, the evil deeds committed by Jiang Chen have significantly decreased. Not only that, before leaving Juyan sect, Jiang Chen even managed to get the two lunatics, Jiang Lianyue and Qingning, to enter secluded cultivation. Xiao Hong'ai followed as well. With this, Juyan sect was temporarily at peace. Originally, although everyone had witnessed the terror of the demonic seed, they still had some doubts about the words of old ancestor Juyan. After all, the matter was truly inconceivable. Any person with a normal mind wouldn't fully believe it. But the facts were right before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe. "I feel that I've started to look at Jiang Chen more favorably recently, even finding him somewhat handsome," Beast Taming Peaks Master Jinro remarked. "Me too." Sword Peaks Master Zhang Lingfang joined in. "At the beginning, I had to forcibly suppress the disgust in my heart and grit my teeth to reform Jiang Chen. But recently, although I still feel disgusted, I also find him somewhat pleasing to the eye. It's because old ancestors' method is effective, and we have developed a certain resistance to the influence of the demonic seed," Weapon Peaks Master Niu Wu said. This statement received unanimous approval from the 12 supreme elders. With gratitude in their hearts, everyone bowed deeply in the direction of old ancestor Juyan and said in unison, "Old ancestor's wisdom illuminates the truth. We are unworthy." Jiang Chen would be dumbfounded as if he was struck by lightning if he heard this conversation. In his 9 cycles of reincarnation, there were indeed quite a few people who found him particularly pleasing to the eye. But without exception, all those people were villains? This also meant that the people of Juyan sect were about to be labeled as villains by the heavens? Still, Buddha temple is a bit troublesome, Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting said with concern. Everyone nodded, their expressions solemn. What were those bald monks from Buddha temple best at? Reforming and saving souls. If Jiang Chen was reformed by Buddha temple, what would happen to the demonic seed in their hearts? If he was saved, that would be even worse. Now, everyone in Juyan sect was convinced that the cause of the inner demon was an excessive obsession, which arose because of Jiang Chen. Under this premise, if Jiang Chen, the evil one, was punished, it would only have the opposite effect, strengthening their obsession with righteousness. At that point, the demonic seed might take deeper root, or even fully erupt, and Juyan sect would directly become Juyan demonic sect. We must guard against this. If Buddha temple wants to lead us into demonhood, I will send those bald monks to meet the Buddha first, one of the supreme elders said fiercely. Indeed, although we are both on the side of righteousness, those who are not of our sect will have different hearts. Moreover, since the establishment of the Buddha temple, they have repeatedly detained Juyan sect's disciples and forced them to chant Buddhist scriptures. This act disregards our Juyan sect, another supreme elder agreed. Hearing this, Xiaoting's brows slightly furrowed. Why did he feel that Juyan sect was a bit too aggressive? Although he didn't understand, he also felt it was justified, because the current Juyan sect was resisting the entire demonic path with the strength of the entire sect. If anyone tried to sabotage them, he would not let them off either. Keep a close watch on the situation at Buddha temple, Xiaoting finally instructed. Buddha temple had a vast influence. Located on the western side of the central domain, it had countless temples within it, standing like forests and spreading across thousands of li. In a subordinate temple of the Buddha temple, the morning bell and evening drum resonate, and incense smoke curls up gently. This temple is structured in a single line, with its buildings aligned in a row. Apart from the main hall and Buddha hall, there are only connected monastic cells where monks with unshaven heads reside, reciting scriptures and chanting Buddha's name daily. Dong. A young monk strikes the temple bell, its sound rolling out and echoing throughout the temple complex. In no time, a diverse group of monks, both men and women, quickly leave their cells with solemn expressions and enter the Buddha hall. They sit cross-legged on their own meditation cushions and pick up the wooden fish in front of them. Under the radiant golden statue of the Buddha, another monk sits cross-legged, with a shaved head marked with ritual scars and wearing a keizaya. This person is the preaching monk of the temple, whose true identity is one of the 1,000 elders of the Buddha temple. The elders of the Buddha temple are numerous and vary in their cultivation levels, but they are proficient in Buddhist teachings. The monk lights incense, closes his eyes, and gently taps his wooden fish. Guanyin Bodhisattva, when practicing the profound prajnaparamita, perceives that all 5 aggregates are empty and thus relieves all suffering. He recites softly. Hearing this, the other monks follow suit, striking their wooden fish, their sounds overlapping with the monk. Shariputra, form is no different from emptiness, emptiness no different from form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are also thus. In an instant, the hall is shrouded in incense smoke, filled only with the sounds of wooden fish and chanting. The golden light of the Buddha statue on the high platform shines even brighter as if seeking to save all sentient beings. Suddenly, crack! A crisp and jarring sound rings out. The monks, who were a moment ago meditating on Buddha, are instantly jolted awake, looking resigned as if accustomed to this disturbance. The preaching monk's eyes snap open, and his mouth twitches uncontrollably. Everyone's gaze follows the sound. Behind the seated monks, there is a man with a towering figure and thick eyebrows nearly joined together. Even while sitting cross-legged, he towers over the others. Looking at the wooden fish he has just shattered, he scratches his head awkwardly and says, "Sorry, I didn't control my strength." Everyone is exasperated. Didn't control his strength? How many times has this happened now? The rules of the Buddha temple. Monks who come here must chant scriptures and meditate on Buddha together with 9 others. The Buddhist sect values mutual aid and salvation, so only after all 10 receive the approval of the preaching monk can they leave the temple and move within the Buddha temple's sphere of influence. No matter how slow, monks who have come in the past usually gain approval to leave within a month. But they have been stuck here for a full 4 months. Do you know how they've spent these 4 months? They neglect sleep and food, hoping to finish their chanting and meditation and then leave this cursed place. But every single time, the man who is like a tower breaks the mallet and shatters the wooden fish. At first, the preaching monk thought the man was just too strong, so he gave him an extremely sturdy spiritual wooden fish. But nothing changed. Reluctantly, the preaching monk had to keep replacing it with higher grade, more robust mallets and wooden fish. The result was the same. The wooden fish that the man just shattered was a high-grade spiritual instrument, a treasured Buddhist sect artifact from the bottom of the preaching monk's chest. "Mu Kuei, you have no fate with Buddha, leave the Buddha temple at once," says the preaching monk with a pained expression, waving his hand as if shooing away a fly. Upon hearing this, the other monks feel no joy, because this is the 50th time in 4 months that the preaching monk has said this. And every time, Mu Kuei's response is the same. "That won't do." Mu Kuei shakes his head in refusal. Eldest senior brother says I'm foolish. I must complete the sex mission to prove him wrong. After a brief silence, the monks collectively slap their foreheads and then question their existence. The preaching monk is utterly disheartened, wishing to crash his head against the golden statue of the Buddha behind him and then tell the Buddha, even Buddha cannot save this person. At night, candlelight flickers in the Buddha hall. The preaching monk sits cross-legged on his cushion, facing the golden statue of the Buddha, hands clasped, a string of prayer beads hanging between his thumbs and index fingers. He is softly reciting scriptures, repenting. The rules of the Buddha temple are clear. The Buddhist sect is open to all monks who aspire to follow Buddha. The rules of the Buddha temple state that when preaching to other monks, one must not despise them for their nature, hate them for their evil, or drive them away for their foolishness. Buddha saves all beings, universally delivering sentient life. All sentient beings have spirits and are thus connected to Buddha. He wants to expel Mu Kuei because of his foolishness and has grown to despise him, which is against the precepts. And this is his 50th repentance. The preaching monk, whose Dharma name is Hui Kong, has a cultivation level of only human origin, but because he is well versed in Buddhist teachings, he has become one of the 1,000 elders of the Buddha temple. He has converted many murderous evildoers and also those who have fallen into demonic paths. But that Mu Kuei, he really can't handle him? Breaking the wooden fish is just one of the issues. Hui Kong once told Mu Kuei to abandon the wooden fish and recite from the scriptures instead. One moment, Mu Kuei could recite the contents of the scriptures from memory, but when it came to chanting, he would hesitate and not be able to utter a single word, then claim he forgot. Hui Kong could see that Mu Kuei was a body cultivator. He had him chop wood and meditate to refine his mind. But this guy was outrageous. Chopping wood, he would split the ground. He snored like thunder during meditation, startling the other monks, who thought it was divine retribution. Hui Kong endured all this. But the problem is, the Buddha temple provides for the daily needs of the visiting monks who chant and meditate, satisfying their requirements. Mu Kuei, a core formation cultivator, often feels hungry like those in the lower 4 realms, and if he doesn't get supplements like qi and blood pills or beast meat, He needs to eat spiritual rice. Eating spiritual rice is fine, the Buddha temple is wealthy and wouldn't begrudge some spiritual rice. But Mu Kuei eats too much. One man's appetite equals hundreds, and in 4 months, he has consumed several years' reserves of spiritual rice from the temple. If this continues, the temple will be eaten empty by Mu Kuei. The Buddha temple's annual allocation to its subordinate preaching temples is limited, and to ensure the daily supply for other monks, Hui Kong has not only exhausted his spirit stones but even sold his own golden alms bowl recently. Now, without his treasured high-grade wooden fish and the golden alms bowl awarded by the Buddha temple when he became a preaching monk, he is undoubtedly the poorest elder in the history of the Buddha temple. There's none poorer. Poverty is just a material concern. Hui Kong still has that realization. But, Buddha, when will this ever end? Hui Kong is on the verge of madness. Mu Kuei refuses to leave, and according to the rules of the Buddha temple, those who do not qualify in chanting and meditation cannot be expelled unless they wish to leave themselves. As an elder well-versed in Buddhist teachings, he cannot lie or deceive by saying Mu Kuei qualifies. This is a dead end with no way out. Mu Kuei, staying here, is like a vampire, bound to drain him dry eventually. At first, Hui Kong thought that sacrificing himself to save others would be a meritorious deed. But Buddha, that Mu Kuei is truly beyond salvation. He's an idiot. Hui Kong cries out. After saying this, he suddenly wakes up while drenched in cold sweat. As a high monk, he actually used vulgar language to insult others, committing the sin of anger. He had to begin repenting again and chanting the scriptures aloud. The person filled with anger knows not what is good, knows not what is not good, does not contemplate sin or fortune, does not understand consequences, does not reflect upon themselves, and shall fall into the evil path. The scriptures say, one should cultivate all sentient beings' roots of virtue without dispute. Those who are angry and do not understand, commit a parajika offense. The chanting stirred the Buddhist teachings within Hui Kong, causing them to revolve on their own. At the same time, the golden body of the Buddha shone brightly, Buddha's light enveloped the hall, and the sound of Buddha's teachings echoed from all directions. Half an hour later, the chanting ended, the Buddha's light faded, and Hui Kong opened his eyes again. The malicious aura in his eyes was gone, without anger or rage, and a profound smile hung on his lips, like an enlightened high monk. Elder, Mu Kuei requests an audience, a young novice monk reported from inside. Upon hearing this, Hui Kong's expression suddenly stiffened, and his high monk's demeanor collapsed in an instant. Soon, another person entered the Buddha hall. This person was holding a bucket of rice a meter tall, babbling incessantly while grabbing handfuls of spiritual rice from the bucket and stuffing them into his mouth. After a satisfying meal, this person did not forget to have the novice monk prepare more than 10 cups of spiritual tea to quench his thirst. This scene unfolded before Hui Kong's eyes. Although still seated on his meditation cushion with his eyes slightly closed, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, as if he were having a seizure. The person filled with anger knows not what is good, knows not what is not good. He began chanting again. Suddenly, burp. Mu Kuei, full from his meal, let out a loud belch. The burp was deep and resonant, even stirring up a strong breeze that left Hui Kong in disarray. Now, he could no longer continue his chanting. Why do you? Taking a deep breath, Hui Kong tried to suppress the thought of anger and asked, why must you come here to dine? To ask the high monk to interpret a dream, Mu Kuei replied instantly. Hui Kong was at a loss for words. The answer was completely unrelated. He asked about dining, yet Mu Kuei spoke of interpreting a dream. Could they even have a proper conversation today? What dream? Pressing hard on his temples, Hui Kong asked again. Mu Kuei straightened his expression, about to speak, but then furrowed his thick brows. After a long moment of careful recollection, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I forgot. Hui Kong was on the verge of madness. But there's another dream I do remember clearly, Mu Kuei added. Hui Kong did not respond and closed his eyes again. In the dream, someone told me that I am the reincarnation of a martial emperor, who once tried to break through the heaven with force and ascend beyond the heavens, but was suppressed by the heavens. Mu Kuei declared. What? Hui Kong's eyes snapped open. Cultivators rarely dream, and if they do, there must be a reason. It could be a warning, a matter from a past life, or the emergence of inner demons, so it must be taken seriously. If what Mu Kuei said was true, there were only 2 possibilities. He was either truly the reincarnation of a great emperor, or he had developed an obsession with one, creating inner demons. Every time you break through the heaven, do you witness any heavenly phenomena? Hui Kong asked seriously. No, Mu Kuei shook his head. Have you experienced memories that seem unrelated to yourself? Also no. Hui Kong fell silent, giving Mu Kuei a strange look. Without the phenomena that would arise from a complete imperial essence and without memories, it was impossible for him to be the reincarnation of a great emperor. So, was it an inner demon? But Mu Kuei was simple-minded, honest, and even a bit dull. Logically, a cultivator with such a temperament should be the least likely to be affected by inner demons. Stretch your head over here, and I will use the Buddhist teachings to probe your sea of consciousness, Hui Kong said. Mu Kuei had no objections and immediately leaned his head forward. This made Hui Kong shake his head helplessly. The sea of consciousness is a vital place for a cultivator, and any damage could reduce one to idiocy. He didn't expect Mu Kuei to trust him completely without any guard. Well then, today I shall explore your inner demon, and guide you once more. Hui Kong said solemnly, reminding him, the Buddhist teachings are gentle and will not harm your sea of consciousness. However, having your sea of consciousness probed will cause intense pain, so you will need to endure it. Okay, Mu Kuei replied instantly. Hui Kong nodded and placed his right hand together in a palm shape over Mu Kuei's head. He murmured the sound of Buddha, and the Buddhist teachings within him began to circulate. Soon, his right hand emitted Buddha's light, which entered Mu Kuei's brain and his consciousness. The Buddha's light instantly invaded Mu Kuei's sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness of an ordinary cultivator is like a world, where all memories appear in succession like a lantern show. But for Mu Kuei, aside from the blood-red figure with its back to Hui Kong at the forefront, there was nothing else. A complete blank? Such a bizarre situation was something Hui Kong had never seen before. He cautiously approached, wanting to glimpse the true face of that blood figure. But just as he took a step forward, the blood-red figure suddenly turned around. Looking directly at that person, Hui Kong's eyes widened in shock and horror. He saw an emperor. An emperor is standing on the fragments of an imperial throne, bathed in blood, with eyes full of madness and unwillingness, disheveled hair, and bare-chested, like a madman. And this emperor's facial features were exactly like Mu Kuei's. Get out, the blood-soaked emperor suddenly spoke. A simple word, but it instantly shook Hui Kong out of Mu Kuei's sea of consciousness and back to reality. Ah! Hui Kong clutched his head and screamed in shock. The emperor's words and gaze still surfaced in his mind incessantly. No matter what he do, he couldn't dispel them. That gaze, like thousands of sharp knives, pierced through his soul in an instant, and those words, like thunder shaking the earth, shattered his sea of consciousness in a moment. After the screaming stopped, Hui Kong was left with a vacant look in his eyes. High monk. Mu Kuei blinked and leaned in to ask, why did the high monk scream? Madman. Pointing at Mu Kuei's nose, Hui Kong screamed again. Having said that, he turned and dashed away, breaking through 3 walls in succession before fleeing in a frenzy. Mu Kuei watched with a face full of question marks. Wasn't it said that if someone's sea of consciousness was probed, they would feel pain? He didn't react at all, but instead, it was Hui Kong who was in unbearable pain. Wasn't he supposed to be guided? They hadn't even started, and Hui Kong had already run off. It looks like I'll have to switch to another temple to chant and pray. Why it's so hard to get a Dharma name, Mu Kuei sighed. As a form of recognition, only monks who are qualified in chanting and praying are granted a secular Dharma name by the preaching monks. In plain terms, this is a method of brainwashing. It is said that many disciples from other sects, after incessant chanting and praying and receiving a secular Dharma name, truly believe they are fated with Buddha and directly defect to join the Buddha temple. This is also why the relationship between the Buddha temple and other righteous sects is not as harmonious as it appears on the surface. It's just that everyone is from a righteous sect, so they haven't torn their faces apart. This time, before leaving his sect to go to the Buddha temple, Jiang Chen decided not to take a spiritual boat but chose to walk instead. He had to keep a low profile. Being too high profile would allow those bald monks at the Buddha temple to recognize his identity as the young master of the Jiang family. If Lin Feng had already entered the 6 prisons, no matter how much he caused a commotion, those bald monks would probably be wary of taking action against him. To successfully achieve his goal, Jiang Chen even chose not to let the elder Chen Shang follow him. Of course, knowing Chen Shang, he would not truly ignore him and was probably closely monitoring his situation from 100 li away. At this moment, the group had been walking for many days and was only a few hundred miles away from the Buddha temple. Eldest senior brother, are we going to the Buddha temple to drive Mu Kuei mad? Little brother Lu Wen suddenly came up and asked. Drive him mad. Jiang Chen frowned. Lu Wen chuckled with a don't pretend, I know it was you, look. It's not surprising he thought this way. When Jiang Chen was at the Juyan sect, Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai went mad, then after a trip to the Hongduan mountain range, Qingning went mad. After returning to the Juyan sect, even peak master Xiao Hong'ai had gone mad. How could this not be related to Jiang Chen? That's what the others at the Juyan sect used to think until the old ancestor of Juyan fooled them into blaming it on a non-existent demonic seed. Lu Wen and Lu Wu, the 2 younger brothers, had their memories of the sermon erased by the Juyan old ancestor, so they naturally still thought the same. Of course, Jiang Chen himself thought the same way. Glancing at the intermittent appearance of a red figure not far behind, he was pretty much convinced that he was poisonous. That Mu Kuei can't go mad, Jiang Chen said, looking away and shaking his head. Why not? Lu Wen was puzzled. Jiang Chen didn't reply. He just continued shaking his head. The answer was simple. Because Mu Kuei was already a madman? A madman reincarnated from a martial emperor. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, feeling enlightened. This is a vast world, and although there are 10 smaller worlds beneath it, they all exist under the same heaven's will. In this vast world, everyone aims to become an emperor, and the word ascension is rarely mentioned. This is because, although ancient texts record that during the ancient times, some cultivators managed to ascend to the heavens, since the end of the ancient era and the establishment of order, no one has ascended for tens of thousands of years. Over time, most cultivators lost the concept of ascension, believing that becoming a great emperor was the ultimate goal of cultivation. Only a few know. It's not that cultivators have lost the path to ascension but that they have taken the wrong path. To become an emperor, one needs the heavens' recognition, which is what most cultivators believe today. Little do they know, Emperors recognized by the heavens are actually, in his words, false emperors. Emperors who willingly become vassals of the heavens will. To become a true emperor, one must comprehend and prove their own Deo. Only when they achieve their Deo can they break through the heavens and ascend. The ancient cultivators were able to ascend because they defied the heavens. How can today's cultivators, who follow the heavens will and take pride in being recognized by the heavens, break through the heavens and ascend? But Jiang Chen also knows that today's cultivators can't be blamed, as the suppression from the heavens above is currently indeed too strong. Hasn't he failed in his 9 attempts to defy the heavens? It's worth mentioning that in his 9 cycles of reincarnation, Lin Feng's path to proving the Dao using the Heartless Blade was also because he realized this point. Ironically, Lin Feng, the son of destiny, ultimately chose the path of defying the heavens. And heaven is indeed a good father. Despite foreseeing Lin Feng's final choice, the heavens still took great care of this son. Such behavior, in Jiang Chen's view, is like the mountainous fatherly love, preferring the son to break through and defy him just to send the son to a higher place. Apart from Jiang Chen and Lin Feng, those who know this are the false emperors recognized by the heavens. Most of the false emperors have chosen to comply, and only the martial emperor before his reincarnation as Mu Kuei insisted on resisting. That martial emperor sealed his memory and reincarnated to cultivate anew before his imperial essence collapsed and formed an emperor's throne. In order not to be influenced by heaven's will, he even abandoned all wisdom except for his comprehension of the martial path. Mu Kuei's dullness is for this reason. When Jiang Chen said Mu Kuei was mad, he didn't mean madness in the sense of demonic possession but rather in the sense of true madness. Because he is a true madman who, despite being able to stand at the pinnacle and enjoy worship by simply choosing to comply, insists on defying the heavens, seeking to prove the Dao through martial arts, break through the heavens, and ascend. In his 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had tried to awaken Mu Kuei's memory early so that they could defy the heavens together. But without exception, they all failed. Because the seal on that martial emperor's memory was too strong, beyond his ability to break. And every time Mu Kuei's memory began to awaken, it was just before his death. In the original story, Mu Kuei went to another realm after his memory began to awaken. This was probably a foreshadowing by the original author. But when the writer who took over hastily concluded the story, this foreshadowing naturally went unused. Therefore, what ultimately happened to Mu Kuei, Jiang Chen also did not know. The only thing he knew was if Mu Kuei became completely enraged, he would break a seal on his memory and enter a state of madness. Although he would return to normal soon after, his combat power would skyrocket during that period. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to play the villain in this life, he didn't want to mess with Mu Kuei. That time he publicly mocked Mu Kuei was because he was certain that doing so would not completely enrage Mu Kuei. Remember, stay away from Mu Kuei. If you anger him, I might not be able to save you, Jiang Chen sternly warned. Hearing this, the brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu quickly nodded in agreement. The big white tiger following behind also nodded, but it was clearly not enthusiastic, looking dejected. Jiang Chen, why don't you ride me? I can run really fast. Xiaobai finally voiced its doubt. Along the way, Xiaobai had suggested many times that Jiang Chen should ride it. If so, they would definitely be able to greatly reduce the time to reach the Buddha temple. But every time, Jiang Chen just gave him a cold look. This made Xiaobai feel like he might be disliked. Xiaobai, wait a bit longer. Jiang Chen said seriously while patting Xiaobai's tiger head, such matters should wait until after you've transformed. Xiaobai didn't understand at all. Several days later, Jiang Chen and his companions arrived within the territory of the Buddha temple. In front of the group stood a majestic Buddhist hall with red walls and grey tiles, basking in the sun's radiant glow. This was one of the 48 guidance halls of the Buddha temple, specifically set up to guide cultivators. Guiding, in practice, meant categorizing the cultivators who came to the Buddha temple and facilitating their scripture recitation and management. If a cultivator came to join the Buddha temple, they would be taken to the main temple by the guidance hall. Others would receive a Buddha amulet and be assigned to one of the subordinate temples to recite scriptures until they were deemed qualified to move freely. The influence of the Buddha temple was vast, and the 48 guidance halls could not cover the entire perimeter. As a result, there were always cultivators trying to bypass the guidance halls and enter the territory of the Buddha temple directly. Little did they know that the Buddha temple had 2 major formations. One was the Great Defense Formation of the Buddha temple, which would only be activated during a sect war. The other was the Salvation Formation. Using incense as a medium, the Buddha temple and its countless subordinate temples were tightly interconnected, forming a Salvation Formation that could cover the entire territory of the Buddha temple. Without a Buddha amulet, any foreign cultivator below the upper 4 realms who entered would be instantly enlightened by the descending Buddhist law. According to those bald monks of the Buddha temple, this was to confess one's sins before the Buddha. Jiang Chen shook his head, thinking that the cultivators who had tried to bypass the guidance hall were quite talented. The Buddha temple had a rule that all cultivators entering its domain must recite scriptures, so how could they allow anyone to exploit a simple loophole? Anyone with a brain wouldn't think like that. Even Xiaobai, this foolish tiger, surely wouldn't be so foolish? Eldest senior brother, this Buddha temple is really stupid. Can't we just bypass this guidance hall and directly enter the Buddha temple to avoid the need to recite scriptures? Xiaobai's eyes lit up, thinking it was very clever move. Jiang Chen was speechless. Taking a deep breath, He looked straight at Xiaobai and said earnestly, Xiaobai, I must admit my mistake frankly. I truly underestimated you. Well, I'm not that amazing. I'm still a bit inferior compared to you, eldest senior brother. Before Xiaobai could finish speaking, he received a kick from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not want to waste time with this foolish tiger, so he quickly led the others into the guidance hall. In fact, he could bypass the guidance hall with his trump cards alone. But for Xiaobai and the others, there was only one path left to meet the Buddha. Moreover, his goal this time was to first find Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had entered the 6 prisons, he would also need to go there. And the cultivators who trespassed into the Buddha temple only had one path: enlightenment. Even if they had avoided the Salvation Formation, they would have faced endless pursuit and had no right to enter the 6 prisons for reformation. Even in the original story, although Lin Feng was reluctant to recite scriptures, he only caused a big stir after receiving a Buddha amulet from this guidance hall. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Chen immediately frowned. As far as he knew, the Buddha temple was always bustling with cultivators, and this guidance hall should be crowded. But now, aside from a few young monks sweeping the floor, there were hardly any other foreign cultivators. Then, a fat, shiny-headed monk with his robes open revealing a greasy belly approached from a distance. After sizing up Jiang Chen and his companions, the monk seemed to recognize at a glance that Jiang Chen was the leader and squinted his eyes to ask, May I ask, donor, what brings you to the Buddha temple? Defying the heavens. Xiaobai answered first, with a resounding voice and a pair of tiger eyes full of sparkles. Hearing this, the monk shuddered in fright. But soon, he leaned close to Jiang Chen and whispered, Donor, is your beast pat a bit simple-minded? Hi monk, your insight is as bright as a lamp. Jiang Chen praised. Modesty, modesty, the monk waved his hand, quickly downplaying the praise. I don't deserve the title of a high monk. My Dharma name is Huixing, one of the 48 elders of the Buddha temple's guidance hall, studying the Dharma for just over 100 years, deeply trusted by our temple. I do have some insight. Is this modesty? More like boasting. Jiang Chen immediately rolled his eyes. Indeed, even those bald monks who preach all is emptiness still like to gild themselves. Especially that Buddha covered in gold. Perhaps this is what they call, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked? Jiang Chen thought to himself. Monk Huixing, may I ask why there are no foreign cultivators in this guidance hall? He inquired. Monk? This title made Huixing frown immediately. He had just been modest, and his title had changed from high monk to monk. It should be known that all monks can be addressed as monks, but very few can be called high monks. Although annoyed, he couldn't say it outright, and his tone became lukewarm. Recently, 2 foreign cultivators have been wreaking havoc within the Buddha temple. One drove 3 preaching monks mad, and the other, unwilling to recite scriptures, caused disturbances everywhere. Soon, the Buddha's disciples will personally capture them. Jiang Chen immediately understood. The one causing disturbances must be Lin Feng. But as for the other person, he had no idea. After all, whether in the original story or through the 9 cycles of reincarnation, since Mu Kuei never experienced dreams that were forgotten at a glance, he never sought clarification from a preaching monk and, naturally, did not drive several people mad. Huixing, what does this have to do with the decrease in cultivators in the guidance hall? Jiang Chen asked again. Upon this question, Huixing's smile faded once more. Now, he was being called by his Dharma name, without even the respectful title of monk? Huixing wanted to leave directly, but he could tell that Jiang Chen and his companions were not ordinary, especially that foolish tiger, which clearly was a great demon capable of human speech, must have an ancient bloodline. They say that the Buddha sees all beings as equal, but he was not yet a Buddha and naturally couldn't reach such a state. After a moment of contemplation, Huixing answered, those 2 are from the Juyan sect, and our temple received news that the 9th peak eldest senior brother of the Juyan sect, the sole son of the Jiang family from the upper domain, Jiang Chen, is on his way to the Buddha temple. Our temple's Buddha has said that this Jiang Chen is a calamity. Wherever he goes, evil spreads, therefore the temple is temporarily closed to keep him out. After speaking, he sized up Jiang Chen again and asked, may I ask the donor's name is? Jiang Hu. Jiang Chen replied instantly. His real name naturally couldn't be revealed. Otherwise, even if he could enter the Buddha temple, he would be driven away by those bald monks, and then he wouldn't be able to disrupt Lin Feng's opportunity. This Huixing didn't seem to have a strong dislike for him, presumably because he was inwardly despicable. As expected, Huixing didn't doubt him and nodded. Donor Jiang, please return. As I have said, the Buddha temple is temporarily closed. We do not accept other unrelated persons except for fellow practitioners and those who wish to become disciples of the Buddha temple. Amitabha, I have 3 Dharma names. The first is Songzang, funeral procession, the second is Banzang, half burial, and the third is Quanzang, complete burial. Jiang Chen brought his palms together, the Buddha Stupa Sutra circulating within him, his voice like the sound of Buddha. The 3 names combined are simply called Sanzang, triple burial. TLN, Buddha Stupa Sutra is a reward from the system. These words instantly confused Huixing. An old monk? He looked at Jiang Chen's black hair on top of his head and estimated Jiang Chen's age. He didn't seem like an old monk. And 3 Dharma names? Combined into Sanzang? Isn't that nonsense? But Huixing rubbed his eyes and cleaned his ears. Although these words seemed nonsensical, why did the person in front of him resemble the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple, not only with a voice like Buddha's but also bathed in Buddha's light, clearly someone deeply versed in Buddhist teachings? Hao Xing couldn't believe it, yet he had no choice but to believe. Words and appearances can deceive, but the Buddhist sect's techniques cannot. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the Buddhist scriptures Jiang Chen had learned were definitely many levels higher than his own. Could this person be a lay disciple from the upper domain Buddhist sect? Hao Xing secretly speculated. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Only this answer could explain everything. The central domain Buddhist sect's influence was solely on the Buddha temple. However, in the upper domain, there was a small realm called the Buddha realm, reputed to be filled with Buddhas whose radiant light illuminates everywhere, each one incredibly formidable. Dare I ask the high monk, where do you come from, and what brings you to the Buddha temple? Hao Xing asked again. I come from the far eastern land, specifically to the Buddha temple to seek the true scriptures, Jiang Chen said with a smile. He was addicted to bluffing and almost said he came to rob the scriptures. Eastern land? Hao Xing blinked in confusion. He had never heard of this place. He secretly guessed that it must be a place within the Buddha realm. After all, he was well versed in the central domain and even the lower domain, but the upper domain was beyond his knowledge. And seeking the true scriptures likely meant engaging in scriptural debate. In the Buddhist sect, many monks like to enhance their understanding of Buddhism in this way. After an epiphany, Hao Xing's expression immediately became respectful, and he greeted, "It is a great fortune for our Buddha temple to have the holy monk San Zhang come from afar." The title had changed from a high monk to a holy monk. This was because the Buddha realm was already considered a holy land in the hearts of the Buddhist sect, and monks from the holy land were naturally referred to as holy monks. I will inform our main temple to cleanse, chant, pray, and to welcome the holy monk with the highest etiquette. And I will personally escort the holy monk to our main temple for scriptural debate, Hao Xing said with a deep bow. Go to the main temple of the Buddha temple? Jiang Chen refused outright. How could this be possible? He could bluff Hao Xing here, but he couldn't bluff the bald monks in the main temple of the Buddha temple. The Buddha temple had the Buddha and the abbot, whose statuses were akin to the old ancestor and sect master. Besides them, there were the 4 great universal salvation monks, the 4 great ascetic monks, and the 6 Buddha sons. These people could tell at a glance that he was practicing the treasured scripture of the Buddha temple. By then, his holy monk image would collapse instantly, for how could a lay disciple from the upper domain Buddhist sect learn the central domain Buddhism, especially the secret treasures of the Buddha temple? Without a doubt, what awaited Jiang Chen would be an immediate enlightenment. This was a matter of a sex face and secrets, and even if he was the sole heir of the Jiang family, the Buddha temple would fight to the death. Therefore, he could not possibly go to the main temple of the Buddha temple. No need to trouble yourself, Jiang Chen refused. How can that be? Hao Xing sternly refused, adamant, if the people of our temple knew I neglected a holy monk from the upper domain, they would punish me severely. No matter what, I must invite the holy monk to our temple. No matter what. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Yes. Hao Xing replied instantly. Baldy, don't push your luck. Jiang Chen was done pretending and directly threatened, if you stop me again, I will send you to meet the Buddha today. The sudden change caught Hao Xing completely off guard. The man in front of him, who had just appeared to be a holy monk a second ago, now seemed like a villain here to cause trouble. The point was, he hadn't obstructed anything. Wasn't it about seeking scriptures and debating? He was ready to personally escort him, and that was called obstruction? Completely unreasonable? Unfathomable? Holy monk, please mind your language. Hao Xing tried to suppress his dissatisfaction and said, if you want to debate scriptures, I will gladly take you there. Otherwise. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, please leave, holy monk. The Buddha temple only welcomes fellow practitioners, not evil monks. Hao Xing laid his cards on the table. After speaking, he inwardly sneered, if it were really a holy monk who had taken monastic vows, I wouldn't dare to do this. But this Jiang Hu is just a lay disciple, and although he is well versed in Buddhism, his status in the Buddha realm must be very low. The Buddha temple is not afraid. To this, Jiang Chen chuckled coldly and then gave Xiaobai a look. Xiaobai instantly understood and immediately transformed into an ancient beast that spat black thunder. It wanted to swallow Hao Xing whole but then hesitated and said, eldest senior brother, I don't want to eat him. He looks greasy. Hao Xing, who had already been frightened by Xiaobai's profound and violent beastly aura, trembled. But upon hearing Xiaobai's words, all he wanted to say was, isn't that not polite? Even Buddha has a temper? Hao Xing was immediately enraged, activated the Buddhist power within him, transformed into a golden body several jang tall, and prepared to fight Xiaobai for 300 rounds. Then, before he could act, Xiaobai pressed him to the ground like swatting a fly. Unable to move? As if crushed by a mountain, Hao Xing blinked in bewilderment. He didn't expect to be so weak. To be defeated by a white tiger in an instant? Soon, he realized. It wasn't that he was weak. After all, he was at least at the earthly origin level, but he was blinded by the stupidity of this great white tiger. Thinking the other party was foolish, he thought he could fight him. But how could he not understand in his heart? A great demon like Xiaobai, with ancient bloodlines, had strength comparable to the heavenly origin realm. White tiger, I wasn't ready just now. Let me go, and we'll start over, Hao Xing said. Do you think I'm stupid? Xiaobai rolled its eyes. This made Hao Xing's mouth twitch. Watching his frustrated and helpless expression, Jiang Chen laughed heartily. He had come a long way, not only to disrupt Lin Feng's opportunity but also to enjoy the long-lost villain's satisfaction. And then to collect some system rewards? After waiting a moment and seeing no response from the system, he decided to be more ruthless and directly ordered Xiaobai, whip him. Whip. How? Xiaobai blinked in confusion. However you want to whip, just do it. All right. Xiaobai, in a great mood, lifted its huge tiger paw and started slapping Hao Xing like swatting a fly. Each of its hits was as heavy as a mountain. Boom. One slap scattered the golden body Hao Xing had condensed with his Buddhist power. Boom. After 2 slaps, Hao Xing was already buried deep in the ground while spitting blood. The third slap was just raised and hadn't fallen yet. What on earth do you want to do? Hao Xing was about to cry. Didn't I say? Jiang Chen was taken aback. No. Hao Xing spat out blood and said, I said I would personally take you to our temple. You said I was obstructing you? Then you let this white tiger attack directly, and I still don't know what you want to do. He looked pitiful and helpless and then said, even if you want to kill me, let me die with a clear understanding. Just beating me up, can that solve the problem? No? Can't we have a proper conversation? Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Thinking about it carefully, he realized he indeed hadn't stated his purpose. Xiaobai, continue whipping him. Jiang Chen ordered again. Okay. Xiaobai didn't hesitate, and the huge paw struck down again. Boom. This slap was even more forceful than the previous ones, almost shattering Hao Xing's bones. Why hit me again? Hao Xing couldn't believe it. Because you make me feel somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Chen replied instantly. Pfft. Upon hearing this, Hao Xing spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting on the spot. At the same time, the system's prompt finally appeared. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, superior grade Buddhist sect secret scripture, 6-syllable mantra. In the end, Jiang Chen successfully moved Hao Xing to tears through the method of beating, after which Hao Xing obediently handed over a few Buddhist amulets, respectfully sending Jiang Chen and his companions into the territory of the Buddha temple. It's worth mentioning that, even in such a moved state, Hao Xing still made sure to confirm whether Jiang Chen wanted to discuss the scriptures and debate the doctrine. If so, even if it killed him from being moved, he must send Jiang Chen to the main Buddha temple. Otherwise, he would be severely punished. If not, then he couldn't be bothered. Naturally, Jiang Chen's answer was negative. This made Hao Xing heave a sigh of relief and feel extremely helpless. Why not say earlier that you don't want to debate scriptures? If he had known earlier, would he have almost been slapped to death by that big white tiger? This person is definitely an evil monk from the upper domain. So unreasonable. Hao Xing concluded as he watched Jiang Chen and the others leave. After speaking, he called over a young monk, planning to report the incident. No matter what, the main Buddha temple had to be informed of an upper domain monk's arrival. Even if the main temple didn't wish to punish him, fearing it might offend the Buddha domain, he would have fulfilled his duty as the elder of the guidance hall. Zhang Hu, I'll remember this name. Hao Xing murmured again. He didn't plan on seeking revenge. Mainly because if the Buddha temple didn't take action itself, he couldn't seek revenge. Moreover, he was a monk and couldn't commit the sin of anger, so Hao Xing decided. If he encountered another evil person with Hu, tiger, in their name, he would make sure to liberate them on the spot. He couldn't afford to offend this Zhang Hu, but the next Hu, tiger, surely he could afford to offend, right? I'm not breaking my precepts. I just dislike tigers. Whether it's a demonic beast tiger or an evil person with Hu, tiger, in their name, they're not worth converting. They need liberation. Hao Xing found an excuse for himself. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to go back and heal his injuries. But just as he turned around, he saw a young man dressed in an ancient pill refiner's robe, with a determined face, clearly upright and just, walking into the hall from outside. When the young man saw the wounds on Hao Xing, he was first startled and then asked in confusion, why is the high monk in such a state? This question made Hao Xing's expression darken. If it weren't for the fact that he recognized the person as likely from the ancient pill tower and a 6th grade pill refiner, presumably a true disciple, he would have exploded in anger. After taking a deep breath, Hao Xing asked, Donor, what brings you here? The Buddha temple is temporarily closed, and only fellow practitioners may enter. Also, all tiger-type demonic beasts and people with Hu, tiger, in their names are likewise forbidden entry, he added. So that's why the guidance hall is so empty today, the young man realized, bowing his hands. My name is Xiaoshan, the first true disciple of the ancient pill tower. I am here on the orders of my master to seek the Juyan sect's 9th peak 4th true disciple, Mu Kui. Mu Kui. Hao Xing frowned. Isn't that the foreign cultivator who drove 3 preaching monks to madness but couldn't be expelled due to the rules of the Buddha temple? Mu Kui is from the Juyan sect, so how could he be related to someone from the ancient pill tower? Sensing his confusion, Xiaoshan said, the high monk may not know. The former elder of the elixir peak of the Juyan sect was my master's sworn brother, but he was killed by Jiang Chen, his bones were burned until they become ashes and scattered. Every time my master thinks of this, he beats his chest and stumps his feet in grief. Condolences, Hao Xing offered. Although I have not met Jiang Chen, I also know that he is evil in all directions. Unfortunately, this man has come from the Jiang family in the upper domain. He is not an ordinary evil obstacle to deal with. That's right, Xiao Shen sighed. To eliminate this scourge is not easy. My master heard that Jiang Chen wanted to come to the Buddha temple, so he sent me to rush here overnight, hoping to use Mu Kui's hand to remove Jiang Chen. Oh, Hao Xing was puzzled and asked, will that Mu Kui really kill his own eldest senior brother? Maybe he will, maybe he won't, but we have to try. After all, we as righteous people cannot sit idly by and watch Jiang Chen do evil. Xiao Shan declared righteously. Hao Xing nodded and said no more. May I ask the high monk if Jiang Chen has arrived? Xiao Shan inquired further. No. Hao Xing shook his head, explaining, to be honest, the reason the Buddha temple is closed this time is actually to keep Jiang Chen out. Refusing all non-Buddhist sect cultivators is also for safety. After all, we have not seen Jiang Chen either. Xiao Shan very much agreed with this. It is better to be safe than sorry. This is indeed the safest approach. I wonder if the high monk could make an exception and let me enter, he asked again. This. Hao Xing hesitated. As one of the elders of the guidance hall, if the other party was indeed a disciple of the ancient pill tower, it wouldn't hurt to make an exception. But the fear was that the person in front of him was Jiang Chen in disguise. Since he had not seen either Jiang Chen or the first true disciple of the ancient pill tower, he naturally couldn't tell if it was genuine. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Shan immediately guessed something and quickly took out the ancient pill tower's true disciple token for inspection. Seeing that Hao Xing was still frowning, Xiao Shan flipped his right hand, and a cluster of green flames appeared in his palm. This is a 6th grade innate pill fire. Hao Xing was shocked. Correct, this is Mystic Azure Flame. Can it prove my identity? Xiao Shan smiled proudly. Yes, yes. Hao Xing nodded repeatedly. It was well known that the Mystic Azure Flame had been acquired by the ancient pill tower years ago, so it naturally proved Xiao Shan's identity. Appearance and speech can deceive, but pill fire cannot be faked. The identity of a pill refiner is very special, especially for someone like Xiao Shan who is a true disciple of the ancient pill tower. After confirming his identity, Hao Xing also showed many smiles, saying, Donor, at such a young age, you have been awarded such a spiritual fire by the ancient pill tower, you have a boundless future ahead. The high monk flatters me, Xiao Shan said modestly. Is this the donor's first visit to the Buddha temple? Hao Xing asked again. Indeed, Xiao Shan nodded. Taking out a Buddhist amulet from his spirit ring, Hao Xing instructed, if you had visited the Buddha temple before, I could have spared you the suffering of reciting scriptures and chanting. But since it's your first time, the rules of the Buddha temple. Don't worry, high monk, I will follow all the rules, Xiao Shan interrupted, knowing his place. Good, then I will arrange for you to stay in the same temple as that Mu Kui, so you can communicate with him. Thank you, high monk. However, that Mu Kui has already driven 3 preaching monks mad, so donor, please be careful. Don't worry, I'm only here to talk about Jiang Chen, nothing else. It's well known that Mu Kui was publicly ridiculed by Jiang Chen, so he must also harbor resentment in his heart. Alright, if the donor can take that Mu Kui away, I would also have accumulated some merit. Then I thank the high monk. With that, Xiao Shan took the Buddhist amulet. He intended to leave immediately, but after a thought, he took out a few pills of high-grade medicinal quality from his bosom and handed them to the monk, saying, These are just small tokens, consider them as a humble offering for the temple. Please, do not refuse, high monk. That is kind, very kind. Quickly pocketing the medicinal pills, the monk's smile grew even wider as he said, The donor and I must have a karmic connection, so let me warn you about something. What is it? Xiao Shan straightened his expression. If the donor encounters a lay disciple of the Buddhist sect named Zhang Hu, remember to stay away from him. This person comes from the upper domain, and his dharma name is San Zhang. Also, he has a big white tiger with him. Although it's not the brightest, it must not be provoked. Zhang Hu, big white tiger. Hearing this, Xiao Shan felt as if he had heard it somewhere before. He wanted to ask in detail, but seeing the monk's injuries, he instantly understood something. High monk, thank you for the warning. After saying this, he took out 2 more healing pills to give as a gift. Inside the grounds of the Buddha temple, apart from the temples that can be seen everywhere, there are also many mountain cliffs that have been cut through. Dense Buddha caves have been carved into these cliffs, with scriptures engraved on their walls, and inside are placed meditation cushions, incense tables, small golden Buddha statues, and other essentials required by the Buddhist sect. At first glance, this should be the dwelling place of monks, but in reality, it is not. These Buddha caves are for the use of cultivators who, after qualifying in chanting and meditating on Buddha, are allowed to move freely within the Buddha temple grounds for rest and cultivation. They are not free of charge. The small Buddha caves are only big enough for one person to meditate in and cost 1 medium-grade spirit stone per day. The medium-sized Buddha caves are slightly more spacious and can accommodate 5 people, but they cost 10 times more. As for the large Buddha caves, their interior space is like a small temple, and the price reaches the exorbitant rate of 100 medium-grade spirit stones per day. With such a price, one could buy a high-grade spiritual weapon, and it's charged by the day, making it almost unaffordable for core formation cultivators. The Buddha temple is very humane. If a cultivator is indeed exhausted but short of funds, they can delay paying the accommodation fee for a few days by chanting scriptures 100 times daily. If a cultivator suddenly feels a connection with Buddha and passes the test to become a monk in the temple, then all the incense money owed can be waived. Indeed, the Buddha temple refers to all these payments as incense money. According to them, the monks collect money not for themselves but to promote the Buddha's teachings and to build more golden statues for the Buddha. Jiang Chen has been staying for many days in the uppermost Buddha cave of a certain cliff. Having gone through 9 cycles of reincarnation, this is not his first time at the Buddha temple, but he still feels admiration. The Buddha temple's half-brainwashing, half-coercive preaching method is indeed not something many cultivators can withstand. No wonder the temple's influence has been growing in recent years, with an endless stream of cultivators willing to shave their heads and become monks. Recently, he often felt that someone was spying on him. Without thinking, it must be the elders of the guidance hall who have reported the matter. The bald monks of the Buddha temple are somewhat restless, but they also fear his reputation as a holy monk, so they deliberately come to check on his situation. At the beginning, there were at least several people spying on him every day. After a few days, seeing that Jiang Chen not only did not leave but also contributed a large amount of incense money, these bald monks seemed to be reassured and no longer paid attention. The people of the Buddha temple do not know that the reason Jiang Chen has not taken action is that Lu Wen, Lu Wu, the 2 brothers, and Xiaobai are gathering information outside. The reason he is so willing to pay is not only because he truly does not lack money but also because he knows that the damage he will cause to the Buddha temple next will definitely exceed the incense money he has paid. In short, it's worth it. It's worth mentioning that since he bears the title of holy monk, Jiang Chen and his entourage are all exempt from chanting and meditating on Buddha. At this moment, there is a figure in red in the Buddha cave besides Jiang Chen. Xiao Hong'ai kicked over the incense table and sat on the golden Buddha statue as if it were a stool, her hands propping up her head, her beautiful eyes unblinkingly watching the boiling and scorching hot pill furnace. Jiang Chen glanced at the purple-black pill smoke rising from the pill furnace. He was instantly certain. Yes, it's definitely a poison pill. Master, pill refining is exhausting, why are you bothering with these things? Jiang Chen said helplessly. To poison people. Xiao Hong'ai didn't turn her head, I need to protect you, and I don't have time to go around killing people. Since we have a poison tool person anyway, I can stay with you and poison those I dislike, so why not? The poison tool person she referred to was naturally Zhang Hu. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally understood. No wonder Xiao Hong'ai promoted Zhang Hu to be the 6th true disciple of the 9th peak. This was her intention all along. Thinking of Zhang Hu, Jiang Chen felt a bit of pity. That person is quite tragic. Not only was he beaten by him and chopped by Lin Mubai, but rumors also say that Zhang Hu was scared half to death by Qingning. Now, he has become Xiao Hong'ai's poison tool person. This tragedy is almost comparable to Lin Feng. Well, I won't beat him anymore in the future. It's already quite pitiful. Jiang Chen felt a rare sense of compassion. However, he could only guarantee his own actions. As for what Xiao Hong'ai and others might do to Zhang Hu, that was not within his consideration. Master, in the past few days, many high-ranking members of the Buddha temple have come to spy on us. Haven't they discovered you? Jiang Chen asked again. They're just a bunch of bald donkeys, Xiao Hong'ai said disdainfully. I am now truly a phoenix body, and my cultivation has advanced quite a bit. As long as I intend to hide, no one can find me except for that old immortal Buddha and the 4 ascetic monks. The Buddha of the Buddha temple is akin to the old ancestor, while the great ascetic monks are like the supreme elders. Below the great ascetic monks, in terms of strength and status from high to low, are the sect master, the great universal salvation monks, and the 6 Buddha sons. I see. Jiang Chen realized, then said, Master, if necessary during this visit to the Buddha temple, I need to find a way to enter the 6 prisons of Buddha, and I hope you won't stop me then. Xiao Hong'ai did not respond, only silent. She naturally knew that the 6 prisons of Buddha were a great opportunity for Lin Feng. She could also guess that Jiang Chen wanted to enter the 6 prisons to disrupt Lin Feng's opportunity. But this was easier said than done. In his 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had tried to snatch Lin Feng's opportunity ahead of time. But fate would not allow it. Take the 6 prisons of Buddha, for example. Even if Jiang Chen had followed Lin Feng's method step by step, he still could not have broken into the 6 prisons. Even if he kept trying and successfully broke into the 6 prisons and obtained the 6 drops of essence blood from the old ancestor of the demon suppression palace, he could not assimilate them. This is suppression. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen still be unable to defy fate after 9 cycles of reincarnation? The son of destiny is prepared by fate with many opportunities from birth. And fate will not allow a villain to pluck its peaches. Seeing Xiao Hong'ai silent, Jiang Chen straightened his expression. Master, this matter is very important to me. All right, Xiao Hong'ai finally expressed her stance. Although she stated she would not obstruct him, her thoughtful eyes clearly had other ideas. Suddenly, the brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu returned. Upon seeing Xiao Hong'ai, the 2 brothers were first startled, then unsurprised. After all, since leaving the Juyan sect, Xiao Hong'ai had always been appearing and disappearing unpredictably like a stalker. The 2 brothers vividly remembered. When everyone rested under a tree, Xiao Hong'ai would leap down from the top of the tree and casually hand Jiang Chen a freshly peeled spiritual fruit. When everyone camped by the river, Xiao Hong'ai would leap out of the water, bringing a shower of water droplets while holding a plump spiritual fish in her right hand. And one time, Xiao Hong'ai appeared out of nowhere, and in front of everyone, she started to undress Jiang Chen. The reason was to help Jiang Chen bathe. With such incidents, Lu Wen, Lu Wu, and even Xiaobai were convinced that Xiao Hong'ai's madness was different from others. She was not only mad but also somewhat perverted. Peak Master, eldest senior brother, we have news about Lin Feng and Mu Kui, Lu Wen greeted. At these words, both Jiang Chen and Xiao Hong'ai narrowed their eyes. Mu Kui is chanting and meditating in a temple about 10 li away from here, and it is said that he has driven 4 preaching monks mad. As for Lin Feng, he was captured by the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple yesterday and thrown into the 6 prisons of Buddha, Lu Wu continued. The news about Lin Feng did not surprise Jiang Chen, as the elder of the guidance hall had mentioned that the Buddha son would personally capture Lin Feng when they arrived at the Buddha temple. But the person who drove the preaching monk insane was Mu Kui, and just a few days ago, there were 3 of them. How come another one has gone mad in just a few days? This plot twist isn't even in the original story. But when the plot keeps collapsing time and time again, Jiang Chen has somewhat gotten used to it. After advising Lu Wen and Lu Wu to stay away from Mu Kui, Jiang Chen wanted to say something else but suddenly paused. Where's that silly tiger? Jiang Chen asked. About that, Lu Wen scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Lu Wu gritted his teeth and said, Sister Bai has been listening to scriptures in a temple every day for the past few days. It says it has a predestined connection with Buddha and wants to become a monk. Jiang Chen was speechless. TLN, I didn't know it was a female tiger, so I didn't use she/her before. We'll use them from now. A silly tiger is indeed a silly tiger, even getting swayed to become a monk while gathering information. Xiaobai's foolishness was an eye-opener for Jiang Chen. At this moment, he wanted to ask Xiaobai, you're a female tiger, so what kind of monk could you possibly become? Even if you really wanted to become a monk, shouldn't you be looking for a nunnery or something? This is just ridiculous. Jiang Chen didn't want to get involved. After all, it wasn't his beast pet, and whether it became a monk or not had nothing to do with him. But he had no choice but to care. The reason was simple. Now that Lin Feng had been captured and taken to the 6 prisons, he had to cause trouble and get into the 6 prisons as well. Since he was exempt from chanting scriptures and praying due to his holy monk status, he couldn't follow Lin Feng's footsteps in not praying, so he had to find another way. And with Xiaobai wanting to become a monk, he could go persuade her, and incidentally destroy a temple and kill a preaching monk. That made perfect sense. Having made up his mind, Jiang Chen took Lu Wen and Lu Wu with him to persuade Xiaobai. Elsewhere, in a certain temple, Xiaobai curled up, not striking the wooden fish but still reciting scriptures in human language along with the other monks. Glancing at it, the preaching monk at the front smiled with satisfaction. Although he was smiling, his eyes were somewhat sinister, and his smile was extremely evil. This preaching monk's Buddhist name was Huida. In the Buddhist sect, names are given according to seniority, and since the Taoist master and the guidance hall elder were of the same generation, they were both named Hui. Huida's secular name was Luqi, originally the head elder of the Juyan sect's main peak. Luqi was evil by nature and did not get along with Li Faju. After being targeted repeatedly, he defected from the sect and sought refuge in the Buddha temple. He knew that defecting was a grave sin. So, when seeking refuge, he joined the Buddha temple in the manner of laying down the butcher's knife. The rules of the Buddha temple. As long as one is willing to join the Buddhist sect, whether they have killed evil people or are demonized demons, all are welcome. Therefore, the Buddha temple did not investigate Luqi's background in detail. Seeing his cultivation was not bad and his yearning for the Buddhist teachings was strong, they shaved his head, gave him a robe, and appointed him as a reserve preaching monk. Normally, this reserve status would last for several years. But in recent days, with Mu Kui driving several preaching monks insane and Lin Feng severely injuring several others while fleeing, Luqi was promoted from reserve to official preaching monk of the temple. The achievements of a preaching monk are closely related to the people they convert. Luqi immediately recognized that Xiaobai possessed ancient bloodlines. If he could convert it, it would add a guardian beast to the Buddha temple, which would be a great merit. When that time came, even if the Juyan sect came looking for trouble, the Buddha temple would surely protect him. After smiling with satisfaction, Luqi closed his eyes again and continued reciting the scriptures. The scriptures moved the golden body of the Buddha behind him, making it shine brightly. The monks bathed in the Buddha's light, feeling their souls redeemed, and their chanting became even more heartfelt. Several hours later, the monks left, and Luqi asked Xiaobai to stay. Hi monk. Xiaobai approached and sat down, clasping her paws together. Donor, you have only listened to the scriptures for a few days, yet you can already remember them well. You truly have a root of wisdom and great intelligence. Luqi praised. Really? Xiaobai was pleased, but then her ears drooped, and she said, but everyone say I'm foolish. Donor, do not belittle yourself. Luqi smiled gently and earnestly said, in front of Buddha, everyone is equal. Although Donor is a demon beast, in terms of understanding of the Buddhist teachings, you are definitely far superior to ordinary people. Xiaobai nodded, confidence returning to its tiger eyes. Is there anything in the recent scriptures that you do not understand? I will explain them to you with all my heart, Luqi added. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai fell silent for a moment. After some hesitation, it hesitantly asked, "What is Buddha's view on the heavenly Dao?" The Buddhist sect does not discuss the heavenly Dao or fate, only of karma. Lu Qi replied with a composed expression, then explaining it in detail. The Buddha said, "The cause is sown, so is the fruit reaped. All is created by the mind. Fate is made by oneself, appearance arises from the mind, and all things in the world are merely manifestations." What does that mean? Xiaobai didn't understand. It means that planting a cause will yield an effect. The cause of a past life brings the fruit of this life, Lu Qi explained further. After understanding this, Xiaobai sighed, "Then I must have done something terrible in my past life." In her view, she indeed must have done something terrible. Otherwise, why would she be in danger of losing her life? And the person who wanted to eat her was the son of destiny? How can I break this cycle of karma? Xiaobai asked again. Do you know the story of the Buddha cutting flesh to feed the eagle? Lu Qi asked. Xiaobai nodded. In the past few days, it had read quite a few Buddhist scriptures and knew a little. The Buddha saw an eagle catching a pigeon and couldn't bear it, so he intervened. But the Buddha couldn't bear the pigeon losing its life, nor could he bear the eagle going hungry, so he cut his own flesh to feed the eagle, Lu Qi said with his eyes slightly closed, looking like an enlightened monk. Seeing Xiaobai nodding continuously, he continued, "This story signifies that all beings are equal before Buddha and also that the Buddha used this method to break his own cycle of karma." I don't understand. Xiaobai shook its tiger head. Lu Qi was not in a hurry and continued to explain patiently, "Karma cannot be avoided, only obscured. If the Buddha had stopped the eagle from eating the pigeon, he would owe the eagle a karmic debt, but by cutting flesh to feed the eagle, he broke this cycle of karma. This is not obscuring karma, meaning one should clearly understand where karma lies. So, Buddha does not discuss the heavenly Dao, only karma. Even the high and mighty Buddha cannot escape karma." Xiaobai's expression changed. "Not necessarily," Lu Qi shook his head. "Whether the Buddha is affected by karma, I do not know, for the story of cutting flesh to feed the eagle happened before the Buddha attained enlightenment. But as the saying goes, the cause is sown, so is the fruit reaped. We people of the Buddhist sect should not obscure karma, but actively break it." Actively break it? Xiaobai couldn't believe it. How do we actively break it? Does it mean that she should go to Lin Feng and get eaten? And then, is it her own fault that she planted a bad cause in a past life, so she reaped bad fruit in this life? In other words, she's being told to go to its death without even knowing what she did wrong? Is this Buddhism? Is this the Buddhist sect? She wanted to become a monk because it was praised for being intelligent, and when she heard Lu Qi say one's destiny is made by oneself while gathering information, only now does she understand that this is not defying the heavens, but rather complying with fate and hoping to change the destiny through good deeds leading to good outcomes. If becoming a monk means having to taste the bitter fruits of one's actions, then why should one defy the heavens? Dare I ask the high monk, how can one defy the heavens? Suppressing the anger in her heart, Xiaobai asked again. Defy the heavens? Lu Qi was also startled. Why would you want to defy the heavens? Because the heavens do not tolerate me? I'll die if I do not defy the heavens. Xiaobai was bristling with murderous intent. Benefactor, calm down. Calm down. The chilling murderous intent made Lu Qi panic as well, and he hastily said, "You want to defy the heavens? You should have said so earlier. To defy the heavens is. He trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. How would he know how to defy the heavens? Even the words he had just spoken were nothing more than a last-minute grasp at straws, his own interpretation of some Buddhist sect scriptures. Defying the heavens, he truly did not know how? You dare deceive me. Xiaobai was furious. She suddenly transformed, its huge tiger body bursting through the temple, with black thunder appearing in her mouth, looking ferocious and ready to devour someone. Evil beast, do you know where you are? Seeing this, Lu Qi was trembling with fear, but still said, "This is the Buddha's temple? I am one of the preaching monk of the Buddha's temple. If I die, the Buddha lamp that belongs to me will be extinguished? Then, you will surely be caught by the law-enforcing monks of the Buddha's temple." Hearing this, Xiaobai sobered up quite a bit but was still seething with residual anger. Just then, Jiang Chen arrived with his group. Looking at Xiaobai's enlarged body and other monks fleeing in all directions within the broken temple, he rubbed his eyes. "Stupid tiger, didn't you want to become a monk? Why did you tear down their temple?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing this, Xiaobai immediately reverted to its original form and ran towards Jiang Chen. As it ran, she also cried out, "Eldest senior brother, they deceived me. I don't want to become a monk anymore." Not becoming a monk again? How could this be? If Xiaobai didn't become a monk, how could he take the opportunity to cause trouble? "Why don't you reconsider?" Jiang Chen replied. After reaching Jiang Chen's side, Xiaobai shook its tiger head like a rattledrum. "I won't consider it anymore. That bald donkey deceived me. He doesn't know how to defy the heavens at all," she said with determination. "You actually realized you were deceived." Jiang Chen was astonished. Xiaobai felt underestimated and instinctively wanted to retort, but she lacked the confidence to do so. However, after this incident, she finally understood. Only Jiang Chen, this eldest senior brother, would defy the heavens. Although it was Qingning's contracted beast, both she and Qingning were determined to follow Jiang Chen for life. She also secretly made a resolution. From now on, she must think more carefully about things and not be deceived again. Being deceived itself was one thing, but the fact that eldest senior brother had deliberately come to the rescue made her feel guilty. Wu Wuyu, eldest senior brother. Thinking about it, Xiaobai moved itself and said, eldest senior brother, rest assured, I won't become a monk. Xiaobai, I think you should reconsider. Jiang Chen interrupted, raising his hand and looking serious. They say Buddha delivers all beings. If you enter the monastic life, maybe you can escape the 3 realms and not be confined by the 5 elements. Then, you would be supreme above everyone under heaven. Xiaobai was full of question marks. What does that mean? Does that mean eldest senior brother still very much approves of her becoming a monk? But that preaching monk was clearly a fraud. Xiaobai, eldest senior brother wouldn't deceive you. Go on, go find that preaching monk now and tell him you want to become a monk. Jiang Chen continued to persuade earnestly. But that preaching monk doesn't know how to defy the heavens. Xiaobai was puzzled. Maybe he doesn't, but the Buddha does. Jiang Chen still looked serious. Eldest senior brother believes in you. As long as you persevere, you can. I can become a Buddha. Xiaobai's eyes lit up again. No, you can become Buddha's mount. Xiaobai immediately looked disgusted. Although being Buddha's mount was impressive, it was not quite what she had imagined. Seeing Jiang Chen trying to persuade her again with a sly smile on his face, Xiaobai quickly kept her distance and said, eldest senior brother, you have a sinister smile? And according to my experience, you're up to no good every time you smile like this. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chen reined in his smile and quickly denied it 3 times in a row. After taking a deep look at Xiaobai, he had a feeling. This stupid tiger seemed not so easy to deceive anymore. Could it be that it had learned from its mistakes and had become wiser? Seeing that Xiaobai was unwilling to become a monk, Jiang Chen had no choice but to make desperate eye signals to Lu Wen and Lu Wu. The meaning of his eyes was simple. If Xiaobai doesn't want to become a monk, then you two go and take his place. This made the Lu brothers smile bitterly. When they came, Jiang Chen had said to persuade Xiaobai well, even if it meant causing a big scene at the Buddha's temple, they must stop Xiaobai from wanting to become a monk. But now, indeed, they were persuading, but it turned out to be persuading Xiaobai to become a monk. Now that Xiaobai was unwilling, it was their turn. Understanding Jiang Chen's intentions, the brothers dared not resist, but just as they were about to speak up, Jiang Chen, an incredulous shout came from within the stone statues of the temple. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a middle-aged monk dressed in a kazaya, with fresh scars from the monastic discipline on his head and a sinister look in his eyes, walking towards him. Xiaobai bristled immediately, baring her teeth and saying, eldest senior brother, it's him? He tried to deceive me into becoming a monk. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen and Lu Wu both thought to themselves, just now, eldest senior brother also wanted to deceive you into becoming a monk. Ignoring Xiaobai, Jiang Chen felt the person looked familiar and scrutinized him closely. Soon, he recognized the man's identity. The traitor of Juyan sect, Lu Qi. He and Lu Qi were villains of the Juyan sect and had a good personal relationship. The main reason Lu Qi betrayed the sect was because he committed evil deeds together with him, which led to a conflict with Li Faju. Through the cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had always known that after betraying the sect, Lu Qi had converted to the Buddhist sect, but he had never encountered him before. Jiang Chen felt somewhat helpless. He had just been ready to go all out and kill a preaching monk. Who would have thought that this person would turn out to be Lu Qi? They were both villains, looked favorably upon each other, and had committed evil deeds together in Juyan sect, so they had a deep friendship. With such a relationship, how could he rashly kill him? He needed to find an excuse. Elder Lu, long time no see, said Jiang Chen. Yes, back in the day, you and I committed many deeds together. How fun was that? Now, things have changed. You are still you, but I have already converted to the Buddhist sect, Lu Qi said with emotion. Jiang Chen nodded. Lu Qi led him to an intact stone table, and Jiang Chen gently touched his spirit ring, taking out several jars of fine wine. Monks do not drink alcohol. Lu Qi waved his hand. Elder Lu, let's not mince words. Don't we know each other well? Converting to the Buddhist sect is just a temporary measure for you, and now that the monks in the temple have all fled and there is no one around, why bother keeping up appearances? Jiang Chen teased. Haha, indeed, we are birds of a feather. Lu Qi laughed heartily, and as he spoke, he poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Refreshing. The strong liquor warmed his belly, and he praised it with a flushed face. Seeing Jiang Chen smiling without a word, he angrily said, if it weren't for Li Fazhou opposing me, how could I have fallen to such a state? Rest assured, Elder Lu, Li Fazhou has met with retribution. He's gone mad, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Mad? Lu Qi was taken aback. It was not uncommon for cultivators to go insane, and he didn't think Jiang Chen would lie to him. After a brief moment of astonishment, he slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. Haha, good, good. I really want to see what that Li Fazhou looks like in his madness. Not just Li Fazhou, the Juyan sect has pretty much gone mad too, Jiang Chen added. Ah, really? Lu Qi was shocked. After confirming several times that Jiang Chen was not joking, he frowned and said, the Juyan sect is after all a top sect in the central domain. How could it be that they've all gone mad? There's something strange about this. It doesn't have something to do with you, does it? He speculated. In his view, Jiang Chen naturally didn't have the strength, but the Jiang family did. Jiang Chen simply smiled faintly without responding. Although he and Lu Qi were both villains, the latter was a typical petty one. Lu Qi was not only morally corrupt, lacking in propriety, integrity, and a sense of shame, but also liked to judge others by his own standards. Jiang Chen knew that explanations were useless, so naturally, there was no need to explain. Moreover, if one were to analyze the situation seriously, it indeed had a lot to do with his poisonous actions. This made Lu Qi even more convinced of his thoughts, and he laughed. Awesome. You really do things decisively. That sect master Gu Changqing always acts so self-righteous, constantly trying to earn merit for the sect and keeping a close eye on us. He deserves to go mad. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. The people of Ninth Peak are the same. That Jiang Lianyue, relying on her status as a potential empress, always looked down on us. Seeing her go mad is truly satisfying. Lu Qi continued. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Chen still nodded. And that Lin Mubai, having an innate Dao bone but not using it, insisting on studying sage books instead, isn't that foolish? Lu Qi added. Indeed, he's a fool, Jiang Chen agreed wholeheartedly. And Qingning is the same. Wasn't it just that you tricked her out of some heavenly and earthly treasures? There's no need to act so innocent, it's simply nauseating. Lu Qi went on. This time, Jiang Chen frowned. Unaware of his change in emotion, Lu Qi got carried away and continued to rant, and your master Xiao Hong'ai, she seems to favor you on the surface, but in reality, she punishes you over and over. Such hypocrisy is equally nauseating. Before he could finish, a flash of crimson sword light appeared. And when the sword light disappeared, Jiang Chen held a blood-red spirit sword in his hand, and a bloody mark appeared on Lu Qi's neck. The next second, spurt. Blood gushed from the mark like a fountain, the world awash with scarlet. The blood that sprayed out hadn't even splattered onto Jiang Chen's black clothes before it was incinerated by the temperature of the blood sword in his hand. Lu Qi's body swayed as he suddenly stood up. He widened his eyes, his hands clutching his neck in disbelief. He tried to use his vital energy to heal his wound, but the sword qi had penetrated deep into his marrow, disrupting all his vital energy and leaving him unable to muster any. He could only watch helplessly as his life force slipped away. Why did you kill me? Lu Qi asked as he fell to the ground, his life force completely fading. Because you knew too much, and you talked too much, Jiang Chen said indifferently while sipping his wine. The moment Lu Qi fell, the figure in red that appeared and disappeared intermittently above the temple trembled noticeably. Xiaobai and the others came running over, stunned. Eldest senior brother, he said he had a Buddha lamp, and if he dies, the lamp goes out. It will attract the law enforcement monks. Xiaobai hurriedly reminded. I know, Jiang Chen said, his expression unchanged. You know and still you kill him? Eldest senior brother, why don't you ride on me, and we run away quickly? Xiaobai was already panicking. To this, Jiang Chen just shook his head and stood up, saying, Xiaobai, all of this is for you? I just tested and found that this person will not defy the heavens. He lied to you so he must die. Eldest. Wu. Eldest senior brother. Top ads dash. Xiaobai was moved to tears, standing up straight, her tiger paws hugging Jiang Chen and crying bitterly. For her sake, Jiang Chen disregarded the danger and killed the preaching monk of the Buddha temple? This was, indeed, too moving for the tiger? Xiaobai, don't cry. Since you call me eldest senior brother like Qingning does, then I will protect you. Jiang Chen continued to coax Xiaobai. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai cried even harder. How can I ever repay you for treating me so well, eldest senior brother? It seems there's no change, still a foolish tiger. Jiang Chen nodded to himself, certain in his heart. Eldest senior brother, Sister Bai is right. This matter will surely alarm the law enforcement monks, so we should leave quickly. Lu Wen, the junior brother, also advised. Leave? Leaving was out of the question. He killed to cause a disturbance and incidentally to shift the blame onto Xiaobai. How could he possibly leave? And just as he was thinking of letting Xiaobai and the others leave first, more than 10 pale yellow figures approached from a distance. In just a few moments, they had arrived and surrounded Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen counted that there were 18 monks holding demon-subduing staffs, all from the core formation realm, especially the leading monk, whose aura was profound, likely of the heavenly origin realm. Amitba. The leading monk stepped forward, his eyes wide with anger, and asked, who destroyed this temple? At this, Xiaobai stopped crying. Last time, she and Jiang Chen knocked Lin Feng and Zhang Hu off the cliff together, but in the end, only Jiang Chen was punished. This had always made her feel guilty, and she didn't want to repeat that. But before she could confess, I did it, Jiang Chen confessed first. As he spoke, he also gave Xiaobai a meaningful glance. That look seemed to say, Xiaobai, leave everything to me. Xiaobai cried again. At this moment, she finally understood why Qingning loved to cry so much. With such an eldest senior brother, who wouldn't be moved to tears? It's not like that, Xiaobai said with a heavy nasal voice. Actually, it was me. Your preaching monk Lu Qi was also killed by me. Jiang Chen interrupted again. Even so, but eldest senior brother did it for me. Xiaobai tried to speak again. Bald donkeys, prepare to die. Jiang Chen charged forward. Xiaobai was completely dumbfounded. The law enforcing monks were also stunned. Incontent percentage. Usually, when they enforced the law, they would investigate the matter first. They had never encountered someone who admitted their guilt so openly and attacked them right away. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's murderous aura, they wouldn't have even reacted in time. The leading law enforcing monk was named Du Ming. Seeing Jiang Chen charging straight at him, Du Ming held a staff in one hand and a palm upright in the other, declaring, "This poor monk's dharma name is Du Ming. Donor, your malevolent energy is too strong beyond salvation, only to be liberated upon my staff." With that, he went straight to meet Jiang Chen. The other law-enforcing monks, seeing this, immediately scattered in all directions, forming a Buddhist sect staff formation in a circle, surrounding Jiang Chen, their demon-subduing staffs shining with golden light. Xiaobai and the others wanted to step forward to help but were stopped by Jiang Chen, who suddenly stood still and raised his hand. "Just watch," Jiang Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Du Ming frowned but also let out a sigh of relief. He could tell at a glance that the big white tiger was no ordinary creature. He had thought there would be a fierce battle today, but he didn't expect the man in black to stop his companions from helping. Perhaps this person could still be saved? With this thought in mind, Du Ming said, "Donor, would you be willing to follow me back to our temple, chant sutras for 10 years, and rid yourself of this malevolent energy? Let me try to save you. Could I enter the 6 prisons?" Jiang Chen countered. This made Du Ming frown again. The 6 prisons were for punishing the most vicious and evil beings. Although Jiang Chen had destroyed temples and killed monks, he hadn't reached the level of being sent to the 6 prisons. You should know, those who enter the 6 prisons, be they sinners or demons, all regret not being liberated directly. From Du Ming's expression, Jiang Chen had already gotten his answer. Since he couldn't enter the 6 prisons, he naturally wouldn't surrender without a fight. He had always known, even though he was in the Juyan sect, other sects had always been very interested in his information. Once his identity was revealed, those bald donkeys from the Buddha temple would definitely try to drive him away. Therefore, he couldn't use the flame blood dragon sword or the azure lotus sword art. In this case, he could only use the Buddhist sect's techniques. Although using the Buddhist sect's techniques directly ran the risk of exposing that he had practiced the Buddha temple's treasured sutra, he couldn't worry about that now. Now that Lin Feng had entered the 6 prisons, he had to hurry and cause destruction. If those bald donkeys from the Buddha temple wanted to liberate him on the spot, then Xiao Hong'ai would have to take him directly into the 6 prisons. If Xiao Hong'ai wasn't up to the task, then he would have to shake them off. With this in mind, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He brought his hands together and said without emotion, "Amitabha, this old monk has come from the eastern land, and I did not expect that this Buddha temple has already fallen into evil. Today, I shall eliminate you group of demonic Buddhist monks on behalf of the Buddha." As he spoke, the Buddha Stupa Sutra within him began to circulate secretly. The sound of Buddha murmured as if it were right by one's ear. His body bathed in Buddha's light, transforming into a golden body. In just a few moments, his figure grew several times larger, turning into a towering golden body with Buddha's light on his head like a tricolored bright sun, dazzling and brilliant. Seeing this, the group of law-enforcing monks was full of question marks. What's going on? The evil man who was full of malevolent energy just a moment ago had suddenly become a high-ranking Buddhist monk? That solid golden body and that tricolored sun like Buddha's light, even the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple were slightly inferior. More importantly, that Buddha's light seemed to draw on the Buddhist sect techniques they practiced, making them feel as if they were in the presence of the Buddha himself, and they began to feel reverence. The Buddha Stupa Sutra was the Buddha temple's treasured sutra, and aside from a few high-ranking members of the Buddha temple, no one can recognize it. Incontent percentage. Du Ming sensed something strange but couldn't figure it out for the moment. Just as he was scratching his head and pondering whether to take action, Jiang Chen's lips parted, and he uttered a golden syllable. "Om." As the syllable left his mouth, it grew larger and began to rotate. At the same time, it was as if thousands of monks were chanting in unison, the sound of Om never ceasing, like the murmurs of many Buddhas. This was the first word of the 6-syllable mantra. Under the Om seal, pride and ego are cleansed, cutting off the suffering of degeneration and mutation. The golden syllable rotated above his head, and the Buddha's light shone on everyone. Except for Du Ming. The rest of the law-enforcing monks seemed to be instantly enlightened, their eyes becoming dull as they dropped their demon-subduing staffs, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to chant sutras and repent. Burying evil and guiding the good, this old monk's dharma name is Sanzang. Jiang Chen spoke softly. The sound of the Buddha's voice rolled out, echoing through the universe. After hearing this, many monks and cultivators ran out from the surrounding temples. These people were shocked by Jiang Chen's Buddha's light and golden body and were instantly enlightened by the high-hanging Om syllable, immediately bowing down and saying, "Master Sanzang's Buddhist teachings are as vast as the sea, please guide us." Bottom ads. More and more people knelt down to seek enlightenment. In just a short time, over 100 people had gathered, kneeling in front of Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene, Du Ming was shocked. He swung his demon-subduing staff, striking those sitting cross-legged on the ground. His companions were instantly awakened and glared angrily at Jiang Chen. "Demonic monk!" More than a dozen law-enforcing monks shouted in unison. "What is a demonic monk?" Top ads. Those who use Buddhist teachings to bewitch beings are demonic monks. The principle of using Buddhist teachings to enlighten people is to help them shed their malevolent energy, evil thoughts, and 6 desires, restoring their minds to the innocence of infancy. At this point, with a little guidance, one can convert people towards goodness. But this guidance should be positive. If it's negative, it can bewitch beings, leading people to commit great evils and enter the path of demons. Jiang Chen first used the 6-syllable mantra to purify the cultivators, then used the sound of Buddha to bewitch them, claiming he could bury evil and guide the good, and received the worship of the people. Truly a demonic monk? Guard your minds and quickly form the staff formation. I will break his golden body first. Du Ming, as if facing a great enemy, gave orders. The other law-enforcing monks acted accordingly upon hearing this. Jiang Chen was surrounded once again, and Du Ming stomped his right foot, leaped up and swung his demon-subduing staff toward Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen glanced at him indifferently and then uttered 2 more golden syllables. Ma, Ni. These were the second and third words of the 6-syllable mantra. The Ma syllable cleanses jealousy in the Azura path, cutting off the suffering of strife. The Ni syllable cleanses ignorance and greed in the human path, cutting off the suffering of birth, aging, sickness, death, and poverty. Both syllables also rotated and grew, drawing the chanting of many Buddhas. 3 words of the 6-syllable mantra had been uttered. The 3 syllables hung in the sky, Buddha's light poured down, and several Buddha-like apparitions began to emerge. Seeing this, the 100 monks and cultivators felt even more reverence in their hearts, looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at the Buddha. The 2 golden syllables, Ma and Ni, passed through Du Ming's body. His expression became dazed, his eyes dull. After finally steadying his mind and not being bewitched by the sound of Buddha, he saw Jiang Chen looking at him and saying, "This person is an evil obstacle in the world / he was beyond salvation, only to be liberated." Hearing this, Du Ming's scalp tingled instantly. He looked down. Indeed, he saw hundreds of cultivators, monks, and even his own fellow law enforcement monks all rushing toward him. One of his companions leaped up, grabbed his ankle, and yanked him down forcefully. Suspended in midair, Du Ming was already unable to move. This pull sent him crashing to the ground and created a deep pit. What followed was a beating. The law enforcement monks raised their demon-subduing staffs and struck him repeatedly. Beguiled by Jiang Chen, those monks took the opportunity to rush forward and kick him. Incontent percentage dash. Even foreign cultivators took out their spiritual weapons and stabbed at him through the gaps in the crowd. Awaken, all of you. Du Ming roared furiously, transforming into a golden body several zhang tall for protection. After all, he was of the heavenly origin level and had studied Buddhism for many years. His roar, imbued with Buddhist teachings, awakened many people from their bewitchment. But he had no time to rejoice. Ba, me, hum. Jiang Chen uttered 3 more syllables. Ba eradicates the ignorance of the animal realm, cutting off the suffering of muteness and darkness. Me purifies the greed of the hungry ghost realm, cutting off the suffering of hunger and thirst. Hum removes the hatred of hell, cutting off the suffering of extreme heat and cold. These were the last 3 words of the 6-syllable mantra. With the complete 6-syllable mantra recited and Jiang Chen's current earthly origin level combined with the superior Buddhist sect scripture typically used by cultivators of the upper 4 realms, even ordinary cultivators in those upper 4 realms might feel a desire to be converted by him. Lying on the ground, Du Ming's golden light faded, and his eyes were fixed on the 6-syllable mantra in the sky. Gradually, he felt himself being converted to demonic monk. I will not succumb to your will. Du Ming suddenly bellowed. And at the moment his words fell, his body convulsed, followed by a trickle of fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, and his life force abruptly vanished. This was death by severing his own heart meridian? To this, Jiang Chen merely shook his head. People of the righteous path are like this, slightly suppressed by a villain like him, and they contemplate suicide. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, he had been blamed for many things. The only difference was that this time he was actively suppressing them, whereas in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, those people were the ones seeking trouble with him. With Du Ming's death, no one else could remain conscious under Jiang Chen's Buddhist teachings. At this moment, within a radius of several li, the Buddha's light emitted by the 6-syllable mantra shone brightly, covering countless temples in a golden hue filled with the resonance of Buddhism. Great monk, how does one see the Buddha? Asked a cultivator who knelt in worship. The Buddha is in the heart, Jiang Chen replied, glancing into the distance as he played his part. And where is the heart? The heart is before you, your heart is with me, I am the Buddha. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, superior grade Buddhist sect secret scripture, great majestic heavenly dragon. After a brief silence, the hundreds of completely brainwashed people bowed again in worship. The Buddha is before us, yet we were unaware. We have sinned. Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. He suddenly understood. Why did the monks of the Buddha temple enjoy converting people so much? It turns out that this feeling of toying with the minds of others is indeed quite pleasant. He did not stop there, nor did he dispel his golden body or hand seals, but sat down with his eyes closed and legs crossed on the ground and studied the newly acquired Buddhist sect scripture in his heart. Seeing this, the crowd did the same. Suddenly, how dare you speak such nonsense? You claim to be the Buddha? How shameless. Incontent percentage dash. Blasphemous demonic monk. Today, even if you come from the upper domain, you will be executed. Several voices of reprimand rang out one after another. Then, 6 young monks appeared in the Buddha's light, wearing half-sleeved monk robes with large Buddhist beads around their necks. Jiang Chen opened his eyes to look at them. These 6 monks were all of the heavenly origin levels, and judging by the Buddha's light that almost seemed to overflow from their skin, they were undoubtedly the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple. The 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple were equivalent to the true disciples of other sects. but in terms of combat power, they were much stronger than the true disciples of other first-rate sects. Apart from the fact that Buddhism is inherently strong and positive, the main reason is that the Buddha sons receive the blessing of Buddhist teachings and inherit the relics. The relics are the transformed remains of the bones of the high monks of the Buddha temple after they passed away, equivalent to a legacy. This is also why the 6 Buddha sons were all of the heavenly origin level despite being around the same age as Jiang Chen. Demonic monk, will you not submit to execution? One of the shorter Buddha sons said. Submit to execution. Jiang Chen sneered in response. Why should I submit to execution? I have 3 Dharma names. The first is Songzang, funeral procession, the second is Banzang, half burial, the third is Quanzang, complete burial, and you come from a certain place in the Buddha realm, known as the Eastern Land? Is that correct? Another Buddha son interjected. This statement was meant to let Jiang Chen know. They were aware of Jiang Chen's background, and they were not intimidated. Jiang Chen nodded with a defiant face. With the intention of understanding more about Jiang Chen and to avoid provoking a powerful enemy, the leading Buddha son asked, what do these 3 Dharma names mean? That's exactly the question I was waiting for. Incontent 2. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Those who recognize the situation, I will conduct their funerals. Those who do not recognize at first but do later, I will only bury half of their family, hence the half bury. As for those who do not recognize the situation at all, then you will bury their entire family, which is the full burial. The leading Buddha son finished his sentence. Exactly. Jiang Chen praised, looking at the person and saying, not bad, you're quite insightful. The leading Buddha son was speechless. Bottom adds the leading Buddha son has the Dharma name of Cin. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Cin became even more convinced that this Jiang Hu was undoubtedly a demonic monk from the upper domain. This gave Cin a great headache. Lately, the Buddha temple had been experiencing strange events. First, the Juyan sect's Mu Kuei drove several preaching monks mad. Then Lin Fang from the Juyan sect came, causing a great disturbance in the Buddha temple with his strong combat skills and ancient techniques. Now, a demonic monk from the upper domain had arrived. Top adds Thinking of this, Cin glanced at the still suspended, rotating 6-syllable mantra and immediately understood that it must be a superior grade Buddhist sect scripture. Otherwise, its power to convert would not be so strong. He glanced again at Jiang Chen. No matter how he looked at it, Jiang Chen, who had transformed into a several jong tall golden body, was at the earthly origin realm. How could a core formation cultivator learn a superior grade technique? Are upper domain cultivators all this impressive? He couldn't understand, really couldn't understand. Jiang Chen's profound Buddhist techniques were beyond comprehension, and the fact that he could practice a superior grade secret scripture was even more baffling. What's more important is, the Buddha aura emanating from Jiang Chen felt very familiar to Cin. The Buddha Stupa Sutra is a superior grade secret scripture that even the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple could not learn due to their cultivation limitations. For this reason, the Buddha temple extracted the essence of the Buddha Stupa Sutra to create the Buddha Stupa Zen method, a superior Buddhist technique specifically for the 6 Buddha sons to practice. Both techniques originated from the same source, which is to say, they are like father and son. Therefore, in addition to feeling a kinship with Jiang Chen's Buddhist techniques, they also had a natural sense of fear. It was because of this fear that the Buddha sons did not attack immediately upon their arrival. Also, the temple would completely lose face if all the Buddha sons of the Buddha temple were defeated. Considering Jiang Chen's mysterious identity, Cin straightforwardly stated his position. Demonic monk, if you leave the Buddha temple, we will let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones? Jiang Chen sneered. Such a smile was extremely incongruous with his current appearance. After all, at this moment, he had a tricolored halo above his head, his golden body several jong tall, and from time to time, he would chant Amitba. From Jiang Chen's smile, Cin received his answer. After shaking his head, Cin spoke no further. My Buddha is merciful, you have fallen into evil. He brought his hands together, closed his eyes slightly, and murmured softly. In an instant, Buddhist light emanated from his body, and with the help of the relics within him, the light shone even brighter. Bathed in the Buddhist light, his skin gradually took on a golden hue, and his body began to grow larger. In just a few breaths, he had formed a huge golden body resembling a solemn Buddha statue, with Buddhist chants whispering around him. Then, Cin opened his eyes, about to say something, when he suddenly froze. Why is my golden body shorter than this demonic monk's? Looking up, he blinked in confusion. This shouldn't be happening. Incontent percentage. He clearly remembered when he usually transformed into a golden body, he should be about the same height as Jiang Chen at this moment. What's with this sudden reduction? Others looking at him would have to look down. Wasn't this already at a disadvantage before the fight had even started? Is that it? Jiang Chen's mocking voice indeed rang out. I personally took action last time and captured the cultivator who caused trouble at the Buddha temple. It's just that I'm not in my best state right now, Cin said, trying to save face. Monks do not lie, and neither did he. Because it was indeed the case, and only this explanation could account for this bizarre phenomenon. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Since Cin personally captured Lin Fang and threw him into the 6 prisons, couldn't he also enter the 6 prisons if he surrendered without a fight? To your view, are my sins grave enough to enter the 6 prisons of Buddha? Jiang Chen asked, just to be sure. The 6 prisons of Buddha are not for those with light sins. Cian truthfully replied, you demonic monk, although you have misled others, killed several people from the Buddha temple, and your malevolent energy is too strong, you still do not qualify. You must be liberated on the spot. Tisk. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. He was very dissatisfied with this answer. He couldn't understand. Why was it so difficult for a villain like him to enter the 6 prisons? Everyone wanted to liberate and convert him on the spot? Since they said he didn't qualify, then he would just have to qualify more. Bald donkey, don't be ungrateful. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, laying his cards on the table. If you want me to go to the 6 prisons of Buddha, I will gladly go. Otherwise, Cian pressed. Otherwise, I will beat you bald donkeys until you spit out your relics today. Jiang Chen's voice was like that of an evil Buddha. Arrogant. Cian shouted angrily, suddenly furious. He was the first Buddha son of the Buddha temple and had never heard such arrogant words. In his rage, the Buddhist light around him became even more dazzling, and his golden body seemed to grow taller. Seeing this, Jiang Chen fully activated the Buddha Stupa Sutra, also shouting loudly, acting so arrogantly in front of your father? What do you need such a large golden body for? Become smaller for me. Upon hearing these words, the watching Buddha sons all sneered. Is that a joke? You say smaller and it becomes smaller? Do you really think you're the Buddha? It really got smaller, one of the Buddha sons exclaimed. The other Buddha sons were also rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, the golden body formed by Cian's Buddhist techniques indeed shrank a bit. Originally, Cian only needed to look up to see Jiang Chen, but now, he had to tilt his head upward. Senior brother, how can you listen to this demonic monk? He tells you to become smaller, and you shrink? He's not the Buddha, why comply with him? Senior brother, quickly return to your original size. Don't be ridiculous. Senior brother, if you keep this up, junior brother will have to take your place. In this scene, if the other brothers see this, what will they think? Senior brother, you're not only losing your own face but also the face of the Buddha. Incontent percentage. After a brief moment of shock, the Buddha sons all began to speak. Hearing these words, Cian's expression darkens. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Jiang Chen say, you're still wet behind the ears, what use do you have this golden body for? Disperse for me. Bang! The Buddhist light around Cian instantly dissipated like air. And with the disappearance of the Buddhist light, his golden body naturally could not sustain itself and slowly faded away. This sight left the other Buddha sons completely dumbfounded. After completely returning to his original form, Cian himself couldn't believe it and was almost crying. I can't control myself. At this moment, the Buddha sons finally noticed something was amiss. Remembering Jiang Chen's familiar Buddhist techniques, an unbelievable thought emerged in everyone's minds. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cian stood still, shaking his head repeatedly. The other Buddha sons also shook their heads, trying to dismiss the thought from their minds. But Jiang Chen did not intend to give them the chance to deceive themselves. Amitabha. With the Buddhist chant, he once again fully activated the Buddha Stupa Sutra within him. At the same time, the incense from temples within dozens of miles turned into countless serpents of smoke, converging towards him, gathering and solidifying. Blessed by the Dharma and the incense offerings, Jiang Chen's golden aura soared again, reaching over 30 feet high, and the tricolored halo above his head transformed into a 5-colored one. His gaze was lofty, overlooking all beings. This is the Buddha Stupa Sutra. He has cultivated our temple's guardian technique. Incontent 2. At this moment, all the Buddhist disciples held their breath and exclaimed in awe. Bottom ads. Jiang Chen decided not to hide his abilities any longer. Although exposing his technique meant he might be instantly liberated by the high-ranking monks of Buddha temple, there was also the possibility that those bald donkeys would want to torture him in the 6 Buddhist prisons to find out the origins of his technique. He wasn't entirely sure which choice the temple's higher UPS would make. But that wasn't important. To put it plainly, it was just a matter of whether to shake people up or not. This can't be, this is impossible. Cian and the others were still bewildered. Top ads. The scene before them had far exceeded their understanding. How could the guardian technique of the Buddha temple be cultivated by a demonic monk from the upper domain? And how could this demonic monk only be at the earthly origin realm? At the moment they recognized Jiang Chen's technique, the Buddhist disciples even thought he was one of their own. They had even considered whether to call out Uncle Master. There was no helping it. In their understanding, only the Buddha, the abbot, the great universal salvation monks, and the great ascetic monks had cultivated the Buddha Stupa Sutra. If they weren't so familiar with the Buddha temple, they would have really thought they had encountered one of their own. At this moment, the Buddhist disciples finally understood. No wonder Cian couldn't control himself. It turned out he had met the father of his technique. In front of the father, the son's technique naturally had to obediently follow his words. And because Jiang Chen's golden body was so eye-catching and the Buddhist light shone all around again, it attracted many monks and cultivators to come and worship. In just a few moments, the number of people worshipping Jiang Chen had already reached over 1,000. Such a situation made Cian feel uneasy. Not to mention the leakage of the Buddha temple's treasured sutra, it had been exposed in front of so many cultivators. If this were to spread, it would surely be ridiculed by other sects. Let's do it together. This demonic monk cannot be allowed to stay. Xian said to his companions. His companions nodded in agreement, but they all stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. The Buddha Stupa Sutra naturally restrained the Buddha Stupa Zen method they practiced. Even though they were all at the heavenly origin realm, how could they oppose Jiang Chen if they couldn't use their techniques? Let's abandon the Dharma and use our fists instead, Xian said again. The Buddha temple had many secret manuals of fist techniques, extremely firm and yang. Although these fist techniques still required the support of techniques when used, they emphasized the vital energy within the body. Fortunately, everyone was well versed in the Dharma, and although their techniques were restrained, they were not as bewitched by Jiang Chen's Dharma as other monks and cultivators. With the vital energy of 6 heavenly origin cultivators combined, they could crush a cultivator at the earthly origin realm to death. Having made up their minds, Xian took the lead. He reduced the operation of his technique, gathered his vital energy in his hands, and leaped over 30 Jiang, throwing a punch toward Jiang Chen's golden head. Seeing this, the other Buddhist disciples also took action. Whoosh, whoosh. They leaped up and aimed punches at various vital points on Jiang Chen's body. In response, Jiang Chen remained calm, continuously forming Buddhist seals with his right hand, and shouted loudly. Great majestic heavenly dragon, earth store bodhisattva, great law mantra, all the Buddhas of Prajna, Prajna Paramitha. Boom. Dash incontent percentage dash. The Dharma descended like a mountain, pressing down from above. The 6 leaping Buddhist sons, like moths to a flame, were instantly pressed down, creating several deep pits in the ground. Humph, you have petty tricks, yet you dare to show off in front of a master. Jiang Chen's right hand changed the Buddhist seal again and said, I could tell at a glance you're not human. Oh, I misspoke. What I meant was that you have fallen into demonic ways. Dragon soars in the sky. As his voice fell, he stirred the Buddhist light in the sky, which quickly solidified into a golden dragon with bared fangs and a winding body. Roar. The golden dragon roared. Go. Jiang Chen whispered softly, his fingers continuing to change the Buddhist seals. The golden dragon immediately understood its target, swooping down from the sky and crashing toward the 6 Buddha sons, who were already down and not getting up. The 6 Buddha sons were shocked and quickly got up. They lined up, with the latter placing their hands on the back of the one in front, forming a Buddhist formation and using the vital energy of 6 heavenly origin cultivators to form a shield, intending to confront the golden dragon. Bang! The golden dragon struck the spiritual energy shield, causing the surroundings to tremble. The powerful impact was like a tsunami, unstoppable wherever it went. With a crack, the solid and radiant vital energy shield shattered. Then the golden dragon continued forward, slamming the 6 Buddha sons together and pushing them towards the heavens with its massive head. Soon, the golden dragon disappeared, and the 6 Buddha sons fell from the sky, their breaths chaotic and their blood flowing in reverse. Pa! The Buddhist disciples covered their chests and simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. Within that blood shone golden light, the relics from within their bodies. At this moment, the 6 Buddha sons felt an immense shame. Their relics had really been beaten out of them by Jiang Chen, and all 6 at once? You want to take the relics of our Buddhist sect? Xian thought he had realized Jiang Chen's purpose. The stuff you spat out, even dogs wouldn't want it, Jiang Chen sneered. Xian was once again left speechless by the retort. At the same time, in the lowest level of the 6 prisons, the Desire Prison. Here, it was pitch black, with occasional screams of cultivators and chilling winds howling like ghosts and wolves. Since entering this place, Lin Feng and Old Man Tianji have been searching everywhere. Old Man Tianji had long realized that this was not a prison but a legacy left by high-level cultivators after their deaths. The 6 prisons named by the Buddha temple, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire, were nothing but the transformation of the 6 parts of the body of the Demon Suppression Palace's old ancestor. TLN, I still don't know why author uses 7 emotions for 6 prisons. This lowest level, the Desire Prison, tested the most basic human desires, such as the will to live, sexual desire, and appetite. Since entering this place, Lin Feng often felt ravenous and tormented by hunger. Occasionally, beautiful women would appear, but before he could appreciate them, they would turn into skeletons, coming to gnaw at him with their jaws clacking. Die. With a slash, Lin Feng split the skeleton before him and felt a chill in his heart. Just now, he had been seduced by a beautiful woman, and just as they were about to further their interaction, Old Man Tianji woke him up. After regaining consciousness, Lin Feng realized. What he was holding was not a beautiful woman but a skeleton trying to gnaw at him. Dash incontent percentage dash. If it weren't for Old Man Tianji's timely reminder, he might have been gnawed to death while still lost in the land of tenderness. Indeed, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Putting away his black blade, Lin Feng patted his chest. You've come to your senses much faster than I expected, Old Man Tianji praised. To this, Lin Feng could only feel helpless. With loss comes gain. The 7 purifications annihilation technique he cultivated was specifically designed to sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Thanks to people like Jiang Lianyue, he had developed an instinctive fear of women, especially beautiful ones. That's why he was able to regain his senses quickly, and his cultivation had soared during this period, reaching the late stage of human origin. Indeed, leaving the Juyan sect has brought me quite a bit of luck, Lin Feng remarked with a sigh. There's a big problem with the Juyan sect. Leaving was definitely a good thing. Watch out. Old Man Tianji suddenly cautioned while speaking. Lin Feng was startled and quickly turned his head to look. He saw a crazed-looking evil monk, his tattered robes barely covering his body, clawing his way toward him. This person is a sinful monk from the Buddha temple and was once a high monk. He has a Buddhist relic within him. Old man Tianji exclaimed excitedly. The relic could purify the ghostly energy within him, and he had finally found it. How can I extract the relic? Lin Feng asked excitedly. Beat him to death. Beat him until he spits out the relic. His cultivation has fallen to the heavenly origin realm, and although it's still beyond your ability, he has lost his sanity, so you can fight him. Good. Buddhist relics are precious. It doesn't matter if he spits them out or even if he excretes them, I want them. Lin Feng declared. Exactly. Achoo. Incontent too. Suddenly, Lin Feng sneezed. For some reason, he felt as if he had been cursed. TLN, Jiang Chen, the stuff you spat out, even dogs wouldn't want it. Bottom ads. Elsewhere, in one of the 48 guidance halls of the Buddha temple, with the help of Xiaoshan's medicinal pills, Elder Hui Xing of the guidance hall had almost fully recovered from his injuries. At this moment, he was in the temple, chanting sutras. After finishing his chanting, he opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. He found himself somewhat ridiculous. Wasn't it just being beaten up by a monk named Zhang Hu and a big white tiger? The Buddhist sect preaches not to be angry or resentful, yet he had held a grudge against all tiger demons and monks with Hu in their names, which really didn't fit his image as a high monk. Top ads. Amitabha, the Buddha is merciful. This must be my karma, Hui Xing realized. As the cause is sown, so is the fruit reaped. Thinking about it now, maybe he had a conflict with tigers, who, in his past life, being beaten up this time could be considered settling that karma. Hui Xing smiled contentedly, proud of his enlightenment. Although there were many elders in the Buddha temple, there were not many high monks like him who could see through the surface and understand karma in such a short time. Elder, another foreign cultivator has arrived, a young novice monk came to inform him. Hui Xing nodded and rose from his cushion. He walked slowly out of the temple and indeed saw the cultivator who had just entered the guidance hall, his brows filled with worry and his face stern. Donor, your forehead is darkened. I fear you may encounter a bloody disaster. Hui Xing was in a good mood and intended to enlighten the man. Upon hearing this, the cultivator trembled. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Hui Xing's sleeve, saying, "The high monk speaks the truth. My recent troubles are not just a bloody disaster, and I face such perils almost every day. Do you have a solution?" Hui Xing remained silent, only pointing to the cultivator's heart. "Do you mean?" After pondering for a moment, the cultivator's eyes brightened. "I should be steadfast in heart, not fear the powerful, be brave in moving forward, and never compromise." "No." Hui Xing shook his head and smiled. "What I mean is, you should be timid at heart." The cultivator was at a loss for words. "Donor, this is the poor monk's advice from experience." Hui Xing's lips curled into a faint smile, saying, "There are countless cultivators in the world. Some are born with strong physiques, and some are born to good fathers. Instead of trying to defy fate, ordinary cultivators like us should follow our hearts and at least live freely and happily." The visiting cultivator's eyes gradually lit up as he contemplated these words. To follow one's heart is not to be timid. That's why one should be timid at heart. To act according to one's heart is to seek a carefree and happy life. He had an epiphany. He thought he was already timid enough, but in reality, he was extremely resistant to being timid, which is why he was troubled every day. If he could accept his timidity, all frustrations would dissipate like smoke. "Master, your words have opened my eyes. Please accept my bow." The cultivator bowed deeply, quite grateful. The poor monk is only a monk. I do not care for these formalities." Hui Xing quickly helped the cultivator up. Still smiling, he spread his hand in front of the cultivator. Staring at the plump hand before him, the cultivator had another realization. Incontent percentage. So, does this mean that monks don't care for formalities, but they do care for tangible gifts? I came in haste and did not bring anything of value. I only have some poison pills, which I can offer as a token of my sincerity." The cultivator handed over several high-grade poison pills, looking somewhat embarrassed. Hui Xing's face darkened. "Poison pills? What would a monk do with poison pills? Wait, 6th grade poison pills? Such high-level pills, even if they were poison, could be sold for a good price. Donor, you are too kind. I am just spreading the teachings of Buddha." Hui Xing chuckled as he accepted the pills. Adhering to the principle of being indebted to the giver, he still reminded, "Donor, remember to follow your heart, or your bloody disaster may be imminent." The cultivator nodded, taking the words to heart. "By the way, may I know the donor's surname and the purpose of your visit to the Buddha temple?" Hui Xing asked. "My name is Zhang Hu, and I'm a true disciple of the Juyan sect's 9th peak. I came to the Buddha temple in search of Xiaoshan, the first true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower," the cultivator replied honestly. "Oh, so you are Zhang. What was it?" Hui Xing was suddenly startled. "Zhang Hu? What Hu? Zhang Hu?" After confirming he had heard correctly, Hui Xing's expression darkened. "Zhang Hu, it's another Zhang Hu. He brought poison pills, and he claimed to be from the 9th peak of the Juyan sect." He immediately understood that this person might very well be. "Haha, I wondered why you were so generous and giving away 6th grade pills? So that's it, you must be Jiang Chen." Hui Xing thought he had uncovered the truth. "What? I am Jiang Chen. Jiang Hu pointed to his nose, confused. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you are truly foolish. Your biggest mistake was saying you are the true disciple of the Juyan sect's 9th peak, and also, not bringing a tiger demon. Hui Xing seemed to hold the winning card, looking smug. What? What do you mean? Jiang Hu was even more confused. There's no one in the Juyan sect who can casually give out 6th grade pills except for the high-ranking members and you, the young master of the Jiang family? You pretend to be Jiang Hu and don't even bring a tiger. Do you think I'm stupid? Moreover, as far as I know, there is no one named Jiang Hu among the true disciples of the Juyan sect's 9th peak. Hui Xing analyzed carefully. Jiang Hu was completely dumbfounded. The 6th grade poison pill was a gift from Xiao Hong'ai. Worried about his low success rate in poisoning, Xiao Hong'ai recently gave him all the poison pills she had refined. As for bringing a tiger, who says that just because someone is named Jiang Hu, they must bring a tiger? If that were the case, then wouldn't a cultivator named Jiang Long have to bring a dragon? TLN, Long means dragon. Regarding his true identity, it's clear that the information from the Buddha temple is outdated. Or perhaps Xiao Hong'ai simply couldn't be bothered to announce it. Either way, this is a blatant sophistry. Jiang Hu was furious, feeling that Hui Xing was deliberately making things difficult for him. But if he left now, he wouldn't be able to complete Xiao Hong'ai's mission, and to save his own life, he would have to betray his sect and spend the rest of his life on the run. He didn't want to face such consequences. Incontent percentage. Even though Jiang Chen had beaten him and he was bullied by madmen, he always considered the Juyan sect his home. Master, please calm your anger. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hu swore to the heavens. By the heavenly Dao above, if I am Jiang Chen, may I live like a maggot in this life, have my bones crushed and scattered after death, be reborn as livestock, and never to die a good death in countless reincarnations. Hiss. That harsh? Hui Xing took a sharp breath. Cultivators don't swear oaths lightly, especially those witnessed by the heavenly Dao. Even though the heavenly Dao isn't so idle as to pay attention to every oath a cultivator makes, if such an oath is false, it could very well plant a demon in one's heart, thus limiting their cultivation in the future. Are you really not Jiang Chen? Hui Xing asked for confirmation. I am not. Jiang Hu's expression was resolute as he declared emphatically, although Jiang Chen is my eldest senior brother, our paths of good and evil do not align, and we have never gotten along. Is that so? Hui Xing asked again. Truer than the true scriptures. After a brief silence, Hui Xing suddenly laughed. He laughed wildly and smugly, then loudly questioned, since you're not Jiang Chen, how dare you call yourself Jiang Hu? Are you not taking me seriously? Jiang Hu was completely baffled. His name was given by his parents, how could it be related to Jiang Chen? Jiang Hu, oh Jiang Hu, do you know where you went wrong? Hui Xing smiled cruelly. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Jiang Hu shook his head incessantly. Incontent 2. Firstly, you shouldn't call yourself Jiang Hu, because I've recently developed a strong dislike for that name. Secondly, had you not mentioned your enmity with Jiang Chen, I really wouldn't have dared to touch you. After all, Jiang Chen is your eldest senior brother, and if I were to harm you, I would incur the wrath of the Jiang family. But now, as he spoke, Hui Xing brought his hands together in prayer and shouted, evildoer, surrender your life. With those words, he activated his Buddhist cultivation technique, transformed it into a golden body, and hammered Jiang Hu mercilessly. Jiang Hu was no match and was instantly beaten to a bloody pulp. He had thought his bloody disaster would occur when he poisoned Xiaoshan, but he hadn't expected it to happen right now. Bald donkey, you'll pay for this. With those words, Jiang Hu used all his strength to flee, disappearing in a puff of smoke. A high-grade movement technique. Hui Xing was taken aback and then scoffed. Quite the fast runner. May Buddha's compassion be with you, just don't let me see you again. Bottom ads. At this time, Jiang Chen was unaware that Jiang Hu had been beaten up again because of him. Even if he knew, he would probably just say that's rough and then feel sorry for Jiang Hu for a moment. For now, the 6 Buddha sons had been severely injured. Seeing that Jiang Chen truly had no intention of stealing the Buddhist sect's relics, the Buddha sons, enduring their bodily pain, picked up the relics again, chanted scriptures in repentance, and then swallowed them whole. Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked on with disdain. The Buddhist sect is the Buddhist sect, with truly peculiar tastes. Faced with Jiang Chen's contempt, the Buddha sons like CI and didn't care and sat cross-legged, chanting Buddhist scriptures and using the relics to heal their injuries. Top ads. Time quietly passed. Finally, the 6 Buddha sons opened their eyes again, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit. And then, great majestic heavenly dragon? The dragon soars in the sky. Jiang Chen leaped into the air and shouted loudly. The Buddhist power pressed down like a mountain once more, and the golden dragon reappeared. Combined, the relics that had just been swallowed were all beaten out again. The 6 Buddha sons were utterly disheartened. They truly couldn't win. Not only was their Buddhist power restrained by Jiang Chen, but he had also learned several superior-grade secret techniques that only cultivators of the upper 4 realms could learn. How could they fight? They stood no chance even if they were a whole realm ahead of Jiang Chen. In the end, the 6 Buddha sons gave up and chose to wait for death in despair. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen showed no signs of continuing the attack. The Buddha sons looked at each other and prepared to flee. Although monks are not afraid of death, no one wants to be slaughtered when it's clear they can't win. Cian took the lead, bolstering his legs with the last of his vital energy, ready to run for his life. But he had only taken one step. Great majestic heavenly dragon? The dragon soars in the sky. Jiang Chen's voice rang out again, like that of an evil Buddha. The next second, Cian was pressed to the ground by the Buddhist power, and then the golden dragon descended from the sky. Pfft! He spat out another mouthful of blood and passed out. Seeing this, the other Buddha sons shrank their necks and completely abandoned the thought of escaping. Unable to understand Jiang Chen's purpose, one of the Buddha sons asked softly, "What do you want?" The answer was, "Great majestic heavenly dragon?" The dragon soars in the sky. The scene was momentarily as silent as death. Watching their two unconscious companions, the remaining Buddha sons dared not speak further. Worried that Jiang Chen would resort to a great majestic heavenly dragon at the slightest disagreement, they even gave up the idea of healing and just sat cross-legged on the spot, silently reciting scriptures in their hearts. As for why they recited silently, it was naturally because they didn't dare to speak out loud. After all, that great majestic heavenly dragon was a bit too damaging. Time continued to pass. Jiang Chen neither left nor intended to let the 6 Buddha sons go, and he didn't even withdraw his golden body. After tossing a few high-grade pills into his mouth to restore his vital energy, he quietly waited. As for what he was waiting for, in content percentage dash. At first, the Buddha sons didn't understand. But after a bit of thought, they all had a realization. This place was the Buddha temple, and they were the Buddha sons of the Buddha temple. In full view of everyone, Jiang Chen had killed people, destroyed the temple, and left 2 of the 6 Buddha sons half-paralyzed. Without a doubt, the higher UPS of the Buddha temple would not stand idly by. They would surely come to their aid, utterly ignorant of death. "When the strong ones from our temple arrive, you will be liberated on the spot," thought one of the Buddha sons disdainfully, glancing at Jiang Chen before looking away. Great majestic heavenly dragon. Jiang Chen suddenly attacked. Another Buddha son became half-paralyzed. Before passing out, the Buddha son asked in confusion, "Why? You just gave me a strange look." Jiang Chen replied instantly. As soon as these words were spoken, a brief silence followed, and then the other Buddha's disciples quickly closed their eyes, daring not to open them again. By this time, the crowd of onlookers had grown even larger. Seeing that the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple had been beaten up by Jiang Chen, the already brainwashed crowd was even more impressed, prostrating themselves in admiration. They gathered from all directions, continuously worshipping Jiang Chen's golden aura, their eyes filled with fervor. "Monk, you look somewhat familiar." Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice sounded. Jiang Chen looked towards the source of the voice and his eyelids twitched. The one who had spoken was none other than Mu Kuei. At that moment, Mu Kuei was holding a preacher monk who seemed to have gone mad, his gaze constantly sizing up the golden aura formed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen immediately understood. It must be that Mu Kuei had driven another preacher monk to madness, and while chasing after him, he had coincidentally arrived at this place. Quickly signaling with his eyes, Jiang Chen instructed his younger brothers Lu Wen, Lu Wu, and Xiaobai to hide. Only then did Jiang Chen say to Mu Kuei, "All beings have many faces, but Buddha has but one. Donor, you find me familiar because there is Buddha in your heart." So it is. After pondering for a moment, Mu Kuei had an epiphany. But he did not leave. Instead, he glanced at the mad preacher monk in his hand and then at Jiang Chen. This repeated for more than 10 times, his expression one of wanting to say something but hesitating. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and disguising his voice with a Buddhist chant, he said, "Just spit what you want to say. Monk, the way you speak is indeed innovative and unique." Instead of getting angry, Mu Kuei praised him, not like those other preachers who speak in obscure terms and always quote Buddha, which is really boring. Jiang Chen was speechless. Feeling that talking to Mu Kuei was too exhausting, he simply shut his mouth. "I hope the monk will enlighten me and bestow upon me a Dharma name," Mu Kuei said with his hands clasped together. "Enlighten you?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. "I mean, who can enlighten an emperor reincarnated, especially one who has been stripped of all wisdom except for martial arts?" If Mu Kuei could truly be enlightened, then the moment he arrived here, he would have been transformed by Jiang Chen's Buddhist light, just like the other monks and cultivators, bowing in worship. However, Jiang Chen also understood Mu Kuei's thoughts. In content percentage dash. He probably wanted to recite scriptures and chant Buddha properly, then complete the sect mission to impress himself. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, Mu Kuei had always been traveling and seldom returned to the sect. Before his own memories as a martial emperor awakened, he was influenced by Lin Feng's protagonist's halo, but unlike Jiang Lianyue and others, he did not criticize or show disgust towards Jiang Chen. After all, this was a martial emperor who had reincarnated to defy the heavens. His mind was fully focused on cultivation and he was deeply immersed in it, hardly influenced by the outside world. To be fair, Jiang Chen didn't dislike Mu Kuei either. Although their starting points were different, Mu Kuei was indeed another person in the 9 cycles of reincarnation who was always defying the heavens. "I see that you have 6 of the 7 orifices open. You are talented. You have no fear in your heart and no heaven in your eyes, so I will give you the Dharma name Wushan, no heaven, hoping that one day you can truly." At this point, Jiang Chen stopped speaking. He looked up at the sky and continued in his heart, "Truly defy the heavens." Upon hearing this, Mu Kuei felt that the monk in front of him was scolding him. He was indeed simple-minded but not stupid. 6 of the 7 orifices open? Wasn't that blatantly saying he was clueless? However, upon hearing the Dharma name Wu Tian, Mu Kui felt the hot blood surging within him. He too looked up at the sky and asked, "Does the monk also find the sky, heaven, displeasing? Often, I feel the urge to tear it apart with my own hands." Once I did. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze. Once? Mu Kui was puzzled. Although he didn't understand, with his intelligence, he never dwelled on anything he didn't understand. Having received a Dharma name, he considered his chanting and scripture reading to be adequate. Although the monk in front of him was clearly opposed to the Buddha temple, the Buddha temple had no rule that a Dharma name given by an outside monk couldn't count as passing. Incontent too. Hihi, Mu Kui chuckled with satisfaction, feeling it was a smart move. Next, he could go and complete the sect mission, and then with actual actions, prove to his eldest senior brother that he was no longer foolish. Thinking of Jiang Chen, Mu Kui frowned. Even the simple-minded him used to feel a sense of disgust when thinking of Jiang Chen. Lately, however, although the disgust was still there, it seemed out of place and strange for some reason. Could it be related to those forgotten dreams? Mu Kui pondered to himself. Unable to figure it out, he simply gave up and turned to leave. And just as he was leaving, the sky suddenly changed. The sound of Buddhist chants was deafening, and a rainbow of Buddhist light filled the clouds. A thin monk wearing a kazeya and holding prayer beads used the light as a bridge to walk through the air from afar, eventually standing above. What a strong aura of malice. The monk squinted his eyes and said to Jiang Chen, "Demonic monk? Where did you learn the precious sutras of our temple? If you confess honestly, you will be liberated on the spot. Otherwise, you will enter the 6 prisons of Buddha and never be reincarnated." Bottom adds dash. As he spoke, the thin monk glanced at the monks and cultivators below who were still worshipping him. With a flick of his prayer beads, he uttered, "Wake up." These 2 simple words caused the Buddhist light to intensify. The rainbow light spread for Li, not only covering the 5-colored Buddhist light emitted by Jiang Chen in an instant but also shattering the 6-syllable mantra that was still spinning into golden light. After hearing the sound, the worshipping monks and cultivators all woke up suddenly, drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Chen looked at the thin monk without any change in expression. He recognized this thin monk. Top adds dash. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, this old man appeared every time he tried to enter the 6 prisons of Buddha to snatch and destroy Lin Feng's opportunities. This made Jiang Chen's heart rejoice. If it had been any other great monk who had come, he would have had to consider the risk of being captured and liberated on the spot. But now, there was no need for that. The monk with the Dharma name Pug in front of him was a cultivator in the Fate Transformation realm and was one of the great Universal Salvation monks of the Buddha Temple, in charge of the 6 prisons of Buddha. Falling into his hands means there is only one path, into the 6 prisons of Buddha. The key point was, he did not recognize Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had considered whether, even if he could enter the Buddha Temple, his cultivation and techniques would be abolished if they were exposed. The conclusion he came to was that they would not be. The reason was simple. In the eyes of the people of the Buddha Temple, the 6 prisons of Buddha were meant to transform, torture, the cultivators with deep sins. The Buddha Temple did not abolish anyone's cultivation and techniques to gradually despair the wicked in their struggles. Furthermore, if Jiang Chen died in the 6 prisons of Buddha, then the Buddha Temple would never know why the temple's precious sutras were leaked. Therefore, the Buddha Temple would only throw him into the hells to be tortured. Demonic monk, would you like to take your own life or remove your golden body and follow me to the 6 prisons of Buddha, to taste all the sufferings of the world, where you can neither live nor die? Pug asked again. Is there even a choice? Jiang Chen immediately removed the golden aura, returned to his original appearance, and clasped his hands together. Amitabha, naturally I will enter the 6 prisons of Buddha. After all, if I do not enter hell, who will? TLN, the prison in this context could also be interpreted as hell. Upon hearing this, Pug was taken aback. Normally, those demonic monks would show a face of horror when he mentioned the Buddha's 6 prisons, but the demonic monk before him actually wanted to be imprisoned? That would have been fine, but the words he spoke were quite zen-like. Are you sure? Those who enter the 6 prisons are bound for 100 years. If you go in, you'll need at least 100 years before you can see the light of day again? And that's assuming you're still alive and sane, Pug said while narrowing his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he added, once you're in the 6 prisons, you'll regret not choosing to be liberated by me on the spot. Jiang Chen didn't respond, just smiled and appeared ready to be captured. Humph, since that's the case, I'll see you on your way. Pug didn't hesitate and made his move. But just as he was about to restrain Jiang Chen with the Buddha's light, he sensed a strong killing intent. Looking ahead, he saw a red figure that appeared and disappeared intermittently and transmitted his voice. Xiao Hong'ai, Lin Feng caused a huge commotion in the Buddha temple, injuring and crippling many monks. If you want to save Lin Feng, come to the main Buddha temple. For now, I will throw this demonic monk into the Buddha's 6 prisons. Lin Feng? Hearing this name, Xiao Hong'ai's killing intent intensified. She didn't care about Lin Feng's life or death. It was just that, despite Jiang Chen's repeated instructions, she couldn't suppress her own killing intent after seeing Jiang Chen about to be captured. It was within reason for Pug to misunderstand. After all, in his view, Xiao Hong'ai's purpose for being here could only be to save the Juyan sect disciple Lin Feng. Incontent %. especially since there have been rumors recently that Xiao Hong'ai had taken Lin Feng as a disciple. Humph. With a cold snort, Xiao Hong'ai disappeared. This made Pug breathe a sigh of relief. He had sensed the change in Xiao Hong'ai's aura. Her cultivation was definitely above his. If a real fight broke out, he would not be her match. Come with me, he said, looking at Jiang Chen and speaking again. But just as he was about to make his move, boom, the heavens and earth roared, and the wind and clouds surged. Like that of the heavens, a majestic pressure suddenly came from 100 miles away, almost crushing Pug out of the sky. Divine Passage Realm. Pug exclaimed while looking 100 li away. Jiang Chen instantly understood that it must be his protector, Chen Sheng, who had taken action. With Chen Sheng's temperament, if Pug dared to touch him today, he might just flip the Buddha temple upside down. Helplessly, he called out to the distance, "Don't worry, I know what to do." As his voice fell, the looming heavenly might finally began to recede. Seeing Pug looking as if he was facing a great enemy, Jiang Chen said directly, "I think you should give up on capturing me. I will go with you willingly." Pug didn't respond and just swallowed hard. The aura of the Divine Passage Realm had truly frightened him. Although the Buddha Temple also had Divine Passage Realm powerhouses, a battle between cultivators of such a level could destroy half of the Buddha Temple with just the aftermath. At this moment, Pug was more convinced than ever that the demon monk named Zhang Hu before him must be from the upper domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a powerful protector. Pug felt a bit uneasy, but the leakage of the temple's treasure scripture was a serious matter, and even if someone from the upper domain came, the Buddha Temple had to take a stand. This was not about face but about touching the foundation of the sect. "We can let this matter go if you are willing to reveal the origin of the treasure scripture and allow me to disable your cultivation technique," Pug said gravely. To this, Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "I'll give you two choices, send me to the Buddha's 6 prisons, or I'll break in myself." Pug was speechless, looking at Jiang Chen as if he were looking at a fool. He had never seen someone so eager to be imprisoned. With the conversation reaching this point, there was no room for further discussion. "The 6 prisons are some distance from here. I will envelop you in Buddha's light and travel through the air. Do you understand?" Pug said. Though he was speaking to Jiang Chen, the message was actually for Chen Sheng. Pug's intention was simple. "I'm not planning to harm you, so don't let your protector cause trouble." In plain terms, he was a bit scared. Understanding this, Jiang Chen nodded. "If you change your mind and want to reveal the origin of the treasure scripture, just call out to me, then I will bring you out," Pug added. Jiang Chen nodded again. "This is your own choice to enter the Buddha's 6 prisons. I didn't force you," Pug continued. Jiang Chen wanted to curse. Incontent percentage dash. Indeed, even the accomplished monks of the Buddha temple are just like ordinary people when they're scared. In the end, Jiang Chen was enveloped in Buddha's light by Pug and floated towards the direction of the Buddha temple. Seeing such a demonic monk being taken away, the monks felt as if they had been pardoned, and the gathered monks and cultivators gradually dispersed. Lu Wen, Lu Wu, and Xiaobai wanted to follow, but were stopped by Jiang Chen's gaze. Helplessly, the two men and the tiger had to temporarily return to the Buddha cave to plan for the long term. Moments later, the once bustling broken temple was left with only one burly figure. This person was Mu Kui, who had inexplicably returned after leaving. When Mu Kui returned, Jiang Chen had just shed his golden body and returned to his original form. "Eldest senior brother, has become a monk." It took him a full half-hour to exclaim in shock. This didn't make sense. That was Jiang Chen, the notorious young master of the Jiang family. How could he just become a monk? The point was that becoming a monk was one thing, but this was betraying the sect. Mu Kui was angry. He didn't understand the big principles, but he knew the basic bottom line of being a person. He could ignore Jiang Chen mocking him, bullying Lin Mubai, peeping at Jiang Lianyue, and even deceiving Qingning. But he could never tolerate a betrayal of the sect. At this moment, a strong disgust surged in his heart, and under his nearly connected thick eyebrows, his eyes were filled with blood. Soon, his aura became violent, and it seemed as if blood was seeping out of his pores. Just as he was about to fall into a frenzy, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness as if invaded by a foreign object. Incontent 2 With unbearable pain, Mu Kui clutched his head and screamed to the sky. Fortunately, the soul-tearing pain did not last long. After a few screams, Mu Kui's gaze became dull, and he stood there stupefied. His consciousness plunged into darkness. When the light drove away the darkness, he found himself standing above the Juyan sect with golden characters floating in the sky. First world. At the same time, at the base of the second peak of the Juyan sect, a dying man suddenly sat up in shock. The old ancestor of Juyan, waking up from a suspended animation state, said in disbelief, "No way, again? My lifespan isn't enough for this." Bottom adds dash. Despite sensing that he was about to fall into the 9 cycles of reincarnation again, the old ancestor Juyan still refused to believe it. "This can't be possible, I must be dreaming. It makes no sense. I've been so cautious, how could I still be facing the 9 cycles of reincarnation? Moreover, that Mu Kui is the reincarnation of a martial emperor. If he falls into the 9 cycles of reincarnation, it would trigger the seal that the martial emperor had set against the heavenly Dao. That seal was meant to defy the heavens, its purpose was to prevent Mu Kui from being influenced by any external forces. If it detects interference, the memories of the martial emperor will unseal themselves, causing Mu Kuei to enter a state of madness without any regard for consequences. If this still can't stop the invasion of external forces, then Mu Kuei will simply explode. Top adds that martial emperor was a madman, unwilling to be controlled by anyone. He would rather die than compromise. This force from the unknown is trying to kill Mu Kuei, and it's trying to kill me too. He muttered incessantly, whispering to himself. As his last words fell, his vision began to distort, becoming illusory. At the same time, he could feel that his already limited lifespan was being completely depleted. So be it. The old ancestor Juyan gave a bitter smile. This time, his lifespan was insufficient to witness the 9 cycles of reincarnation even once more. And before he completely succumbed to retrospection, he would likely vanish from life and death. He was a man already on the brink of death, merely delaying the inevitable. Although he died earlier in this life, he had done many things he wouldn't have dared to do in a lifetime and had also understood the truths of this world, so it wasn't a loss. His only regret: I won't be able to see Hong Ai get married. The old ancestor Juyan closed his eyes. As his voice faded, his heartbeat abruptly stopped, his life force completely dissipated, and he lay like a lifeless corpse devoid of any vitality. And at the moment of his fall, boom, 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 the bell of the second peak tolled 9 times, its sound melodious, echoing through the universe. The bell's sound rose and fell, rippling out like a mournful tune. Upon hearing it, all the disciples of the Juyan sect became panicked. They did not know what had happened, but they knew that the bell of the second peak was special and would not be rung unless there was a major event. In the 1,000 years since the founding of the Juyan sect, even during great battles, the bell of the second peak had never tolled 9 times. At this moment, a question arose in the minds of all the Juyan sect disciples. Could it be that the sky is falling? Indeed, the sky had fallen, but it was the sky of the Juyan sect that had collapsed. At the base of the second peak, 12 supreme elders and various peak masters gathered together. Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting, holding the jade coffin of the old ancestor Juyan, wept bitterly. Old ancestor, you can't leave us. The Juyan sect cannot be without the old ancestor, and my Xiao family even less so. The sound of crying was heart-wrenching. Sect Master Gu Chengqing stepped forward, supporting the nearly fainting Xiaoting, and said, Supreme Great Elder, let the old ancestor go. In life, we could not share his worries. At least in death. Ah, old ancestor, why did you have to go? As he spoke, Gu Chengqing himself began to cry. At least in death, we should let the old ancestor rest in peace, another supreme elder continued. In content percentage. Hearing this, everyone began to wipe their tears. If the old ancestor had not broken out of his coffin to save us and the Juyan sect, his lifespan would not have depleted so quickly. Xiaoting continued to cry. Upon these words, everyone burst into even louder wails. It was their incompetence, their lack of filial piety. If they had been of any use, the old ancestor would not have fallen so quickly. Now the Juyan sect was invaded by the demonic path, infected with demonic seeds, and the old ancestor Juyan had fallen along with it. From now on, the days of the Juyan sect would be difficult. Everyone cried for a while with hoarse voices. Once their emotions had somewhat calmed down, Xiaoting said, the matter of the old ancestor's demise must not be leaked. Otherwise, our sect will face great disaster. All right, how about we close the sect for 100 years, a supreme elder asked. No, Xiaoting refused. We can't keep a low profile. The lower the profile, the more it will attract the attention of other sects. Not only that, but we must be even more high profile than usual to confuse them. Otherwise, disaster for the Juyan sect is not far off. How should we be high profile? Another supreme elder inquired. Indeed, how to be high profile was a problem. Being too high profile was not good, as it could lead to real trouble. Being high profile without reason was also not good, as it could make other sects suspicious. The best way was to be high profile with a reason and not excessively. That way, they could mislead the other sects in the short term, making those sects overthink and act hesitantly. Is there any news about Hong Ai and Jiang Chen? Xiaoting asked. There is. A supreme elder replied. I've been using the sex realm monitoring abilities to keep an eye on both of them. Just now, Jiang Chen was captured and taken to the Buddha's 6 prisons. Strangely, Hong Ai did not stop it. That's not strange at all. Hong Ai has gone mad, and her actions naturally cannot be deduced by common sense. Xiaoting shook his head. Jiang Chen must not come to harm. Otherwise, the Juyan sect would fall into the hands of the demonic sect without the need for external enemies. The matter of the old ancestor Juyan's demise must also be covered up. Thus, there was only one way to do it. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoting said solemnly, ring the bell 8 times. 8 times. Everyone was stunned. The meaning of the bell tolling 9 times was unknown to the disciples of the Juyan sect, but the significance of 8 tolls was very clear. Because ringing the bell 8 times signified the start of a great war for the sect? Isn't this too high profile? And who will be the target of this great war? A supreme elder hesitated. The target is naturally the Buddha temple. This is not to actually start a great war, but to use this as a reason to go and rescue Jiang Chen. To show the stance of our Juyan sect. With the old ancestor fallen and Jiang Chen captured, only by doing this can we cover up both matters at once, Xiaoting explained in detail. Seeing everyone's solemn expressions, he added, "Of course, we cannot act under the banner of rescuing Jiang Chen, as his notoriety is well known, and that banner would not stand. But don't forget, in the Buddha's 6 prisons, there is also Lin Feng." Lin Feng? This name struck a chord, and the eyes of all the supreme elders lit up. Recently, they had been focused on the demonic seeds and had forgotten about this son of destiny. Lin Feng's fate testing day, with 100 feet tall columns of golden light, could not be concealed and was already known by many sects. The fate of the son of destiny was tied to the sect. If they used rescuing Lin Feng as a reason to start a war against the Buddha temple, it would be completely justified. Supreme Great Elder is wise. We cannot wait any longer. Everyone saluted Xiaoting in unison. Xiaoting waved his hand, indicating that this was just basic strategy. The inspiration he had was thanks to the blessings of the 9th peak elders and disciples. After all, it was Great Elder Liu Yang who had originally used this method to directly instigate an internal struggle within the sect with the 9th peak disciples. We must act quickly, Xiaoting said again. All right. In content percentage dash. Gu Changqing agreed, then worriedly added, I just fear that the situation will become uncontrollable, and once it starts, it cannot be stopped. With the old ancestor fallen, we may not be a match for the Buddha temple. Don't worry, Xiaoting reassured. The old ancestor's reputation shook the central domain, and those bald monks of the Buddha temple aren't fools. They wouldn't dare to truly fight to the death with our Juyan sect at this time. This time, Gu Changqing was puzzled. 30 years from now, it will be the grand competition of the sects. All the sects are now accumulating their heritage, hoping to compete for that one and only spot to the upper domain. Another supreme elder explained. I see. Gu Changqing suddenly understood. After discussing the details for a while, everyone left in tears and sobs. No one noticed that onside the empty jade coffin, the body of Juyan old ancestor suddenly decayed rapidly and turned to dust and dispersed instantly. Where there should have been an empty jade coffin, the corpse was gone, but a solid soul remained. With the same appearance and stature as Juyan old ancestor, this soul lay with eyes slightly closed, as if in deep sleep. Bottom ads dash.